Gong Lifeng quickly rose to greet Ye Bai, accepting the gift box from his hands. She had initially assumed Ye Bai would be another unremarkable young punk, but to her surprise, he carried himself with striking elegance, like a nobleman exuding effortless charm. His poise and aura were so refined that even among elite old-money heirs, he'd stand out as rare. No wonder Cindy, that usually picky girl who scoffs at boys her age, fell for him. Honestly, Gong Lifeng couldn't help but feel a flicker of fondness herself for such a devastatingly handsome young man. If she were 20 years younger or a vivacious widow, she'd probably swoon over this towering 185 centimeters wolf-like charmer too. No wonder Li Meijing started dating a college boy less than a year into widowhood. First, doubt Meijing. Then understand Meijing. Next, become... Wait, no. Old Chun was still very much alive. Shaking her head to dispel the inappropriate thoughts, Gong Lifeng plastered on a smile and warmly gestured for Ye Bai to sit. Oh, you silly boy. Why bring gifts when you're already here? Come sit with Auntie. No, come sit by Auntie. The unintended implication of her words dawned on her instantly. A blush crept across her matured, alluring face as her fox-like eyes glimmered with flustered amusement. Thankfully, her daughter and future son-in-law seemed oblivious. Peeking guiltily toward the kitchen where old Chun was stir-frying behind closed doors, oblivious to the exchange, Gong Lifeng exhaled in relief. Auntie, you're so youthful and beautiful. Standing next to Cindy, you look less like mother and daughter and more like sisters. Ye Bai praised with a grin. Though somewhat sycophantic, his words weren't untrue. Despite being in her 40s, Gong Lifeng's skincare rivaled an 18-year-old's, her complexion silken and smooth, save for the faint crow's feet betraying her age. Her figure, far from fading, had ripened into voluptuous fullness. Side by side, mother and daughter mirrored each other's features yet exuded Jiran different vibes. Chun Cindy was all vibrant, youthful energy. Her body curvaceous but her face angelically pure. Gong Lifeng, meanwhile, radiated sultry sophistication, her lush curves and smoldering charm making her the epitome of a femme fatale. Such a honeyed tongue you've got. Gong Lifeng tittered behind her hand, thoroughly pleased by the flattery. Ye Bai, no, I'll call you Xiao Bai. Sit, Auntie will make you tea. As she rummaged through the wine cabinet for tea leaves, her half-squatting posture accentuated her rounded derriere. Her exaggerated hourglass silhouette was downright lethal. Old Chun eats way too well, Ye Bai mused, seeing echoes of Cindy in Gong Lifeng. Given time, the girl would undoubtedly blossom into the same kind of age-defying siren, the sort whose allure only intensified with years. Ye Bai could hardly imagine how devastating Gong Lifeng would be if, like Qin Yu, her wrinkles vanished to restore her youthful face. Maybe later, once he and Cindy grew closer, he'd have her bring some rejuvenating serums home for her mother. Abort mission. Ye Bai snapped his gaze away, fixing it firmly on his own nose. She's old Chen's wife. Basic respect is mandatory, no more wandering thoughts. Meanwhile, Chun Cindy lingered at the doorway, clutching 2 bags of fruit with a bewildered pout. Is nobody acknowledging me? Her mom, who usually cooed precious daughter nonstop, had ushered Ye Bai inside without a backward glance. And him, such a bootlicker. Wait, hadn't her mom vehemently opposed their relationship? Just yesterday, she'd vowed to put Ye Bai in his place during this visit. Why the sudden enthusiasm? And that tea, wasn't it the ultra-rare Wui Mountain de Hong Pao, harvested from the state-protected mother trees? The one Dad hoarded like treasure, refusing even her pleading uncle a sip? Yet Ye Bai got it served unprompted? Did she grab the wrong tin? Click. The kitchen door swung open as Chun Zhengbin stepped out. Spotting the tea, his eyelid twitched. But remembering Ye Bai had saved both him and Cindy, he swallowed the protest. If the boy liked it, he could take the remaining leaves too. Xiao Bai, make yourself comfortable. Auntie's going to cook now, Gong Lifeng announced, snatching the apron off Chen Jingbin while loudly complaining. Honestly, old Chun, I told you I wanted to prepare my specialty dishes for Xiao Bai's first visit. Yet you insisted on hogging the wok. Hey, Chun Zhengbin was speechless. Who was the one yelling, "Cook it yourself if you care" earlier? Weren't you vehemently against this boy? What's with the 180-degree flip? For a wild second, he wondered if his wife was playing the long game, luring Ye Bai into a false sense of security before poisoning him. Dinner arrived without incident. The four gathered around the table. "Auntie, you're delicious," Ye Bai blurted mid-bite, then corrected hastily. "I mean, you're cooking. It's phenomenal." The dishes were indeed masterful, balancing aroma, flavor, and presentation. Grinning, Gong Lifeng piled more food onto his plate. "Eat up, Xiao Bai. There's plenty." Chun Zhengbin and Cindy exchanged baffled glances. Just what was she scheming? Cindy fidgeted, half expecting her mom to slam a plate into Ye Bai's face without warning. Post-dinner, Ye Bai carried the dishes to the kitchen and rolled up his sleeves to wash up. Gong Lifeng blocked him, her oily hands preventing her from pulling him away, so she resorted to nudging him out with her hips. "Xiao Bai out. I'll get mad if you keep this up. Do you disrespect Auntie?" Defeated, Ye Bai retreated with a wry laugh. Once the kitchen door shut, Gong Lifeng began scrubbing, murmuring mid-task. Such solid muscles. Even old Chun in his prime didn't have that physique. And he's more. Chun Zhengbin summoned Ye Bai to his study and handed him a cigarette. The two began smoking leisurely. Suddenly, Chun Zhengbin asked, "Ye Bai, how's the performance of your Bay media these days?" Ye Bai replied, "It's been profitable for a while now." Chun Zhengbin continued, "Do you have much liquid capital on hand?" Ye Bai nodded nonchalantly. "What a joke. I've got over 100 million in gold bricks stashed in my personal space, just waiting to be cashed out. Funds are naturally no issue." Chun Zhengbin instructed, "There's a stretch of land near the southern part of Rainbow Bridge, closest to the riverbank. There are 7 buildings there. Aside from the 3 under your control, the other 4 were acquired through various means by Xiao Hongyu. Now they've all been seized and turned into court-ordered auction properties. The city plans to auction them all next month. Prepare some funds and snap them up. We'll develop the entire area." Ye Bai's heart tightened, and he gave a solemn nod. "If you're short on cash, let Uncle know. I'll go to the bank, provide a guarantee, and help you secure a loan." Chun Zhengbin patted Ye Bai's shoulder. "Thank you, Uncle." Ye Bai expressed his gratitude immediately. This is the treatment reserved for a son-in-law. Ye Bai already had a preliminary plan to build a shopping center there. Rainbow Bridge had always been a high-traffic area, surrounded by upscale residential districts, with multiple commercial streets and snack alleys nearby. If he could develop a shopping center there and integrate the surrounding business resources, the annual rental income alone would range from tens of millions to potentially hundreds of millions. He shared his idea with Chun Zhengbin to gauge his opinion. However, Chun Zhengbin shook his head. "I merely saw you as a principled young man and entrusted this project to you because I believe you'll do right by both the country and the people. If it were left to some of the local entrepreneurs, like Kai Baozi or Feng Cheng, they'd probably inflate economic bubbles without delivering real results, leaving behind a mess of unfinished projects. Just look at Tianhao Shangyuan in Western City, the perfect example." Tianhao Shangyuan was a historical burden from back when Chun Zhengbin was still stationed in Jiangbei City. His predecessor had pushed through opposition to award the project to Kai Baozi, and what happened next? Tianhao Shangyuan became an abandoned construction site. Countless ordinary citizens were trapped in the mess, unable to escape. Meanwhile, Kai Baozi profited massively through shell construction companies before exiting unscathed. Rumor had it the head of that construction company had fled overseas, but as for his exact whereabouts, well, only Kai Baozi would know. Ye Bai responded solemnly, "Don't worry, Uncle. I won't let you down. Do your best. I believe in you." Chun Zhengbin gave another encouraging pat to Ye Bai's shoulder. After chatting for a while longer, Ye Bai checked the time. It was getting late, almost time to leave, so he stood to bid goodbye. Gong Lifeng was reluctant to see him go. She repeatedly urged him to stay, even suggesting he spend the night. Of course, Ye Bai declined, politely refusing his enthusiastic mother-in-law. "Then at least visit often, Xiao Bai." "Cindy, Go see him off. Gong Lifeng instructed before standing at the doorway, watching the two descend the stairs, her eyes brimming with reluctant longing. Finally, Chen Zhengbin couldn't hold back any longer. Lifeng, did you take the wrong medicine today? Gong Lifeng glared. What nonsense are you saying? You used to hate Ye Bai. What's with the sudden change? How could I hate such a delightful boy? Gong Lifeng looked genuinely baffled. Chen Zhengbin was rendered speechless. He pressed on. Didn't you despise delinquents? Ye Bai was Taijiang University's biggest troublemaker, always getting into fights, even expelled for weapon brawls. But he's turned over a new leaf. Now he's the chairman of a media company worth over 100 million. Didn't you scoff at his small business before? What are you talking about? Anyone who builds themselves up from nothing deserves admiration. His background isn't great, parents are farmers. That just proves how outstanding he is. Despite his humble origins, he's reached such heights. How many of those privileged young heirs from wealthy families can claim the same? Listen, Lao Chun. I'm warning you. I adore this future son-in-law. Don't you dare look down on him. Gong Lifeng narrowed her eyes. Right now, she was the classic mother-in-law who only saw the best in her daughter's beloved. She half-wished she could marry off her precious Chun Sini to Ye Bai right after graduation. Ideally, she'd even have him move in as a live-in son-in-law so the three of them could live happily ever after. Chen Zhengbin rubbed his temples. But then again, this was typical Gong Lifeng. Admitting past mistakes or contradicting herself was never her style. Just days ago, she'd been at odds with Sini at home, staunchly opposing their relationship. Now she'd done a complete reversal, showering Ye Bai with affection. Chen Zhengbin couldn't fathom what was going through her mind. Still, it was ultimately a good thing. Peace was finally restored at home. That kid Ye Bai, I really can't figure him out. Maybe he really is some hidden heir from a wealthy family, sent to Taijiang City for experience. The kid's incredibly capable and fiercely loyal. If Sini can make it work with him, it'd be for the best. With everything going smoothly today, Chen Zhengbin was in high spirits. Glancing at Gong Lifeng, who was bent over the table scrubbing with her ample hips swaying, an impulse stirred in him. He walked up and wrapped his arms around her from behind. Lifeng, how about we head back to the room? Normally, Gong Lifeng would half-heartedly protest before giving in, letting the old couple enjoy a brief 2.5-minute rendezvous, after which Chen Zhengbin would awkwardly scramble for an excuse. But today, Gong Lifeng twisted away, evading his groping hands before glaring at him with her sultry eyes. Cut it out. Every time, you leave me hanging. Lao Chun, starting today, no more touching me. We're sleeping in separate rooms. With a cold snort, Gong Lifeng returned to her room and locked the door. Chen Zhengbin stood awkwardly in place, the fervor that had just surged through his veins dissipating once again. Middle age when everything withers away. Can't even keep my own wife in line anymore. Forget it. Better review today's meeting notes instead. Downstairs, Chun Sini walked Ye Bai to the neighborhood gate. Recalling her mother's earlier attitude, she felt as if she'd stepped into a dream. For a moment, she'd truly suspected her mom had been body snatched. Or worse, that her warmth toward Ye Bai was just an act, masking some plot to poison him in secret. So, Exener, satisfied with your boyfriend's performance? Ye Bai turned to her with a playful smile. Most girls might downplay their approval with a coy, "You were okay." But Chun Sini was sincerity itself. Without hesitation, she nodded firmly. Very satisfied. Even my dad likes you now, and you've somehow charmed my mom too. Then where's my reward? Ye Bai leaned down, tapping his lips expectantly. He'd anticipated protests, maybe some bashful back and forth before she'd reluctantly let him steal a kiss, just enough to tease. Instead, Chun Sini surged forward without a word, pressing her lips to his. Stunned, Ye Bai froze mid-breath, his heartbeat slamming violently against his ribs. When he registered the clumsiness of her kiss, clarity returned. He pulled her closer, encircling her waist. How was it this slender? Did it tire her to walk? When they finally parted, Chun Sinny wobbled, melting against him. Tilting her head up, she blinked her wide, guileless eyes and asked solemnly, "Ye Bai, how are you this good at this?" "Never mind." She shook her head. "I won't pry into your past. Just promise you'll treat me well, and I'll do the same for you. I'll never let you down, and neither will I betray them. I trust you." Chun Sinny pecked his lips once more, then pulled away. "Good night, boyfriend. Get home safe." She turned, skipping back home with deer-like lightness. Ye Bai couldn't deny it. Girls like her, this pure, this rare, were something else. Every unconscious gesture plucked at his heartstrings. And if the daughter's this mesmerizing, imagine the mother. Damn it! Ye Bai mentally slapped himself. What kind of beast thinks like that? Outside the neighborhood, a Mercedes S600 idled by the curb. Song Dongfeng stood nearby, cigarette in hand. "Bai Ge." He hurried over. "The guy you wanted intel on? We staked out his usual spots all night, zip. Guess where we finally found him?" Taking in Song Dongfeng's exasperated grin, Ye Bai guessed instantly. "Don't tell me, Imperial Dynasty. Fuck, you're sharp." Song chuckled, thumbs up raised. Ye Bai rolled his eyes. Of all places, Kai Zhaoyuan had to party at his club? He's still there. Nah. Headed to Lakeside Manor. Probably his family's villa. Ye Bai nodded. The Kai patriarch owned property there, but his son usually avoided the place, terrified of his domineering father. Why the sudden homecoming? No matter. Turning Kai Zhaoyuan into a vegetable right under Kai Baozi's roof? Even better. And if the old man was home tonight, well, Ye Bai wouldn't mind cleaning house. Glancing up, he noted the unusually clear sky, moonlit river, stars like scattered diamonds. A hunch prickled his skin. Lakeside Manor would prove very interesting tonight. After returning home, Chun Sinny expected her parents to say a few words to her. To her surprise, no one was in the living room or dining area. Chun Jingbin was working in his study, while Gong Lifang had locked herself in her room, doing who knows what. Sinny still found her mother's sudden change in attitude hard to believe. She couldn't figure out what Gong Lifang was scheming. Worried that her mother might be hiding a dagger behind her smile, acting warm toward Ye Bai on the surface while plotting something behind his back. Sinny decided to have a heart-to-heart with her. She wanted to express her feelings and clarify her mother's stance. She walked to Gong Lifang's door and knocked lightly. "Mom, are you asleep?" There had been faint rustling sounds inside, but they stopped abruptly when she knocked. Strangely, no one answered. "Mom!" Sinny knocked again. After a moment, Gong Lifang's voice came through, sounding oddly strained. "Sinny? What is it?" "I want to talk to you about Ye Bai," Sinny said. "Ye Bai." Gong Lifang's tone shifted sharply. Then silence fell again. But there were faint noises like a child hiding under a blanket, playing a game with muffled sounds seeping through. Sinny grew concerned. Her mother was acting too strangely today. She turned the doorknob, wanting to check on her, but the door was locked. Anxious, she knocked harder. "Mom? Are you okay?" I'm fine." "Sinny, go back to your room first. I'll talk to you later." Gong Lifang's voice was hushed. "All right, I'll go take a shower then. I'll wait for you in my room." Still puzzled, Sinny headed to the bathroom, reassured only by the fact that her mother didn't seem to be in distress. As she left, she thought she heard Gong Lifang let out a long sigh, or maybe it was just her imagination. After a 20-minute shower, Sinny returned to her room, clean and refreshed, and lounged on her bed with a book. A while later, the door creaked open. Gong Lifang walked in, dressed in a thin nightgown that clung to her voluptuous curves, especially up top, where the proportions were downright exaggerated. If Auntie was a youthful beauty with a girlish charm, Gong Lifang was the epitome of full-blown maturity. She exuded a sultry allure, her face a perfect blend of sophistication and seduction. Her fox-like eyes shimmered with a gaze that seemed to flirt with everyone. Gong Lifang pulled a chair to the bedside and sat down. Her generous proportions practically swallowed the seat. Mom, why is your face so red? And you're sweating so much? Did you just do some intense exercise? Cindy asked, puzzled. Her mother's cheeks were flushed, her skin glistening with sweat. From as far back as Cindy could remember, Gong Lifang had been a fitness enthusiast, often ending up like this after workouts. Back then, the whole family had been happy and harmonious. But after Cindy graduated from elementary school, she never saw her mother like this again. Now, nearly a decade later, the post-workout mom had made a surprise reappearance. Gong Lifang's eyes flickered with embarrassment. I hopped on the treadmill for a bit while you were showering. Cindy nodded, then met her mother's gaze seriously. Mom, what do you think of Ye Bai? Very big, Gong Lifang blurted. Huh. Cindy blinked. Gong Lifang caught herself and quickly corrected. Ye Bai has big ambitions. Of course, all successful people do. Desire is the strongest driving force for humans. Cindy pressed. I meant, what do you think of him as a person? He's handsome, tall, great body, firm muscles. Cindy sighed. Mom, can you not be so shallow? I'm asking about his character. Gong Lifang's eyes narrowed playfully. Oh, so you're not shallow? If Ye Bai were 5 feet tall and looked like Wu Delong, would you still repay his life-saving favor by offering yourself? She meant it as a jab, but Cindy actually considered it seriously before nodding. You're right. Ye Bai is very handsome. If he were short and ugly, I'd probably just ask you and Dad to repay him with money or promise to serve him in my next life. Gong Lifang was speechless. Cindy continued, by the way, Mom, are you really okay with me dating Ye Bai? Of course. Gong Lifang nodded eagerly. Where else would we find such a perfect son-in-law? Handsome, polite, capable, and most importantly, physically strong. Not like your dad. Cindy's face scrunched in confusion. Physically strong? Why was Ye Bai's physique relevant? And why bring Dad into this? Something felt off. The way her mother talked about Ye Bai, her eyes practically sparkling. It almost seemed like she liked him more than Cindy did. Was Ye Bai just that irresistible to older women? Gong Lifang leaned in closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Cindy, have you and Ye Bai done it yet? Cindy froze. Done what? Don't play dumb with me. Gong Lifang rolled her eyes. Reading her mother's expression, Cindy finally understood. Why did this feel like girlfriends gossiping about their boyfriend's performance? As an untouched maiden, Cindy was mortified. Her face burned. Mom, what kind of question is that? Come on, you can tell me. There's nothing you can't share with your mom. Gong Lifang's gaze was intense. Cindy huffed. Mom, if you keep this up, I'm getting mad. Ye Bai and I haven't even been together that long. How could we have gone that far? And you and Dad always taught me that girls shouldn't do that before marriage. Just a while ago, you were against me dating in college. Did I? That must have been your dad's old-fashioned nonsense. The ever-youthful fairy refused to admit her own words. After a pause, she pressed, So you really haven't? Not even close. Oh. Gong Lifang looked inexplicably disappointed. Cindy, it's a new era. Don't cling to those outdated ideas. I support you and Ye by going all the way. You'll get married eventually anyway. What's the harm in starting early? As long as you both want it. Cindy stared at her mother in disbelief. This open-minded woman couldn't possibly be the same person who raised her. Had her mother been body-snatched? How could someone change so drastically? What Cindy didn't realize was that parents often push their children to achieve what they couldn't. By fulfilling their own unfulfilled desires through their children, they ease their regrets. Gong Lifang certainly understood the difference between right and wrong. Some things were fine to think about, but absolutely must not be acted upon. Otherwise, one might plunge into an abyss, or even shatter the family entirely. After a heartfelt talk between mother and daughter, Chun Cindy saw that her mother had truly let go of her prejudices, accepted Ye Bai, and even genuinely approved of and liked him. She couldn't help but feel elated. When she became Ye Bai's girlfriend, She had prepared herself for a long battle with her family. Yet, to her surprise, this hurdle had been cleared so easily. Her mother even seemed eager for her to marry Ye Bai the next day, welcoming him as a live-in son-in-law. She even said that if Ye Bai agreed to be their live-in son-in-law, she'd be willing to give him all her shares in the family business. Chun Sinny thought her parents were just being reasonable, unaware that this was all thanks to Ye Bai's overwhelming influence. Chun Jingbin's admiration for Ye Bai went without saying. He had even mentally assigned him all sorts of mysterious identities. As for Gong Lifeng, she was utterly powerless against the allure of the succubus saint physique. After all, as the saying goes, women in their 30s are like, and in their 40s like. It was getting late, and both mother and daughter were drowsy. Gong Lifeng bid her daughter good night and headed to her room. But as she reached the door, she suddenly remembered something. Leaning against the doorframe, she turned back, her fox-like eyes shimmering. Sinny, if you and Ye Bai ever do it, you have to tell me right away, okay? I want all the details, how it felt, everything. You're my precious daughter, after all. I worry about everything you do. Ugh, Mom, stop being so annoying. Chun Sinny buried her face in her blanket, mortified. Though she'd never admit it, deep down, she felt a faint flicker of anticipation. She might be an innocent maiden, but she wasn't stupid. Earlier, when she and Ye Bai had embraced downstairs, she had gotten a very thorough understanding of him. Is this what my girlfriends meant by the ultimate boyfriend? Meanwhile, at Jinhu Lake in Taojiang City. Jinhu was the city's largest freshwater lake and a renowned affluent district. Beyond the well-equipped high-rise residential areas, there was also a villa zone surrounding the lake. A Mercedes S600 pulled up on the commercial street outside Jinhu. Ye Bai stepped out, instructing Song Dongfeng to park and wait, then headed into the street. He entered a public restroom, checked for hidden cameras with his X-ray vision, and after confirming it was clear, activated his invisibility and slipped out of the stall. Wait, what did I just see? He turned his head and spotted a couple in the farthest stall. No, two men. The one in women's clothing was a femboy. Am I still in Taojiang City? Or did I teleport to the heavenly capital? Ye Bai was speechless. Well, as they say, names can be wrong, but nicknames never lie. That city did live up to its reputation. Shaking his head, Ye Bai ignored the distraction and left quickly. Still invisible, he entered Jinhu Haoding, passed through the high-rises, and soon reached the lakeside villas. In his past life, he had killed Kai Baozi here, so he knew exactly which villa was his. Soon, he arrived at the Kai residence. A faint light glowed from the second floor, but the third floor, Kai Baozi's quarters, was pitch black. It was unclear whether he was asleep or not home. But Kai Zhaoyuan had to be here. Song Dongfeng's men had tailed him to the villa and watched him enter. After putting on gloves and shoe covers, Ye Bai scaled the wall. He briefly considered testing his primordial strength to leap straight to the second-floor balcony, but worried the shoe covers might tear and leave footprints, so he abandoned the idea. Circling the villa, he finally found an open window and slipped inside, only to land in the maid's room, where a woman lay snoring loudly. But her door was ajar, and she was still fully dressed. She didn't seem naturally asleep, more like she'd been knocked out. Leaving the room, Ye Bai headed to the third floor and straight to Kai Baozi's bedroom. The door was open, the bed neatly made, with no signs of recent use. A quick check of the study also turned up nothing. No wonder Kai Zhaoyuan dared to come home. His old man isn't here. But where was Kai Zhaoyuan now? His own room? From what Ye Bai remembered, after Kai Zhaoyuan was beaten into a vegetative state by Song Dongfeng in his past life, he had lived on the second floor. Back then, after single-handedly taking out Kai Baozi, Ye Bai had naturally disposed of Kai Zhaoyuan as well. He went to the second floor, down the hallway, and stopped at the large bedroom at the southern end. The door wasn't fully closed, and a hazy pink light seeped through the gap. Faint sounds of a man and woman playing around drifted out. Ye Bai's ears twitched, his super hearing activated, and the voices became crystal clear. Ugh, you're so annoying. Making me wear this again. Little minx, you're a fox spirit, what else would you wear? Come on, the night is young. You're such a jerk. Why the rush? Of course I'm in a hurry. The old bastard finally went to the provincial capital. We can finally have some fun without worrying. So Kai Baozi had gone to the provincial capital? Good. He'd spare him for now. But something about their conversation felt off. Ye Bai had a suspicion, but it was almost too absurd to believe. All right, whatever you say, you little troublemaker. Ye Bai stepped outside and peered through the crack in the door. What he saw next shattered his worldview. The woman kneeling on the bed, facing the door, was none other than Leopard's mistress. Ye Bai recognized her. She had originally been Leopard's kept woman, a golden canary hidden away outside. After Leopard's wife passed away, he brought her home. Given Leopard's shrewdness, he would never legally marry her. Too much risk of losing his fortune. After all, you never knew if a mistress belonged to the T0 tier of women who'd bleed a man dry. Legally, this woman had no ties to Kai Xiaoyuan, but she was still Leopard's woman. And yet, here they were, tangled up together. Well. Damn, Kai Xiaoyuan. You've got some nerve. A spark of inspiration flashed in Ye Bai's eyes. This was the perfect opportunity for a borrowed knife scheme. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger now. If Leopard found out Kai Xiaoyuan had slept with his mistress, he'd probably beat him half to death. In his past life, when Ye Bai had investigated Leopard, his men had discovered this woman cheating, but not with Kai Xiaoyuan. Back then, it had been one of Leopard's sworn brothers, a man who had fought alongside him for years. When Ye Bai exposed the affair, Leopard, a man who valued loyalty above all, personally strangled the brother who had once taken a bullet for him. Of course, he still couldn't bring himself to kill the woman. It just went to show, Leopard was indeed a man of deep loyalty, just not when it came to women. Old Kai, I wonder how you'll react when you see this? Ye Bai pulled out his phone and started recording through the door crack, capturing every wild moment of the entangled pair inside. This was just too good. Ye Bai stood outside the door, holding up his phone to film through the crack. From a distance, it looked as though a phone was floating in midair, recording on its own. No wonder Kai Xiaoyuan had managed to seduce this woman. His assets were decent by ordinary standards, though still far inferior to Ye Bai's. But what surprised Ye Bai was that Kai Xiaoyuan finished in just 2 minutes. Why so fast today? The woman sounded unsatisfied. Kai Xiaoyuan coughed awkwardly. Drank too much last night. Threw off my rhythm. Give me a break. I'll perform better next time. The woman grumbled in dissatisfaction, turning away to play with her phone, her backside pointed in the air. So this guy's all show and no substance. Ye Bai shook his head in disdain. No wonder this woman would later sleep around, even ending up in bed with Kai Baozi's sworn brother. With the video recorded, Ye Bai saw no reason to linger. He slipped away without a sound. Much later, Kai Xiaoyuan's cooldown finally ended. Just as the two were about to resume, the phone on the bedside table rang. Kai glanced at the number, put it on speaker and lit a cigarette. A raspy voice crackled through. Brother Yuan, we've dug into Ye Bai's background. Something's off. What's off? Kai Xiaoyuan asked lazily. His family's been farmers for 3 generations. Parents are fruit growers in the countryside. Just over a month ago, Ye Bai was a small-time thug at Taojiang University. Got expelled for beating up a classmate. Funny thing is, you actually know the guy. Kai flicked his cigarette ash. Oh? Who? Your cousin, Yang Wenbin. Kai chuckled. That useless bastard. No wonder he came begging for my help a while back, saying he wanted to teach some classmate a lesson. Kai Xiaoyuan wasn't one to lift a finger without profit, nor did he care much for family ties. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone after Kai Baozi's woman. Loaning his men to Yang Wenbin would have meant cleaning up any mess afterward. Naturally, he'd refused. The raspy voice continued. The reason Ye Bai got expelled? Your other cousin, Yang Huizhong, pulled strings with Taojiang University's president. But for some reason, President Wang suddenly grew a spine, went against Yang Huizhong and let Ye Bai back in. Then, out of nowhere, Ye Bai struck gold, started flipping antiques for millions, bought 3 buildings on Rainbow Bridge, and recently founded a company called White Knight Media. It's already worth over 100 million, thanks to the influencers he's launched. The woman playing with her phone suddenly turned, her eyes gleaming as she stared at Kai Xiaoyuan. Startled, Kai quickly covered her mouth to keep her quiet. The raspy voice went on the same day Xiao Hongyu fell from power, Ye Bai signed a deal with Lu Tianxiao, Lu San's son, and took over the Imperial Dynasty KTV. Kai frowned. This Ye Bai really isn't simple. How could a broke student amass a 9-figure fortune in a month? Unless he'd latched onto some powerful backer. I dug deeper, bribed a mid to high level guy in the Public Security Bureau. Found out that before Ye Bai's rise, he saved Chen Jingbin's daughter. So I suspect. Kai's eyes lit up. You think he's Chen Jingbin's white glove? Exactly. So, Brother Yuan, I suggest we drop the shady tactics for those 3 buildings. Just buy them normally. Pissing off Chen Jingbin isn't worth it. Kai Baozi had built his empire on gray market ventures but was now trying to go legit. Antagonizing the city's top official would be unwise. But thinking of his father's current trip to the provincial capital, Kai smirked. What's Chen Jingbin to me? If Dad's plan succeeds, the Kai family will fear no one in Taojiang. Not even Feng Cheng, that old rival with provincial connections. He'll bow his head to us too. Kai sneered. Stick to the original plan. If Ye Bai won't hand over those buildings in 3 days, break his legs. Still refuses? Break his arms. And if he's really that stubborn, his voice turned icy, then cripple his 3rd leg. What about Chen Jingbin? Chen Jingbin's nothing. Do it. I'll handle the fallout. Got it. Just watch. I've got 1,000 ways to deal with some lucky broke student. After hanging up, the woman eagerly said, I know White Knight Media. They're huge right now. The 2 hottest influencers in Taojiang, Wang Ziki and Xiao Shatzi, are both under them. I told the old man to buy shares, but he's not into internet companies. How famous are these 2? Kai's interest was piqued. His leisure time was spent in debauchery, not following online trends. The woman pulled up their videos. Kai's eyes gleamed. Damn, these 2 are absolute stunners. One was a classical beauty with flawless features. The other was a tease. Just looking at her made the woman in his arms seem dull. There's also Momo Neverfull and Xian Xiaoming, both white knights. Super popular. Kai's eyes widened. Xian Xiaoming's flexibility was mesmerizing. And Momo Neverfull? That ass was unreal, even by Western standards. She was a knockout. Zhao Yuan, the woman cooed, draping herself over him. Buy White Knight and make me a star. Fine, fine. Whatever you want. Kai's mind raced. He never expected that punk Ye Bai to be sitting on a golden goose like White Knight. Forget the company's value. Those 4 influencers alone were worth coveting. Immediately, he called the raspy voice back. Get White Knight Media too. Handle it personally. If Ye Bai refuses, smash his fingers one by one. Kai Xiaoyuan should be grateful Ye Bai had already left. Had he heard these words, Ye Bai wouldn't have waited for Kai Baozi to deal with him. He'd have sent Kai to the afterlife on the spot. Jinhu Commercial Street. Ye Bai reappeared from invisibility inside a restroom stall and strode out boldly. This trip to Jinhu turned out to be quite interesting. He had originally planned to beat Kai Xiaoyuan into a vegetative state, but instead, he stumbled upon the man's affair with Kai Baozi's woman. Wonder what expression Kai Baozi will make when he sees this video? Ye Bai could hardly wait. Now, there was no need for him to lift a finger against Kai Xiaoyuan. Once Kai Baozi watched the footage, he'd undoubtedly beat the man to a pulp. Ye Bai decided to package the video as an MMS and send it directly to Kai Baozi. His memory was astonishingly sharp now. Any memory from his past life would resurface with a mere thought. Naturally, he remembered the phone numbers of his former enemies. But it was currently 2013, and he wasn't sure if Kai Baozi was still using the same number from later years. After a brief hesitation, Ye Bai dialed the number using a burner SIM card. After a few rings, the call connected, and a deep male voice answered, Hello? Who's this? Ye Bai recognized that voice instantly. This was Kai Baozi, no doubt. Without a word, he hung up, then sent the video. Provincial city. Inside an antique-styled mansion, Kai Baozi, a man who commanded fear and respect in Taohu City, sat stiffly on the sofa, back rigid, perched only on the edge of the seat. Even though he was alone in the room, his phone rang. When he picked up, no one spoke. Then the call abruptly ended. What kind of bastard calls and then just hangs up? Kai Baozi cursed under his breath. Beep, beep, the incoming message tone pinged. Just as Kai Baozi pulled out his phone to check, the door swung open. Immediately, he stood and stuffed the phone back into his pocket. A stout man and a gaunt one walked in. The shorter, plump man up front had a jovial, Buddha-like smile. The other was rail-thin, his face taut with severity. Had Ye Bai been here, he would have instantly recognized them. These were the two men who had met with Qin Yu in Taohu City, acting on behalf of the provincial VIP. Where is the VIP? Kai Baozi asked cautiously. The gaunt man's eyes narrowed. What status do you have that the VIP would deign to meet you in person? Right, of course. Kai Baozi bobbed his head in deference. The stout man, standing on his tiptoes, gave Kai Baozi an amicable pat on the shoulder. No need to be so tense. From now on, we're all working under the VIP. We're on the same side. Kai Baozi flushed with excitement. He understood perfectly. His new master had accepted him. Accepted this old dog into his service. To the public, Taohu City's underworld operated under a three-way balance of power, with Kai Baozi even slightly eclipsing Qin Yu's influence. But 2 months ago, Kai Baozi's political protector had abruptly fallen from grace, dragging his own status down with him. Countless factions had begun circling like vultures, eager to tear chunks from the crumbling Kai conglomerate. Yet, by sheer luck, Qin Yu had suddenly collapsed. Not only that, but critical evidence had somehow fallen into Chen Jingbin's hands, costing the VIP quite a loss. Now, with this new backer, the Kai Empire would stabilize once more. Of course, Kai Baozi knew the truth. The VIP wanted to use him as a pawn, a watchdog stationed in Taohu City to keep Chen Jingbin in check. Embracing the role, Kai Baozi fawned. From now on, I am the VIP's hound. Whoever he points at, I'll bite. Oh, Boss Kai, no need to put it so crudely. The stout man chuckled. Calling yourself a dog makes it sound like we're no better. But the VIP does have a task for you. Name it. Chen Jingbin has repeatedly disrespected the VIP, yet his position is delicate. The VIP can't move against him openly. The stout man's smile faded as he drew a finger across his throat. But his actions must not go unanswered. Your first task is to deal with Chen Jingbin's daughter. Understood. I'll take care of it, Kai Baozi promised swiftly. Half a month from now, Chen Sini will attend a piano competition in the provincial capital. Arrange for someone to eliminate her en route. The gaunt man added coldly, this isn't just your first assignment for the VIP. It's your pledge of loyalty. Send men you trust. Once done, silence them.
No traces.
No links back to you or to the VIP.
Kai Baozi not that confident.
Don't worry. I've handled bloodier jobs than this. Leaving the mansion, Kai Baozi brimmed with exhilaration, as if a path to boundless power had unfurled before him. Then he remembered the unread text. He pulled out his phone, only for his eyes to bulge in shock when the footage loaded. That little bastard. That bitch. After all I've done for her. Fury surged through him, nearly choking him with the acidic tang of blood in his throat. Whenever he came to the provincial capital, Kai Baozi typically indulged in nightclubs, networking with old acquaintances along the way. But now, entertainment was the last thing on his mind. He barked at his chauffeur and sped back to Taohu City overnight. Returning to his Jinhu Heights residence, Kai Baozi's face darkened further. His first instinct was to dismiss the driver. After all, a family's shame should never leave the house. But then it occurred to him, what if I confront them and that bastard fights back? I'm too old to take him alone. Instead, he ordered the driver to call for reinforcements. Loyal men, tight-lipped and reliable. Within minutes, 5 or 6 burly enforcers arrived. Had Ye Bai been present, he would have recognized the bulliest among them, the same burly man who had been caught in the mall restroom with the cross-dressing queen. A group of men, gripping clubs in their hands, followed Kai Baozi upstairs with menacing energy. When they reached the second floor, the door to Kai Zhaoyuan's room was slightly ajar, the inside dark and silent. Kai Baozi kicked the door open and flipped on the light. Though he had braced himself mentally, the sight before him still made his eyes nearly burst with fury. His emotions were a tangled mess. Rage, humiliation, and grief all churning inside him. On the bed, Kai Zhaoyuan and a woman were wrapped around each other, fast asleep. Startled awake by the intrusion, their faces paled when they saw Kai Baozi, his face flushed with anger. "Brother Baozi, it's not what you think. You have to believe me. Zhaoyuan forced me," the woman cried. "You filthy bitch. You seduced me." Kai Zhaoyuan spat back. Kai Baozi roared, "Pin this bastard down." Two burly men stepped forward. Kai Zhaoyuan tried to flee, but he was no match for them. Naked, he was wrestled to the ground. Kai Baozi swung his club down hard on Kai Zhaoyuan's arm. A sharp crack echoed as the wrist bone shattered. Kai Zhaoyuan howled in agony, writhing in pain. But Kai Baozi's fury was far from spent. He wanted nothing more than to gut the bastard right then and there. Yet Kai Zhaoyuan was still his. He forced himself to suppress the murderous impulse. But the rage in Kai Baozi's heart still burned. Then, his gaze fell on one of his men, who was eyeing Kai Zhaoyuan's bare backside with sudden interest. Perfect idea struck him. "You sick bastard, daring to touch any woman you please? Today, I'll let you find out what it's like to get fucked." He pointed at the burly man. "You, do it. Me." The man was stunned. "That's right. And listen well. If you don't put this little shit in the hospital today, I'll put you there." Kai Baozi snarled, hefting his club threateningly. The man glanced at the weapon, tempted to joke, "Boss, is this supposed to be a reward?" But under Kai Baozi's murderous glare, he wisely kept his mouth shut.
Moments later.
A blood-curdling scream tore through the villa, earth-shattering. Kai Zhaoyuan writhed in agony, his face contorted with a mix of despair and torment. But gradually, the pain faded. Then the despair vanished too. In the end, even Kai Baozi was stunned by the scene before him, a chill crawling down his spine. He had only meant to teach Kai Zhaoyuan an unforgettable lesson. But how could things have escalated like this? "You fucking beast. You've humiliated me beyond measure." Fury and bitter regret surged through Kai Baozi. With a vicious kick, he sent the burly enforcer stumbling back and roared, "If this worthless piece of trash refuses to repent, switch to the other one. I refuse to believe this isn't effective." Terror flooded Kai Zhaoyuan's eyes. He struggled violently, but it was futile. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream tore from his throat before he collapsed, unconscious. Kai Baozi sneered, "Continue." And so, Kai Zhaoyuan awoke, only to shriek and pass out again. The cycle repeated. Watching the grotesque and brutal spectacle, Kai Baozi finally felt some of his rage subside. His gaze then shifted to the woman cowering in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. Truthfully, when he'd first returned and witnessed that scene, he'd nearly ordered his men to deal with her. Yet this woman had been with him for nearly a decade. Of all his mistresses, she was the one he'd brought home, his favorite, his most cherished, his property. No one else could touch her. Then came the thought of drowning her in Taojiang River. But he couldn't bring himself to kill her, nor did she deserve such an easy end. A flash of inspiration struck. A perfect solution. One that would vent his fury without taking her life, while branding the lesson into her bones. With a wave, Kai Baozi stopped the enforcer. "Enough! Take that animal to the hospital." Once the order was given, he seized the woman by her hair, ignoring her sobbed pleas, and dragged her upstairs. Soon, screams and enraged bellows echoed from above. "You slut! Common filth! Daring to betray me! Daring to cuckold me! You love being fucked, don't you? Happy now?" The harrowing sounds from upstairs sent shivers down the spines of everyone below. None had imagined their usually approachable brother Baozi could be so vicious. Brutalizing Zhao Yuan was one thing, but to unleash such cruelty on his own woman? The hired muscle exchanged uneasy glances before carrying Kai Zhaoyuan off to the hospital. Taojiang City Central Hospital. Emergency operating room. An indeterminable time later, the in-surgery light finally flickered off. The colorectal surgeon, summoned urgently for the case, stepped out, shaking his head at his assistant. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Do young people in Taojiang always play this rough? In my 30 years of practice, I've rarely seen anything like this. For a second, I thought I'd been transported to some fetish freak's dungeon. Kai Baozi's men had long since left. Only Kai Zhaoyuan's lackeys now waited outside, clueless about the details. Just that their brother Yuan had been injured. The surgeon's words hinted at the nature of the ordeal. Instinctively, they clenched their buttocks, revolted. A few baby-faced, bleached-haired underlings paled. What if brother Yuan demanded their service someday? Moments later, Kai Zhaoyuan was wheeled out, face down on the gurney. The anesthesia was wearing off. His brows furrowed, his complexion corpse-pale, his entire being drained. Yet beneath the agony, if one looked closely, brother Yuan, you okay? Yuan Ji. The lackeys swarmed the bed as they pushed him toward the ward. How the hell did this happen? The head underling pressed. Kai Zhaoyuan said nothing, only sucking in sharp breaths. Pain and pleasure aside, today was the most humiliating day of his life. A shadow fell over his eyes. The seed of hatred took root, ruptured forth, and grew into a towering tree. Since childhood, Kai Zhaoyuan had feared Kai Baozi. Mistakes meant brutal discipline, slaps, belts, 7 wolves, leather straps. But fear had never curdled into hatred until now. For the first time, a new thought crystallized. He would usurp the Kai Empire. His expression darkened as historical parallels surfaced. Emperor Yang of Sui, Li Shimin of Tang. The underling hesitated. Brother Yuan, given your state, should we postpone the Ye Bai matter? No. Kai Zhaoyuan's voice was steel. Proceed as planned. To stage a coup he needed strength. Devouring the fat prize that was Ye Bai would double his power overnight. Meanwhile, Riverside Mansion, Unit 2702. Ye Bai pushed open the door to find an easel in the living room. Upon it, an oil painting. A sunset-kissed beach, 2 figures entwined in embrace. The subjects? Himself and Yukiko. In his past life, Ye Bai had known of Yukiko's artistic talent. A fine arts major in Japan. Her dream had once been global renown as a painter. But with the Rahara family's legacy resting on her and her sister's shoulders, sacrifices were inevitable. To free her sister for her dreams, Yukiko abandoned art and mastered the thief's craft instead. Ye Bai's gaze drifted to the sofa, where Yukiko lay asleep in a barely there tank top and booty shorts. That sculpted waist, those sinful curves, the fierce dragon tattoo twisting down her back only heightened her allure, feral yet intoxicating. Ye Bai crept behind her. Instantly, Yukiko stirred, eyes fluttering open. Wai-sama, you're back. Her voice was honeyed, gaze liquid with desire. Allow Yukiko to serve you. Hours later, flushed and breathless, she whispered, Ye-sama, I want to. With you. Ye Bai stiffened. That kind? But last time you couldn't. It's fine, she murmured, pressing closer. Yukiko exists for your pleasure. Hurt me. Use me. Just don't hold back. Ye Bai felt something was off. Tonight, Yukiko was more frenzied and passionate than ever before. It was as if she was treating this as their last time together. Much later, the two embraced on the sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Tear stains still lingered at the corners of Yukiko's eyes as she curled up in Ye Bai's arms. Her back turned to him, finding a comfortable position before settling in. Then they quietly watched the river view outside together. The sky was dotted with stars, and the river reflected a crescent moon. Ye Bai sensed Yukiko's unusual mood and asked softly, "Yukiko, is something on your mind?" After a brief silence, Yukiko replied, "Mr. Yi, a casino in Macau has invited me to oversee their operations. They're offering 5 million patakas a year. And I've accepted." 5 million patakas, equivalent to over 20 million yuan, was an incredibly generous offer. But Ye Bai didn't want to let go of this woman who had always been devoted to him, willing to give him everything. "Miss Yukiko, can you not go? I'll take care of you."
No.
Yukiko shook her head. Yukiko doesn't want to be a caged canary. She wants to prove her worth. Besides, if she keeps relying on you, letting you support her forever, you'll grow tired of her one day. Yukiko wants to be your strength, not your burden. Ye Bai wanted to say more, but Yukiko gently pressed a finger to his lips. "Mr. Yi, Yukiko has dreams she wants to fulfill too." With that, she got up and picked up an opened envelope from the table, unfolding its contents. Macau University, Fine Arts Graduate Program, Admission Letter. Ye Bai was stunned. Macau University was a globally renowned institution. He knew Yukiko had a talent for painting, but he never expected her to have quietly secured a spot in their graduate program. He couldn't help but admire her academic prowess. Even though he now possessed an eidetic memory, he had developed a habit of dozing off the moment he opened a textbook. Yukiko can work in Macau to earn money while studying to improve herself. "Mr. Yi, you're becoming more and more outstanding. Yukiko wants to keep up with you, to be a woman who truly deserves you." Her eyes were filled with tenderness.
Ye Bai sikhet.
He wasn't a selfish man. If Yukiko wanted to realize her own value, he wouldn't stop her. "Miss Yukiko, I'll miss you." "Mr. Yi, Yukiko will miss you too. But don't worry, Yukiko can't leave you anymore." She clung to him like an octopus, wrapping her arms tightly around him. "Yukiko will come back every month to serve you." Morning. Shin Mengyao woke up early and met up with Big Tank. After grabbing breakfast at the central square, they headed to Longting Tower. Today was Shin Mengyao's interview day, and Big Tank, eager to become her assistant and ride her coattails to success, naturally tagged along. They stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 18th floor. Just before the doors closed, an elegant woman walked in. She wore a figure-hugging dress and high heels, accentuating her curves. Shin Mengyao's eyes lit up as she cautiously approached. "Are you Sister Xia Shatsi?" Sui Sha turned to her with a polite smile. "Here for the interview?" Shin Mengyao nodded eagerly, then pulled out her phone. "Sister Shatsi, I'm such a huge fan. Can we take a photo together?" "Of course." Xia Shatsi agreed. Shin Mengyao raised her phone for the shot. To be fair, Shin Mengyao was quite attractive. Though she couldn't match Xia Shatsi's mature charm, her fresh-faced beauty still made her a standout. Big Tank, seeing the photo op, squeezed into the frame with a toothy grin. "Sister Shatsi." The elegant moment between the two women was instantly ruined by the intrusion of the human-shaped wrecking ball. Shin Mengyao's brow twitched. She subtly angled her phone to exclude Big Tank's unfortunate face and snapped the picture. Soon, the elevator reached the 18th floor. It was peak office hours, with employees constantly coming and going. Bay Media had grown significantly, now boasting over 100 staff members. They had recruited numerous video creators and streamers, all stunningly attractive. Every employee who spotted Sui Sha stopped to greet her respectfully. "Good morning, Sister Sha." By now, everyone at Bay Media knew Sui Sha wasn't just a top-tier internet celebrity and one of the company's flagship talents. She was also the chairman's woman, often filming special content with him in the office. As Shin Mengyao watched the radiant Sui Sha, her eyes shone not just with envy, but with a confident, "I could replace her" glint. Since Big Tank hadn't been invited to the interview, she had to wait on the terrace. Shin Mengyao entered the conference room to find it already filled with other applicants, all beautiful women. But after a quick scan, she lifted her chin proudly. She was the most dazzling one here, that girl with the big chest. Not as young or smooth-skinned. The one taller than her? Not as curvy in the right places. The one with a better figure. Not as long-legged. This was the confidence of a true fairy, always playing to her strengths. Soon, the interviewers arrived. With the company now brimming with talent, and Aunt Qin no longer handled initial screenings, delegating the task to HR and the operations manager. Unsurprisingly, with her looks, Shun Mengyao breezed through the first round. Next was the second round, talent showcase. Shun Mengyao sang Blue and White Porcelain. Her voice was pleasant, and she stayed perfectly in tune. The operations manager whispered, "This girl's got potential. Good image, nice vibe. She could be groomed as a singing streamer." HR nodded in agreement. Definitely fits the fresh, youthful aesthetic Chairman Yi wants. With that, Shun Mengyao passed the second round. Only one hurdle remained. Approval from the general manager, and Aunt Qin. Those who were eliminated left dejected, while the remaining candidates waited nervously. Finally, the conference room door opened. In walked a young man in a suit short, barely 160 centimeters, with a pimply face and a slightly pudgy build, resembling a discount version of Wu Delong. Shun Mengyao locked eyes with him. Both froze. Her eyes widened in shock. Of course she recognized him. Back when Ye Bai was her devoted simp, his lackeys had suffered plenty, forced to suck up to her. And Aunt Qin, one of Ye Bai's 3 right-hand men, had interacted with her often. Why is he here? A horrifying thought struck her. Was Aunt Qin the general manager of Bay Media? No way. Aunt Qin was just Ye Bai's sidekick, a second-year college student. There was no way he could hold such a position. Shun Mengyao had just dismissed the thought when she noticed the interviewers all standing up respectfully to greet Aunt Qin. "President and I." And Aunt Qin snapped out of his thoughts and nodded expressionlessly. "Are these all the candidates for the final round today?" "Yes." The operations manager handed him a stack of resumes. And Aunt Qin took them, sat in the main seat, and began reviewing them. Meanwhile, Shun Mengyao was completely stunned. She was utterly shocked. And Aunt Qin's appearance was below average even among ordinary people. So in Shun Mengyao's eyes, he was just a symbol, the ugly underling of her once devoted admirer, Ye Bai. She had never paid this loser any attention. Yet now, here he was, the general manager of a company worth hundreds of millions, while she was just another applicant hoping to get hired. How is this fair? At the same time, an even more unbelievable thought struck her, sending a shiver down her spine. Could Ye Bai actually be the chairman of Bay Media? After all, Bay reversed was Ye Bai. Connecting the dots, the sudden deposit of 580,000 yuan in Ye Bai's account, his newly acquired Mercedes-Benz, was that car not rented just to flex, but actually bought with the money he made from founding Bay? For a billionaire chairman, buying $1 million car was as easy as an average person buying a handbag, wasn't it? Recalling Ye Bai's recent coldness toward her, at first, Lu Hui had speculated that he was playing hard to get, distancing himself to make her realize his importance. Shun Mengyao had believed that too at the time, but gradually, she sensed something off. No one played hard to get like this. She suspected that he might genuinely have lost interest in her. To be fair, while Shun Mengyao considered herself a top-tier beauty, even she had to admit that compared to someone like Xiao Shatzi, an absolute bombshell, she paled in comparison when it came to sex appeal. And beauties like Xiao Shatzi? Bay Media had 9 of them. Wait, no, 4. Alongside Xiao Shatzi, there were Wang Ziki, Xian Xiaoming, and Momo Chibubo. Surrounded by so many stunning women, it was only natural for Ye Bai's feelings to change. Ugh, what a scumbag. He swore over and over that he'd only ever love me, that he'd marry no one else. And yet it hasn't even been 2.5 years, and he's already moved on. For some reason, an inexplicable rage burned inside Shun Mengyao. She felt as though something that belonged to her had been snatched away. And Aunt Qin had initially wondered if he'd mistaken Shun Mengyao for someone else. Maybe this girl just resembled her. But after verifying the resume, he gave up any hope of that. He rubbed his temples, annoyed. Truthfully, he couldn't stand Shun Mengyao. But since his sworn brother Ye Bai had been obsessed with her, he'd kept his mouth shut. When Ye Bai finally gave up on her, and Xian had wanted to pop champagne and set off fireworks in celebration. Not only was Brother Bai free from being her lapdog, but the rest of them could finally escape that nightmare too. He'd thought he'd never have to deal with this gold-digging bitch again. Yet here she was, applying for a job at his company. Part of him wanted to kick her out on the spot and humiliate her. But he hesitated. What if Brother Bai still had lingering feelings? What if he disapproved? Maybe I should hire her first, then torture her slowly to avenge Brother Bai? But what if Ye Bai got angry afterward? Even though he'd handed most of the company's management to an Xian, hiring Shen Mengyao was bold. Then inspiration struck. A vicious idea formed in his mind. He immediately pulled out his phone and texted Ye Bai. Bro, a classmate just told me Shen Mengyao got into a car crash last night. She's in the ER right now. Should we go check on her? Ye Bai responded quickly. What's her life or death got to do with us? Perfect. And Xian slammed the table in excitement. Good Brother Bai really had no lingering attachment. As expected of a man destined for greatness. He knew when to hold on and when to let go. Actually, Brother Bai, I was just testing if you still cared about her. I lied to you. Kowtow's violently.jpg. I'm sorry, bro. I'll kowtow as punishment. Don't be mad. I don't know if you resent her, but personally, I loathe this woman. I want to hire her just so I can torment her and vent my anger. Can I? Do whatever. Don't bother me with petty stuff like this. Got it, Brother Bai. Just one last question. If you slept with her, would you fall for her again? I'd never touch a woman like that. She's not worthy. Good, good, good. Now he knew exactly how to proceed. And Xian's excitement grew as his twisted plan solidified. He decided he'd help Brother Bai break Shen Mengyao. Mentally destroy her until she became nothing more than a plaything for Ye Bai's amusement before being discarded like trash. Cackling like a villain from a dark cult, and Xian reveled in the fantasy. The thought alone filled him with vicious satisfaction. This bitch deserves every second of it. He set down the resumes and nodded approvingly. Not bad. This batch of candidates is quite promising. Then he stood up and flashed the nervous applicants a smile. One that somehow radiated malice. Congratulations, you're all hired. Welcome to Bay Media. Let's work together for a bright future. With that, he began clapping. The interviewers followed suit, erupting into thunderous applause. The newly hired women exchanged glances before breaking into excited smiles. But Shen Mengyao, after locking eyes with Xian's grinning face, felt an inexplicable chill crawl down her spine. She shuddered. The interview ended, and department leaders came to collect the new hires, assigning them their workstations. Shen Mengyao, right? Wait here. Come to my office. I have something to say to you. And Xian issued the order with an expressionless face. Noticing some of the new hires giving him strange looks, and Xian immediately understood. They thought he had taken a liking to Shen Mengyao and was planning to exploit his position for personal gain. And Xian panicked. Shen Mengyao was Brother Bai's future slave. How could he possibly get involved in any scandal with Brother Bai's property? And Xian quickly asked, Is Zhang Lingnan here? The operations manager nodded. I just saw Brother Nan cleaning the windows. Though Zhang Lingnan held no official position in the company and usually just mopped floors or wiped tables, the operations manager knew he was one of the company's shareholders and one of Chairman Ye's most trusted brothers. That was why the operations manager always addressed him respectfully as Brother Nan. Good. Bring Zhang Lingnan to my office too. Oh, and Huang Yali from the front desk. Call her in as well. Huang Yali was a senior at Taojiang University, interning at Bay Media. She also knew about the history between Ye Bai and Shen Mengyao, so Xian decided to include her. Sure enough, after hearing that the general manager had summoned so many people to his office, the new hires retracted their suspicious glances. Soon, the four of them gathered in Xian's office. Zhang Lingnan and Huang Yali were stunned when they saw Shen Mengyao. Zhang Lingnan kept shooting questioning looks at Xian, wondering what was going on. If Shen Mengyao had run into Xian on campus, she would have held her head high, chin up, refusing to spare him even a glance. But now, She stood in a lavish office, facing a man seated in an executive chair, the company's general manager. While she was just a new hire on her first day, still dreaming of becoming an internet celebrity. So Shen Mengyao didn't dare treat An Xian the way she used to. After all, she was a self-absorbed princess, not an idiot. Ye Bai no longer liked her. She was no longer their big sister-in-law, and now she was working under them. How could she afford to act arrogantly? An Xian lit a cigar, took a slow drag, swirled the smoke in his mouth, and exhaled gently. Shen Mengyao, do you know how much wealth Brother Bai has now? No. Shen Mengyao shook her head. An Xian smirked. You must have guessed by now, Brother Bai is the chairman of Bay Media. Besides this company, which is worth over 100 million, he owns 3 buildings near Rainbow Bridge, with a combined value close to another 100 million. He also has a property in Taojiang Mansion and a Mercedes S600 worth over 3 million. And then there's Supreme Emperor KTV, you've probably heard of it, right? One of the top entertainment venues in Taojiang City. That's also Brother Bai's asset now, Zhang Lingnan added. And Xian nodded. Right, I almost forgot. Even the building housing Supreme Emperor KTV belongs to Brother Bai. Shen Mengyao's pupils trembled, her cherry lips parting slightly, wide enough to fit a pair of large eggs. She knew Ye Bai was doing well, but she never imagined he was this successful. Just how much wealth did he have? And Xian was pleased with her reaction, his lips curling. You all thought Brother Bai was just some poor kid from the countryside, but how could ants ever comprehend the might of a dragon? Brother Bai's true status is beyond what ordinary people like you can fathom. Zhang Lingnan scratched his head in confusion. Huh? Didn't Brother Bai say his parents were just farmers running an orchard? Could it be Brother Bai was actually some ultra-rich second-generation heir? Or maybe, like in those novels, the successor of a powerful family? Even Zhang Lingnan was nearly fooled by An Xian's words, let alone Shen Mengyao. Her pupils trembled again. An Xian chuckled. Originally, Brother Bai pretended to be poor at school because he wanted to find true love, someone who didn't care about his status. Unfortunately, he didn't find it, so he stopped pretending. Using his family's allowance, he bought up all these assets in Taojiang City and casually founded Bay Media, just for fun, turning a few pretty girls into internet celebrities. Shen Mengyao's heart churned with mixed emotions, regret flooding her mind. If she hadn't looked down on him, if she had agreed to be Ye Bai's girlfriend, would she be the one living in a mansion driving luxury cars now? Would she be the one being groomed into a famous influencer? Would she be the one marrying into wealth, becoming a rich man's wife? And Xian continued, Shen Mengyao, I'm telling you all this not to show off, but to make one thing clear. Times have changed. Brother Bai has no feelings for you anymore, so I hope you understand your place in this company. To be blunt, yes, you're pretty, but that's it. There are plenty of women here more beautiful than you, and every single one of them would jump at the chance to climb into Brother Bai's bed. If you don't like what I'm saying, feel free to walk out, turn left, and take the elevator straight down. But if you want to become a big-name influencer, drop that arrogant attitude, go out there, and complete your onboarding like everyone else. Worried the princess might storm off in a huff, and Xian added, I suggest you pick the second option. Brother Bai's influence is far beyond what you can imagine. He could easily make someone like Wang Ziki or Xiao Shatzi famous overnight. Shen Mengyao stood silently for a long moment. Just as An Xian thought she was about to slam the door and leave, she nodded. Understood, manager, and I'll go complete the onboarding now. Truthfully, Shen Mengyao was furious. What self-respecting princess enjoys hearing harsh truths? But regardless of how much of An Xian's words were true, she knew one thing for sure. Ye Bai was now a billionaire, a man truly worthy of her. I refuse to believe Ye Bai doesn't still have feelings for me. Deep down, he must still care. And even if he really doesn't anymore, so what? If he fell for me once, he can fall for me again. Just wait and see. I will become the mistress of Bai Yi. Once she became Ye Bai's woman, would that so-called general manager, An Xian, dare to act so arrogantly in front of her? By then, She'd be driving luxury cars, living in a mansion, and filling her home with designer goods. Everyone who saw her would bow their heads respectfully and call her Madam. Ye Bai arrived at the company, entered his office, and opened his computer to review the performance data of the influencers under his management. He knew Shin Mengyao had joined the company, but he couldn't care less. The moment he realized he had been a fool in his past life, he had completely given up on that woman. In Ye Bai's eyes, Shin Mengyao was actually quite pitiful. In their previous life, that rich playboy had been two-timing, already having a girlfriend while cheating with her. Yet, after finding out she was the other woman, Shin Mengyao didn't immediately break up with him. Rumor had it she eventually extorted a hefty sum from him before fleeing to the US. In her mind, men were nothing more than tools for women to exploit. She didn't love anyone, only herself. As for that rich idiot, he was an even bigger clown. After dating Shin Mengyao for 2.5 years, he never even got to sleep with her, lost a fortune, and ended up writing a bitter rant on Weibo, calling her a gold-digging whore. He even claimed she must be frigid or a lesbian since she seemed incapable of any genuine affection toward men. Knock, knock. The office door was tapped. Come in. Ye Bai looked up to see Su Isha walk in. Today, she was wearing a light pink bodycon dress that accentuated her alluring curves. Chairman Yi, you haven't been to the company in days. I was hoping to film a video with you. Su Isha said, her cheeks flushed. Is it really about filming a video? Ye Bai almost wanted to call her out but held back. Still, helping Su Isha with her videos was something he enjoyed. Just as he picked up the camera, his phone rang. Seeing it was his mother calling, he answered. Hey Mom. Xiao Bai. Tomorrow's your birthday. I've transferred you 300 yuan. Take Aunt Qin Yu and Shi Yan out for a nice meal. Tomorrow's my birthday? Ye Bai was momentarily stunned. He checked the date, June 18th on the solar calendar, the 11th day of the 5th lunar month. It really was his birthday. Mom, you don't need to send me money. Your son's doing well now. You and Dad can retire and relax. Li Qin laughed and scolded. You little rascal, always joking. You've got money? Where'd you get it? Just stop getting into fights, that's all we ask. If your dad and I retire, who's going to earn money to build you a house and get you a wife? Ye Bai felt warmth in his heart at his mother's words. Since she didn't believe him, he didn't push the issue. But he had a plan. Summer break is coming up. Once it starts, I'll hire a construction team to build my parents a villa back home. Then I'll buy Dad a luxury car to drive around. What's the point of wealth if you don't flaunt it in your hometown? Ye Bai had no interest in pretending to be poor when he was actually rich. Beside him, Su Isha listened to his conversation with his mother, her eyes shimmering with thought. Chairman Ye's birthday is tomorrow? She began to ponder. I owe everything I have today to Chairman Ye's support. Without his kindness, I'd still be a struggling student who couldn't even afford an extra sausage on my jianbing. A person should know how to repay kindness. I must give Chairman Yi a proper thank you. Su Isha decided to prepare a very special gift for Ye Bai. Su Isha pressed her hands against the floor-to-ceiling window, her figure forming an alluring curve. She suddenly glanced back, revealing a coy, shy smile, pure yet seductive. Perfect. That's exactly the feel I want. Ye Bai held the camera, capturing her from every angle. Su Isha was truly unbelievable. She was still a college student, yet somehow radiated the allure of a young married woman. Ye Bai, experienced as he was, could tell at a glance that she was still untouched. Yet she had a natural instinct for this kind of work, effortlessly seductive with every glance and smile. When Su Isha first joined, she had been a bit awkward, but under Ye Bai's guidance, her on-camera presence improved rapidly. That certain charm in her demeanor had grown sharper. Of course, she couldn't do it entirely on her own. Every shoot still required Ye Bai's help. Moreover, Ye Bai realized that this version of Isha, her state, beauty, and figure, surpassed the peak of her previous life's fame, and by no small margin. It almost made him wonder if Su Isha and the once famous Xiao Shatzi were even the same person. This one was definitely an upgraded edition. Good next pose. Toss your hair. Adjust your glasses. Turn around. Hips first. No, not like that, too stiff. What's wrong? Your energy's off again.
Ye Bai stepped closer.
Suisha's delicate face flushed pink. Her lips pressed together in anticipation. The way she looked at him practically shimmered with unspoken longing. Yes, that expression exactly. If you've read the comments on Weibo and Bilibili, you'd know your fans adore this little look of yours. Satisfied, Ye Bai kept filming. Suisha might have been fully focused on work today, but all the while, she was studying Ye Bai's reactions. President Ye seems to enjoy filming me just as much as I do. And by filming, she didn't just mean with a camera. President Yi shares the same tastes as me. Her thoughts swirled. Suddenly, she realized exactly what birthday gift to give him. This time, she would repay him properly, every bit of gratitude he deserved. Shen Mengyao stepped out of the office after completing her paperwork with HR. Though she, too, had deep ties to Ye Bai in Xian Xian's eyes, she was nothing more than a mere plaything. No, a slave to Brother Bai. As such, she had no right to luxuries like private offices. Unlike Suisha and Xian Yu, she was relegated to the shared workspace, squeezed in among the other new recruits. Taking her seat, Shen Mengyao glanced at those starry-eyed new hires dreaming of bright futures and sneered internally. These people are nothing but wage slaves working for me and Ye Bai. We're not even on the same level. Sure, she was sitting here now, but it wouldn't be long before she had her own lavishly decorated boss lady office. Until then, I just need to prove my worth to Ye Bai. Sinking into her work, she opened her laptop and began reading the employee handbook. She was so absorbed that she didn't notice her phone buzzing relentlessly, until much later, when she finally checked and saw that Big Tank had spammed her with over 100 messages and dozens of missed calls. Shen Mengyao finally remembered her bestie was still chilling, quite literally, on the company rooftop, waiting for her. So inconsiderate. I was working. Couldn't she just leave if she couldn't reach me? Irritated, she lazily made her way downstairs during lunch break, bought an iced coffee, sat in a cafe flipping through a fashion magazine, and sipped leisurely. A full half-hour later, coffee finished, she finally headed to the rooftop. The moment she pushed open the glass door, a gust of wind nearly knocked her back. The rooftop was freezing, the howling gale sending Big Tank shivering at the table. Just then, Big Tank sneezed, a trail of green snot dangling from her nostril before she slurped it back in. Shen Mengyao's nose wrinkled in disgust. Big Tank whined, "Mengyao, what took you so?" "Hui hui." Shen Mengyao cut her off with a sorrowful sigh. "It's over." "Huh? Did you fail the interview?" Big Tank's heart sank. She'd pinned all her hopes on becoming Shen Mengyao's assistant someday, riding her coattails to fame and luxury. If not for the money, who would have bothered waking up early to accompany her to an interview? Who'd wait around on a windy rooftop, freezing their ass off? Useless. Pretty face but can't even pass an interview. Still, Big Tank swallowed her anger. Shen Mengyao was still her golden goose. Slamming the table, she roared, "Bay Media has no taste. Screw them. We'll make our own videos." Sick of her theatrics, Shen Mengyao cut to the chase. "Hui hui, listen. Good news first, I did pass. Just finished the onboarding." Big Tank's jaw dropped. "But," Shen Mengyao continued, voice laced with frustration, "the bad news is, I tried convincing the manager to hire you as my assistant, and got chewed out instead." She layered grief and indignation thick in her tone. Big Tank blinked. "Huh. But don't worry." Shen Mengyao beamed, already spinning fantasies. "Once I'm a huge influencer with real clout, the first thing I'll do is bring you in as my assistant." Big Tank's irritation softened. Makes sense. She's just a rookie now. Of course they won't indulge her every whim. But once she's famous, humph, with a word, I'll waltz into Bay with a 6-figure salary. Smiling, Big Tank played the martyr. "It's okay, Mengyao. As long as you made it, don't worry about me. Just focus on doing your best." Shen Mengyao nodded sweetly, while internally rolling her eyes. Who'd ever want an ugly, obese clown like you as an assistant? Worse, Big Tank lacked any self-awareness, always photobombing whenever she posed with Isha, ruining every shot. Shin Mengyao had long despised her, but at school, she needed a sycophant. Maintaining her pure fairy image meant certain harsh truths had to be voiced by proxy. She wasn't stupid. She knew Big Tank constantly exaggerated Ye Bai's faults, and worse, acted disrespectfully toward him just because she was Shun Mengyao's bestie. Back then, it didn't matter. Ye Bai had just been a pathetic simp in her eyes. But now, things were different. If she wanted Ye Bai to fall for her again, keeping this trash around would ruin everything. Step 1 of marrying into wealth. Remove everything Ye Bai dislikes from my life. As Ye Bai was leaving work, he received a call from Wang Wenjing. Wang Wenjing had been diligently filming videos with her grandmother in the suburbs every day to repay Ye Bai. She had no personal space or leisure activities and hadn't been to the city in a long time. Ye Bai hadn't seen his childhood friend in ages either. Ye Bai Wang Wenjing's voice was sweet and coquettish, like a little girl acting spoiled.
Ye Bai should.
Please, stop with the baby voice. I can't take it. Wang Wenjing immediately got annoyed. Screw you. You don't know what's good for you. Plenty of guys would kill to hear me talk like this, but I wouldn't even bother.
Ye Bai relayed.
There we go. That's the real Wenjing I know. Who are you calling little? Who's little? I'll make you feel my 36D chest next time. Wang Wenjing huffed indignantly. Ye Bai rubbed his temples. All right, Wenjing, what's up? Why the call? Wang Wenjing hummed. I want to take a day off tomorrow. Wondering if you, my heartless capitalist boss, will approve. Something this small, you don't need my permission. You're a huge internet celebrity now with millions of fans. Companies are lining up to poach you. I should be treating you like royalty. Who am I to restrict your freedom?
Ye Bai yok et.
Wang Wenjing fell silent for a moment. Though she was indeed famous now, adored by countless fans, she hadn't let it get to her head. She knew exactly who she owed her success to. If not for Ye Bai, she'd still be working under the table in the antique market, enduring harassment from sleazy old men. Her mother would still be suffering in the hospital, possibly dead by now from lack of surgery funds. More than once, Wang Wenjing had sworn in the dead of night. Ye Bai had changed her fate, and she would follow him for life. She was his in life, his in death. She'd even be willing to repay him with her body. Softly, she said, "Tomorrow's your birthday. I want to come back to the city to celebrate with you." Ye Bai was taken aback. How did you know? Wang Wenjing chuckled smugly. Didn't expect that, huh? I bribed Denai Xian ages ago for insider info. She had asked Denai Xian about Ye Bai's birthday the very day she joined Bai. Back then, she wasn't famous yet. Struggling financially, her mother hospitalized, and even borrowing an advance of 100,000 yuan from Ye Bai. Too poor to afford an expensive gift, she spent 3 days brainstorming before coming up with the perfect idea. Then she worked on it for hours every day, taking over a month to finish it just in time for his birthday. What? Boss Yi doesn't want me there. I'd welcome you with open arms. Ye Bai laughed. I've already told Denai Xian to buy you a car and hire a driver for you. She'll pick you up from your grandma's place tomorrow. Wait, a female driver? Is she reliable? Wang Wenjing sounded doubtful. Relax. She's a middle-aged woman who's been driving taxis for over a decade. Not one of those oops I mistook the gas for the brake types. After chatting a bit longer, Ye Bai hung up, only to notice several missed calls on his phone. From Chun Sini. The moment he ended the call, she rang again. Boyfriend, who were you talking to just now? Your line was busy forever. Chun Sini grumbled. Just work stuff. What's up, sweetheart? Ye Bai teased. It was the first time he'd called her sweetheart, and the Mercedes G-Class driving beauty fell silent. Felt weird. She quickly changed the subject. Tomorrow's your birthday, right? My mom wants you to come over for dinner. Ye Bai rubbed his forehead. How do you know about my birthday? You too? Chun Sini caught the wording instantly. Ye Bai played it cool. Yeah, my employees somehow found out. They're throwing me a party and even got me gifts. Chun Sini thought for a moment. Then I'll tell my mom to have you over for lunch instead. I also got you a present. Deal. On the other end, Chun Sini hung up. Gong Lifong, who had been hovering nearby, looked crestfallen. Lunch? Why not dinner? Ye Bai has family and employees to celebrate with. It's already nice of him to make time for lunch, Chun Sini defended. We're his family too. You're his fiancé, and I'm his future mother-in-law. Gong Lifong muttered under her breath. Chun Sini rolled her eyes. Since when am I his fiancé? Gong Lifong sighed dramatically, her plump figure waddling toward the kitchen. She was bitterly disappointed. Her original plan was to have her husband keep Ye Bai drinking during dinner, ideally getting him drunk enough to stay overnight. Then she would personally take care of him. No, she'd have Sini take care of him, preferably leaving the two alone in the same room, but with dinner changed to lunch, her schemes were ruined. Her heart ached with emptiness. Ye Bai hung up and noticed yet another missed call, this time from Aunt Qin Yu. Seeing he hadn't answered, she sent a text. Xiao Bai, are you coming home tonight? Auntie prepared a birthday gift for you. Ye Bai's mind drifted to his past life, living in her home. She had treated him like a son, cooking lavish meals, buying cakes, and giving gifts every year. Ye Bai replied, Auntie, is the gift you prepared yourself? So you're finally willing to? You little brunt, stop scheming like that. Haven't I already done that with you? Still not satisfied? If I were you the great, I might be.
Unfortunately, öme Ye Bai.
If the gift isn't you, then never mind. Just as he finished replying to Qin Yu, his phone rang again. It was Aunt Qin Yu calling. Hey, Xiao Yu, missing me already? You naughty boy. Show some respect. I'm your aunt. Qin Yu huffed angrily. Which aunt would ever eat her own nephew? Ah, stop talking. Qin Yu hastily cut him off, her voice brimming with embarrassment. Xiao Yu told me tomorrow's your birthday, but I'll be in Shanghai commentating on the finals. It's unmissable, so I can't celebrate with you. But I prepared a gift for you. It's in your room. Utterly flustered, Qin Yu hung up immediately. Good. Thank goodness you're in Shanghai. Otherwise, I'd really be swamped for my birthday. Ye Bai muttered in relief. Of course, if Aunt Qin Yu's gift had been herself, Ye Bai would have made time for her no matter what. Buzz. Ye Bai's phone vibrated incessantly. A flood of messages poured in. Opening them, he saw Song Dongfeng, Zhang Lingnan, and another had created a group chat, announcing they'd booked a hotel banquet hall for tomorrow night to celebrate Big Bro's birthday. At the same time, messages arrived from Western-style influencer Xiao Momo and dance student Zhang Yusin, both saying they'd learned tomorrow was the boss's birthday and asking if he had time for a dinner invitation. You too. Ye Bai almost laughed. Did they really just want dinner? Both were from the same batch as Su Yisha, but while Su Yisha received special favor, these two could only watch enviously. After all, Ye Bai was young, handsome, irresistibly charismatic, wealthy, brilliant, and based on his pants, clearly, well, what woman wouldn't fall for him? They'd even be willing to serve Ye Bai together with Su Yisha, becoming his third and fourth. With his schedule already packed tomorrow, Ye Bai had no time for separate dinners. He simply forwarded them the hotel address an Aishin's group had booked. No sooner had he dealt with that than Yukiko messaged. Mr. Yi, after celebrating your birthday tomorrow, I must leave for Macau. Could you come see me tonight? I've prepared a gift for you. Buzz. Su Yisha also texted. Boss, I want to repay you. Prepared a gift just for you. Ye Bai paused. Was that a typo? Before he could ponder, a photo arrived. A mirror selfie of Su Yisha, head slightly bowed shyly toward the camera. She was wearing. This outfit perfectly accentuated Su Yisha's figure. The sheer black lace in 3 strategic areas exuded a tantalizing allure. Though only the front was visible in the photo, Ye Bai could already imagine the back would be even more enticing. After all, such outfits often left little to the imagination there. This minx. Ye Bai took a deep breath and replied to Su Yisha's message. How do you plan to repay me? President Yi, tomorrow is your birthday. I wanted to give you a little preview and see if you've been thinking the same thing I have. Thinking what?
Su ishaku.
Oh, don't make me spell it out. Woman, I order you to say it. Well, lately when I'm alone at night, I've been thinking about you, boss, this little temptress. With just a few words, she had Ye Bai's blood boiling, itching to subdue the demon tonight. Over the past few days of filming together, Ye Bai had noticed the charged atmosphere between them. Something inevitable, he thought, though he hadn't expected things to escalate so quickly. He knew Suisha wouldn't refuse him tonight. But with Yukiko leaving tomorrow, he felt a pang of reluctance. Better spend the night properly with her. Easty to Taojiang Mansion. You got it, Baiji. Song Dongfeng floored the accelerator, and the Mercedes S600 roared toward Taojiang Mansion. Upon arrival, Ye Bai instructed Song Dongfeng to pick him up the next morning before hurrying upstairs. When he opened the door, he froze. The sofa was strewn with an array of outfits. Yukiko stood beside it, clad in a sheer cherry blossom kimono, her eyes downcast with shyness. Her cold beauty, curvaceous figure, snow-white skin, and the faint glimpse of a dragon tattoo on her shoulder created an intoxicating blend of elegance and seduction. Paired with the kimono, she radiated the quintessential allure of a Japanese woman. Every inch of her exuded exotic charm. Mr. Yi, Yukiko knows you like this style. Since I leave for Macau tomorrow, I wanted to give you my all before I go. What could Ye Bai say? He strode forward without another word. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows. A full night had passed. Yukiko lay asleep in Ye Bai's arms, her blissful face tinged with exhaustion. Last night, Ye Bai had truly experienced imperial-level indulgence. Thank God the Yukiko from my past life wasn't this lethal, he mused. Otherwise, I'd have been KO'd by her long before the conglomerate collapsed or the umbrella got to me. Seeing her still asleep, Ye Bai pulled her closer and dozed off again. When he woke, his phone was flooded with missed calls. Both Auntie and Chun Sinny had tried reaching him. Failing that, they texted, inviting him over for a meal. Why's Auntie cooking at noon? And without warning? Then it hit him, in his past life, his birthday celebrations at their house were always at noon because he'd go out with his rowdy friends at night. What now? Can't be in two places at once. He rubbed his temples. Ding. Another message from Chun Sinny. Ye Bai, it'll just be Mom and me for lunch today. Dad has an important meeting. Officials from the provincial capital are here. Problem solved. Ye Bai slipped out of bed and called Chun Sinny from the balcony. I'll come over in the afternoon, after Uncle gets back. But Mom's already prepped everything. Even blanched the cold dishes. Chun Sinny hesitated. Before she could finish, Gong Lifeng snatched the phone. No worries, Xiao Bai. Come for dinner instead. We'll wait. After hanging up, Gong Lifeng muttered excitedly. Evening's better. Much better. Let Lao Chun sacrifice a bit. Keep Xiao Bai drinking until he's drowsy. Then have him stay over. Late at night, my precious daughter can sneak into his room and her hollow heart swelled with anticipation. As long as my girl's happy, I'll be at peace. Back in the bedroom, Ye Bai found Yukiko awake. She just ended a call. Mr. Yi, there's a slight delay with your birthday gift. It won't arrive until afternoon. My flight is also then. Just have it delivered here. But Yukiko wanted to give it to you personally. Her face remained neutral, but her eyes shimmered with unspoken drama. Wide, blinking, irresistibly pitiful. Ye Bai's resolve melted. Who could resist spoiling her? Fine, have them send it to the airport. I'll see you off this afternoon. He ruffled her hair. Meeting you, Mr. Yi, is the greatest fortune of Yukiko's life. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Japanese women really are something else. But time was running out. It was already lunch hour, and Auntie was waiting. If he indulged Yukiko again now, he'd be tied up till nightfall. Speak of Chow Chow and Chow Chow arrives, Auntie called again. Ye Bai answered the phone in front of Yukiko, putting it on speaker. Today was Saturday, and Li Shiyan was also at home. Since Auntie wouldn't dare spout any wild words in front of her, Ye Bai answered without hesitation. Hey, Xiao Bai, why didn't you come home last night? Qin Yu's voice carried a hint of grievance. She had even bought some clothes she knew Ye Bai liked last night, planning to wear them while listening to him tell the story of Diyu, only for this brat to actually follow through on his word and stay away. Oh, Auntie, I was with my girlfriend. Ye Bai went straight for the kill. Sure enough, Qin Yu's voice rose sharply. What? Since when do you have a girlfriend? My Japanese girlfriend. I'll bring her home for you to meet sometime. She used to be an online dealer for an adult card game, but now she's a grad student at Macau University. As he spoke, Ye Bai winked at Yukiko. Not a single word he said was a lie. Yet to Qin Yu it all sounded like nonsense. She thought he was just teasing her and sighed in relief. You brat. Always messing with your auntie. Yep. I love messing with you the most. Note: the original pun on dull, teasing, and dull, bean, is hard to replicate directly. Qin Yu, oblivious to the wordplay, continued. Auntie made a whole table of your favorite dishes. Come home now. After hanging up, Ye Bai cupped Yukiko's face in his hands. Yukiko, wanna come with me and meet Qin Yu? She's my mom's friend. I've been staying at her place since moving to the city for school. She practically treats me like her own son, and I respect her like family. He knew Yukiko well. She was terribly shy and socially anxious, especially when it came to meeting parents. Just as expected, Yukiko shook her head frantically. Mr. Yi, you should go back and spend time with Aunt Qin Yu. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to visit now. All right, then wait here for me. I'll pick you up after lunch, and we'll head to the airport. He pressed a soft kiss to her smooth forehead. Once dressed, he hurried downstairs, where Song Dongfeng had been waiting for a while, evident from the pile of cigarette butts on the ground. Dongzi, to Auntie's place. Step on it. You got it. With a roar of the engine, the Mercedes sped off. Soon they arrived at Yuan Garden. Ye Bai told Song Dongfeng to grab lunch nearby before heading inside. With Aunt Qin Yu in Shanghai, only Qin Yu and Li Shiyan were home. Li Shiyan sat by the window, bathed in sunlight as she read, a picture of tranquility. The house was filled with the aroma of food, the dining table already laden with several dishes. Ye Bai slid open the kitchen door, stepped inside, and locked it behind him before wrapping his arms around Qin Yu from behind as she stir-fried, her plump hips swaying. Qin Yu stiffened. You little devil. How many times have I told you? Not when Shiyan's around. It's my birthday today. Can't you let me indulge a little? Qin Yu relented, letting him have his way, though she couldn't stop cooking. The beef required high heat and vigorous tossing, making her hips sway even more. Brat, you left a bunch of gifts for you in your room. Go check them out. Qin Yu was reaching her limit and quickly shooed him away. Fine. Ye Bai reluctantly let go, but not before giving her a parting smack, nearly making her drop the wok. Delighted by her flustered state, he chuckled and left the kitchen. Entering his bedroom, he froze. The desk was covered in Aunt Qin Yu's gifts, easily over a dozen. Xiao Yu went all out. She had replaced all his daily essentials with high-end brands. A Dyson hairdryer, over 10,000 yuan alone. An electric toothbrush, razor, face wash, men's serum, even luxury underwear and socks. The total likely exceeded 100,000 yuan. Ye Bai was touched. Aunt Qin Yu was too good to him. Not only did she spoil her nephew in certain ways, she also showered him with gifts worth 10 average girlfriends' birthday budgets combined. After unpacking everything, he replaced his old toiletries in the bathroom. Amid the pile, Aunt Qin Yu had accidentally left one of her lipsticks. Ye Bai carried it to her room, placing it on her nightstand. His gaze then landed on a brand new electric toothbrush beside it. His breath hitched. She must have bought it for herself while shopping for him. The problem? It was unmistakably a matching couple's set with the one she'd gifted him. Xiao Yu, you're really stirring the pot. If Auntie sees this and figures us out, she'll cry. I was here first, and finally break free of her restraints. Nice.
Ye Bai mentally áp Aunt Qin Yu.
Exiting her room, he found Qin Yu setting a steaming dish on the table, shooting him a covert glare. Auntie got you something too. Check your closet. Ye Bai obeyed and swung open his wardrobe. Golden Legend. A dedicated section held 8 brand new suits, each in a different color and style, complete with ties, bow ties, and belts. Returning to the living room, Qin Yu smiled dotingly. My brat's all grown up now. A proper company chairman. A mature man needs his own suits, so Auntie had some custom-made for you. Kids, wash up. Lunch is ready. With that, she hurried back to the kitchen for soup. Li Shiyan snapped her book shut, jealousy dripping from her voice. Sometimes I wonder if you're her real son. Those suits? All tailor-made. I saw the receipts, over 100,000 yuan per set. 8 of them. Even the belts cost thousands each. Her envy grew with every word. In all her life, her mother had never pampered her like this. And here she was, splurging on Ye Bai for a birthday. At this point, she wouldn't be surprised if Ye Bai was her mom's secret lover. That money probably equaled 2 months' rental income. Li Shiyan's bitterness overflowed, her glare sharp enough to bite. To be honest, Li Shiyan was genuinely a little jealous of Ye Bai. She had never seen her mother care so much about a man or treat anyone so well. If she didn't already know that her mom was dating one of the tenants in their building, she might have suspected that Ye Bai was her mother's secret lover. The thought flashed through Li Shiyan's mind, but she quickly shook her head with a self-deprecating laugh. How ridiculous. I must be so angry I'm not thinking straight. Her mother was not only over a decade older than Ye Bai, but even though they weren't related by blood, she was still technically a generation above him. There was no way they could have that kind of relationship. Li Shiyan muttered a few complaints to vent her frustration, then went back to her book, continuing to treat Ye Bai as if he were heir. Ye Bai, on the other hand, couldn't be bothered with her either. He walked into the kitchen, closed the door behind him, and wrapped his arms around Qin Yu from behind. Auntie, thank you for the gift. I really like it, Ye Bai said sincerely. You little rascal. Is this how you thank your auntie? Qin Yu protested, squirming in his grasp. Auntie, I know you actually like this kind of gratitude. Ye Bai chuckled mischievously. Pop. Suddenly, something inside the clay pot on the stove boiled over, sending the lid flying off. Thick, milky broth bubbled out in a messy spill. Qin Yu gasped and quickly turned off the stove. You little troublemaker. It's all your fault for distracting me. I forgot to turn off the heat. Afraid things might escalate if this continued. She forced herself to break free from Ye Bai's embrace. You're such a bad boy. Whoosh! The kitchen door slid open. Li Shiyan stood at the entrance, her face full of suspicion. What was that noise just now? Mom, why is your face so red? Qin Yu, nearly caught in the act, nervously avoided eye contact, unable to speak. Ye Bai smoothly covered for her. Oh, the clay pot almost exploded. It scared both of us. Really? Li Shiyan glanced at the overturned lid and the spilled fish broth on the counter, which finally eased her doubts. Qin Yu quickly grabbed a rag and bent over to clean up the mess, her plump rear swaying slightly. Li Shiyan watched her back and remarked, Mom, it must have been really dangerous. You even spilled the fish broth. Qin Yu stiffened but didn't dare respond. Soon, a lavish meal was ready, and the 3 of them sat down for lunch. Qin Yu took out a cake from the fridge, lit the candles, and began singing Happy Birthday. Li Shiyan sat with a cold expression, saying nothing. Happy 20th birthday. Xiao Bai. Make a wish. Auntie, thank you for being so good to me. I'll always love you. Qin Yu stole a glance at Li Shiyan before blushing and whispering, Auntie will always love you too.
Li Shiyan.
For some reason, she suddenly felt like an outsider. The way her mother and Ye Bai interacted, it almost felt like they were flirting. I must be so angry I'm imagining things. Yes, that's definitely it. I can't keep thinking nonsense like this. There's no way. Li Shiyan took a deep breath. After lunch, her frustration hadn't lessened at all. She told Qin Yu she was going out to clear her head and left. Under Ye Bai's scorching gaze, Qin Yu panicked and tried to escape. I'll go wash the dishes. But Ye Bai wasn't about to let her go. He pulled her into his lap, trapping her in his arms. Auntie, I really love your gift, but there's something else I want even more. Qin Yu, now immobilized, realized what he meant and shook her head frantically.
No.
We can't. That's impossible. But Auntie, it's my biggest birthday wish. Please, Xiao Bai, Qin Yu pleaded. If we really do that, how could I ever face Shurian? Or Sister Qin? Seeing Ye Bai's disappointed expression, her heart softened. Shyly, she whispered, how about, like last time? Fine. Ye Bai nodded in agreement. Even if they couldn't go all the way, having such a tempting auntie like this was still endlessly enjoyable. Let's go to your room. No, Auntie. Right here is fine. Ah. No, it's too risky here. Though her words protested, her body told a different story. Even though Ye Bai had X-ray vision and super sharp eyesight, meaning he could detect Li Shurian's return instantly, he chose not to use them. He wondered what expression Li Shurian would make if she came home and saw this scene, and how much shock it would cause her. But unfortunately, Li Shurian never returned. Ye Bai checked the time. It was about time to take Yukiko to the airport. Auntie, I might not be back tonight. Some friends and colleagues reserved a hotel banquet hall to celebrate my birthday. Will that Ili Zayashazi be there? Qin Yu asked.
Yeah, Ye Bai nodded.
Then take Shurian and me with you. Aunt Yu said that little Sandy is similar to me, and I'd like to meet her, Qin Yu said. Truthfully, she had wanted to meet Zayashazi for a while now. Even though Aunt Yu claimed she was prettier and had a more voluptuous figure than Zayashazi, Qin Yu still felt a vague sense of unease. What if Xiao Bai can't be with me? So he uses Zayashazi as a substitute. Ye Bai was handsome, charming, and also Zayashazi's boss. If he wanted to pursue her, it would be effortless. Seeing Ye Bai hesitate, Qin Yu's alarm bells went off. Xiao Bai, you don't want me to go? No, of course not. I'll come pick you up tonight. I just have some things to take care of first. Ye Bai quickly agreed. His original plan for the night was to see Yukiko off, then have dinner at his kind mother-in-law's place. After that, he'd attend his birthday party and finally take Suisha away to have his way with her. But if Qin Yu and Li Shurian tagged along, his plans would definitely go awry. Ye Bai rubbed his temples in frustration. When they arrived downstairs, Song Dongfeng had already eaten fast food outside the neighborhood and was waiting by the car. Ye Bai instructed, Dongzi, head back to Taojiang Mansion to pick up Yukiko. Song Dongfeng nodded, glancing at Ye Bai as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. Soon, they arrived at Taojiang Mansion. Time was tight, and Yukiko had already received the message in advance. She stood downstairs with her luggage, waiting. Ye Bai loaded the suitcase into the trunk, and after Yukiko got into the car, the Mercedes sped off toward Taojiang Airport. Throughout the ride, Yukiko clung tightly to Ye Bai's side, her delicate face expressionless but her large eyes brimming with reluctance. Ye Bai was equally reluctant to let her go, but he wasn't a selfish man. How could he stand in the way of his woman pursuing her dreams? What brought him some comfort was that Yukiko had trained in karate and Japanese swordsmanship since childhood. Her combat skills were on par with 4 or 5 grown men, so Ye Bai wasn't overly concerned about her safety. Still, it was better to be safe than sorry. If an emergency arose while she was thousands of miles away, Ye Bai wouldn't be able to reach her in time. After some thought, he asked, Dongzi, how's the security company I asked you to set up coming along? Song Dongfeng replied, Xiao Xian has already handled all the paperwork. Right now, we've got guys from Bay Media and Supreme Dynasty taking shifts on guard duty. Ye Bai nodded. Tell Xiao Xian to recruit some female veterans or female athletes who've won championships in martial arts or combat sports. Compensation isn't an issue, even $1 million per year is fine. But they must have both strong character and skills. Once they're hired, send them to Macau to protect Yukiko. Upon hearing this, Yukiko's face filled with emotion. Mr. Yi, Yukiko can protect herself. There's no need to go to such lengths. Ye Bai gently tapped the tip of her nose. Silly girl, you're my woman. As long as you're safe and happy, no cost is too great. In his past life, Yukiko had drowned in a pool while protecting him, becoming Ye Bai's greatest regret. In this life, if he were to lose her again, he couldn't even imagine how that would feel. Yukiko wrapped her arms tightly around Ye Bai's waist, pressing herself against his chest. Being your woman must be the blessing Yukiko earned in a past life. Soon they arrived at the airport. During the ride, Yukiko had received a call. The custom gift she had ordered for Ye Bai had already been delivered to the airport. As soon as they reached the entrance of Terminal 2, they saw several well-dressed men in suits waiting. Upon spotting Yukiko, they immediately approached and respectfully handed her an elegant gift box. Miss Ishihara Yukiko, here is the item you commissioned. Yukiko accepted the box, thanked them, then turned to Ye Bai with eager anticipation. Mr. Yi, please open it. Ye Bai unwrapped the exquisitely packaged box to reveal a luxurious, sophisticated watch. It had a substantial weight, likely made of platinum, with a deep blue dial surrounded by a ring of diamonds. Vacheron Constantine? Having lived a life as a powerful figure in his past life, Ye Bai was no stranger to high-end watches. He recognized it immediately as a Vacheron Constantine overseas model. He had never owned one himself, but he had once bought this exact model as a New Year's gift for a high-ranking official. Total value, over 2 million. Yukiko tenderly fastened the watch around Ye Bai's wrist. A successful man like you, Mr. Yi, should have a proper timepiece. This is all Yukiko can afford for now, but once she earns more in Macau, she'll buy you something even better. Silly, this is already perfect. I love it. Ye Bai pulled her into an embrace. As long as you're happy, Yukiko is happy. She tilted her head up, her face glowing with joy. By now, Ye Bai had completely claimed her heart and soul. He was everything in her life. Nothing could compare, not even her own existence. The two shared a passionate kiss amidst the bustling crowd, drawing envious yet approving glances from passers-by. Before long, it was time to board. Yukiko took her luggage, casting one last reluctant look at Ye Bai before bidding him farewell. Ye Bai stood in place, watching her pass through security until her figure disappeared from sight. Only then did he turn and stride away. Dongzi, to Chun Sinny's place. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. The drive from the airport to Chun Sinny's home would take nearly an hour. In theory, they wouldn't be late, but by 5, rush hour would hit, and the roads would be jammed. Once they merged onto the Ring Expressway, Song Dongfeng floored the gas. The Mercedes S600 roared forward, as if sensing its owner's urgency. Fortunately, traffic remained smooth, and they arrived at Jishin Garden before 6. Watching Ye Bai hurry upstairs, Song Dongfeng couldn't help but admire him. Wife Yukiko, wife Yu, wife Yen, wife Sinny, and later, wife Sha and wife Jing. Damn, Brother Bai is a legend. A true master of time management. How does he keep up with it all? Song Dongfeng asked himself. If it were him, he'd be completely overwhelmed. Yet Brother Bai had everything perfectly coordinated. Ah, perfectly coordinated. Song Dongfeng's eyes lit up. That's the perfect phrase for Brother Bai. When the doorbell rang, Chun Sinny hurried to the entrance, first checking through the peephole before unlocking the door. After the incident with Zhou Kachong, her vigilance was at an all-time high. No way was she opening the door for strangers. Her rosy lips pursed slightly. Oh, look who finally showed up. Mr. Busyman, Gong Lifong, hearing the commotion, emerged from the kitchen with a spatula in hand. Her charming face lit up with delight, her alluring eyes sparkling. Xiao Bai's here. Take a seat, dinner's almost ready. Sinny, go brew some de Hong Pao tea. Ye Bai keenly noticed that unlike last time when she wore no makeup, Gong Lifong had applied an exquisite, sophisticated look today. Pulling Ye Bai to sit down warmly, she then turned and headed into the kitchen. Today, she was wearing a silk nightgown that barely reached her thighs. The dress was not only waist-cinching but also form-fitting, clinging tightly to her voluptuous curves. As if sensing Ye Bai's gaze, She paused for a brief moment before swaying her hips with exaggerated flair, radiating an instant allure, like a seductive fox spirit stepping straight out of a storybook. 10 minutes later, the meal was ready. The three of them sat around the dining table. Surprisingly, Gong Lifang even brought out a cake from the fridge and lit the candles. "Auntie, maybe we should wait for Uncle Chen?" Ye Bai suggested. "No need. Don't bother waiting for old Chen. Let's eat first," Gong Lifang said dismissively. "Who knows when he'll be back? We can just reheat the leftovers for him later." Why does it feel like Auntie harbors some resentment toward old Chen? Could it be that Uncle Chen's declining physical health in middle age has strained their marriage? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the door opened. Chen Jingbin had returned. Glancing at the Dahongpo tea steeping on the coffee table, his eye twitched slightly in distress. "Uncle Chen," Ye Bai hurriedly greeted him. "Oh, so you finally decided to come home? Go wash your hands quickly. Don't keep our little Bai waiting," Gong Lifang snapped impatiently. Once Chen Jingbin took his seat at the table, Gong Lifang eagerly started singing "Happy Birthday," her enthusiasm surpassing even Chen Xin's. For a moment, old Chen felt a surreal disconnect, as though she were celebrating the birthday of some young lover instead. Who was it just a few days ago, arguing with Xini so fiercely the whole house was in chaos? Women so unpredictable. Chen Jingbin shook his head. After Ye Bai blew out the candles, Gong Lifang shot Chen Xini a meaningful look. The girl immediately presented a gift box, opening it and handing it to Ye Bai. "Here, Ye Bai. This is a birthday gift from Mom and me." Looking down, Ye Bai saw a dazzling streak of green inside the box. Chen Jingbin's pupils trembled violently at the sight of that emerald glow. Inside the gift box lay a vibrant emerald green jade guanyin pendant. The shade of green was extraordinary, so rich and intense that it seemed to drip with luxuriant color. Its brilliance outshone even gold, exuding a dignified and noble beauty. It was imperial green jadeite. Chen Jingbin was stunned, his face frozen in disbelief. If his memory served him right, this jade had been given to him by his father-in-law when he married Li Fang all those years ago. This piece had been handcrafted by a legendary master of the last century, his final masterpiece before retiring. Its value could be described as priceless, worthy of being a family heirloom. At the very least, it was worth over 100 million. Chen Jingbin had treasured it so dearly that he'd never dared wear it, keeping it locked away in a safe. And now, it was being given away as Ye Bai's birthday gift? He wondered if he'd mistaken it for another piece. Hesitantly, he asked, "Li Fang, doesn't this resemble the pendant your father gave me?" "It is that one," Gong Lifang confirmed with a nod. Chen Jingbin was at a loss for words. Seeing his expression, Gong Lifang grew displeased. "Old Chen, why are you being so stingy? Xiao Bai saved both you and our daughter. If not for him, you wouldn't just be gone. Our family line would be cut short, leaving me all alone in this world." Chen Jingbin considered her words. Indeed, what use was priceless treasure if one no longer lived to possess it? Using the jade to repay Ye Bai for saving their lives wasn't unreasonable. Still, he felt slightly uncomfortable that his wife had acted without consulting him first. Having spent decades at his side, Gong Lifang could read his face effortlessly. She scoffed, "I texted you about it. Don't tell me you didn't see it? I assumed you were fine with it." Ye Bai, seeing the situation, quickly pushed the gift box back. "Uncle Chen, Auntie Gong, this is far too valuable. I can't accept it." With his discerning eye, Ye Bai recognized immediately that this was an exceedingly rare imperial green jadeite. And since it had been a personal gift from Chen Jingbin's father-in-law, it wasn't something he could just take. Chen Jingbin checked his phone. Sure enough, his wife had sent him a message. Feeling better, he waved it off. "It's fine, Ye Bai. You should keep it," Gong Lifang added warmly. "Xiao Bai, when my father gave this jade to old Chen, he said it was passed down through generations, meant to be given to our children someday. You're Xini's boyfriend. Of course it should go to you." She paused, eyes gleaming with sly amusement. "Unless you don't plan to marry Xini?" Her giving you this pendant means she's fully committed to you. You wouldn't have second thoughts, would you? Chun Sinny nodded eagerly, her expression earnest and resolute. Ye Bai let out a bitter chuckle, feeling like he was being grilled over an open flame. How did a simple birthday celebration turn into a discussion about marriage? Still, he had no objections to marrying Chun Sinny. The girl was utterly adorable. Besides, having a wife didn't mean he couldn't still spoil his other little sweethearts. Auntie, of course I'm willing to marry Sinny. Then it's settled. Gong Lifeng happily rose, picking up the jade pendant. She moved behind Ye Bai, carefully fastening the necklace for him. This isn't just a birthday gift. It's also our family's way of thanking you for saving us. Even if things change in the future, we won't ask for it back. As a wealthy socialite, Gong Lifeng truly didn't mind parting with such a treasure. However, the necklace clasp proved stubborn. No matter how she adjusted it, she couldn't get it to fasten properly. Bending forward, her voluptuous figure inadvertently pressed closer to Ye Bai. She wasn't doing this on purpose. Despite whatever thoughts might linger in her mind, she knew she had to maintain a respectful distance from her daughter's boyfriend. But her ample curves made it impossible to avoid engulfing Ye Bai's head as she struggled with the clasp. A fleeting hint of shyness crossed Gong Lifeng's alluring eyes. After all, she'd only ever been intimate with old Chun. This was the first time she'd helped another man put on a necklace. After quite some effort, the imperial green pendant finally rested against Ye Bai's neck. Gong Lifeng sighed in relief, exhaling a soft, fragrant breath. It looks wonderful. The jade suits Xiao Bai perfectly. So handsome. Ye Bai didn't dare move until she finally stepped back. Noticing his conflicted expression, Gong Lifeng cut him off before he could speak. No need for thanks. You've more than earned this. Among all possible sons-in-law, you're the only one I'd ever entrust with something this precious. Just then, Ye Bai's phone rang. He glanced at it, about to decline the call. Gong Lifeng spotted the caller ID. Your mother? Go ahead. Answer it.
Ye Bai oblige.
His mother called to wish him a happy birthday, asking about his celebrations and whether he'd come home for summer break. Mom, I'll be back for vacation. I even have a surprise for you. He meant the new house he was planning to build for his family, but his mother misunderstood instantly. Oh? Did you get a girlfriend? Are you bringing her home to meet us? The room was quiet enough for everyone to hear the conversation, even without speakerphone. Why, yeah, he admitted reluctantly. Wonderful. What's her family like? Would they look down on us for being poor? Would they mind that your father and I are just village farmers? Mom, don't worry about that. I'll talk to you later. I'm busy right now. As soon as he hung up, Gong Lifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao Bai, you're taking Sinny to your hometown this summer? Ye Bai sighed internally but nodded. Perfect. I'll come too. It's been ages since I've visited the countryside. Despite being in her 40s, Gong Lifeng had aged gracefully. Even with faint crow's feet, she could easily be mistaken for a stunning 30-year-old. Her youthful appearance matched her playful personality. She adored beauty and fun, which was why she got along with Chun Sinny more like a friend than a mother. The idea of a countryside trip thrilled her so much she couldn't resist inviting herself along. Ye Bai, still feeling indebted for the extravagant gift, couldn't refuse. Sure. Uncle Qin, will you join us? Chun Zhengbin shook his head. We'll see. I might be tied up with work. Old Chun tagging along would just get in the way. Anyway, Gong Lifeng muttered under her breath. For some reason, her captivating eyes grew misty, shimmering with unreadable emotion, as if they might overflow with moisture at any moment. Gong Lifeng was already looking forward to her daughter's summer vacation. For some reason, she felt as if she had been transported back to her youth. It was the same feeling she had when she went on her first countryside outing with old Chun all those years ago. Not only was she brimming with anticipation, but the mere thought of it made her heart flutter with sweetness. You all go ahead and eat. The soup should be ready. I'll go check. Humming a cheerful tune, Gong Lifeng stood up and walked briskly toward the kitchen. Her plump, rounded figure strained against her nightgown, as if it might burst at any moment. Ye Bai stole a glance but quickly averted his gaze, not daring to look any longer. After all, she was his girlfriend's mother. Basic respect was non-negotiable. Soon, the meal came to an end. Gong Lifeng had originally hoped that old Chun would ply Ye Bai with alcohol, enough to get him drunk so he'd have to stay the night. That way she could, that way her daughter could take care of him, and the two of them might just ignite like dry tinder meeting a spark. But things didn't go as planned. Old Chen's stomach acted up, making it impossible for him to drink. Gong Lifeng shot him countless exasperated glares, silently cursing him for being useless, always failing her at the most critical moments. Ye Bai checked the time. It was already past 7. He needed to head to the Golden Source Hotel soon. His friends and women were waiting for him there. Plus, he still had to go home and pick up his aunt. So he stood up to take his leave, explaining that his friends had prepared a birthday dinner for him. "Cinny, you should go with Xiao Bai," Gong Lifeng said, her alluring eyes gleaming. "If he drinks too much, just book a hotel room to take care of him. No need to come back tonight." Gong Lifeng had high hopes for her daughter. She wanted Chun Cinny to fulfill her own unspoken desires. She was practically itching for her precious daughter to get busy with Ye Bai tonight. But then another thought struck her. If they were at a hotel, she wouldn't be able to see or hear anything. That simply wouldn't do. Even if she couldn't witness it firsthand, she at least wanted to eavesdrop. Actually, never mind. "Cinny, if Xiaobai gets drunk, just call me. I'll drive over and pick you both up." Chun Cinny blinked in confusion. "Shouldn't we just send Ye Bai home? Why bring him back here?" Gong Lifeng glared. "If he's drunk, he'll need someone to take care of him. And if you're no good at that, shouldn't I step in?" After a pause, she added, "Your father's always out drinking at social events. I've lost count of how many times I've had to nurse him afterward. I've got plenty of experience. When it's time to tend to Xiao Bai, you can watch and learn from me." Chun Cinny mulled it over and had to admit her mother made a fair point. So she nodded in agreement. Ye Bai was starting to get a headache. His aunt was already tagging along, and now Chun Cinny was joining too. Sui Sha was eagerly waiting, her butt practically wiggling in anticipation. Zhang Yusin and Xiao Momo were also eyeing him like predators. He didn't even want to imagine the chemical reaction that would occur when all these women met tonight. "Looks like I won't be getting any Shayu meat tonight. Damn." Ye Bai's plans were crumbling before his eyes, and he had no idea how his aunt would react upon learning he had a girlfriend. But he couldn't refuse. Chun Cinny was, after all, his official girlfriend. It'd be rude not to bring her to his own birthday dinner. Gong Lifeng saw them off at the door, waving cheerfully. "Xiao Bai, be careful on the road. And when you get there, drink less. Take care of yourself." As she watched them descend the stairs, an inexplicable emptiness settled over her. Chun Zhengbin hadn't seen his wife in such a sexy bodycon dress in ages. His gaze grew heated. "Lifeng, how about we?" "Oh, shut it." Gong Lifeng slapped away his groping hands. "I told you we're sleeping in separate rooms from now on. And don't even think about touching me. Besides, you're always done in 2 strokes, leaving me hanging. It's unbearable." Gong Lifeng was thoroughly dissatisfied. Not only was Old Chin efficient in bed, but his equipment was also pitiful compared to Xiao Bai's. The thought of the young couple going out to enjoy themselves while she was stuck cleaning up at home made her miserable. Then it hit her. She wasn't that old. Why couldn't she join the younger crowd's party? And she could drink too. If she got drunk, wouldn't any reckless behavior be excusable? After all, drunk people never remembered anything the next day. And if no one remembered, didn't that mean it never happened? "No, I just can't leave Cinny and Xiao Bai alone. Old Chin, you clean up the kitchen. I'm going with them to keep an eye on the kids." Gong Lifeng didn't have time to change. She threw on a light coat, grabbed a designer handbag worth over 100 grand, slipped into her high heels, and rushed out after them. Honestly, Gong Lifeng looked stunning today. Her makeup was flawlessly elegant. Her body-hugging dress accentuated her curves, and her expensive heels added a touch of sophistication. Her figure was undeniably sexy, and she carried herself with the grace of someone raised in luxury. She was the epitome of a high-class, wealthy beauty, the kind that turned heads wherever she went. No man could look away, especially experienced men. They knew at a glance that this was the real deal. A far cry from those skeletal, over-filtered social media goddesses. Ye Bai was speechless. First Chun Sini, and now Gong Lifang was crashing the party too? Chun Sini might be book-smart, but she was still an innocent young girl. Gong Lifang, however, was different. She might act youthful, but she was a worldly, mature woman who had seen it all. She tagged along, and if she ran into Aunt Qin Yu and Sui Sha, she might notice something off. Auntie, you and Sini take the back seat. I'll sit in the front. Ye Bai was about to head to the passenger seat when Gong Lifang grabbed his arm. Why sit up front? The three of us can squeeze in together. Ye Bai sighed inwardly. Aunt Gong really had no self-awareness. Did she not realize how overbearing she and her daughter were? Being sandwiched between them in the back seat would be pure torture. But Gong Lifang left no room for refusal. After ushering Chun Sini into the car, she made Ye Bai sit in the middle, tightly wedged between her and Chun Sini. Trapped in the middle, Ye Bai didn't dare glance around or move a muscle. Seriously, who could possibly understand this agony? Xiao Bai, where exactly is your hometown in the countryside? Is it fun? Gong Lifang batted her alluring eyes. Chun Sini also looked at him eagerly. It's a bit remote, but the scenery is beautiful. With some development, it might even qualify as a 5A rated tourist spot. The thought struck Ye Bai, his hometown really was stunning. Why not lease some land and develop it into a resort? Not only would it boost the local economy and benefit his fellow villagers, but he could also make a tidy profit. A win-win. But given his current finances, he couldn't afford such a project yet. He'd have to wait. Gong Lifang pressed on. If Sini and I visit your place, will there be enough rooms for us to stay? Ye Bai thought for a moment. There are only 2 rooms. You and Sini can take one, and I'll sleep on the floor or in the car. Gong Lifang's heart fluttered. Why let Xiao Bai sleep on the floor? The 3 of us can just squeeze into one bed. It's not like we're strangers. What's there to be shy about? And if, while she was turned away, the 2 of them happened to, just the thought made her pulse quicken. She couldn't help but cross her legs. Song Dongfeng, the driver, hadn't dared utter a word the entire time. He never expected Chun Sini's mother to be such a stunning, sultry, and regal beauty. So dazzling he could barely look at her. Stealing a glance in the rearview mirror at Ye Bai, trapped between them, a shocking thought suddenly crossed his mind. No way. Would Bai Ge really? God. Ye Bai sat upright with his gaze fixed straight ahead, not daring to glance sideways. Everyone else was already numb to the situation. Gong Lifang was seated to his left, and Ye Bai truly didn't dare to have any unnecessary physical contact with her. He could only lean as close as possible to Chun Sini's side, until, inevitably, he ended up pressing against her. The girl thought her boyfriend was teasing her on purpose. She shot Ye Bai a glare with her beautiful eyes, but seeing it had no effect, she could only blush and silently endure it. This was only the second time Chun Sini had been so intimately close to a guy. The last time was when she and Ye Bai had kissed downstairs, and he had gotten mischievous with his hands then too. It had left her practically melting into a puddle. Chun Sini nearly turned into Chun Chini. This time, Ye Bai wasn't being as excessive, but the problem was, others were around. Chun Sini felt strange, nervous, yet at the same time, there was an indescribable thrilling sensation in her heart. It was oddly exhilarating. Suddenly, a car ahead swerved into their lane, and Song Dongfeng instinctively jerked the steering wheel to the right to avoid the reckless driver. The abrupt movement threw Ye Bai's body off balance, forcing him to lean away from Chun Sini and straight toward the other side. Gong Lifang let out a soft sound, whether a gasp or a sigh was unclear, before naturally clutching Ye Bai's arm tightly. There was a faint look of fright on her elegant and refined noblewoman's face. Dongzi, drive steadier. Ye Bai gave the order while trying to pull his arm free, wanting to return to Chun Sini's side. But Gong Lifang wouldn't let him. clinging to his arm even tighter. And unless he was imagining it, it almost felt like she was deliberately rubbing against his arm and body. Meanwhile, at Jisian Yuan, Chun Zhengbin silently cleaned up the dining room and kitchen alone. Sitting on the sofa and gazing at the cold, empty house, he sighed deeply. He could understand why his wife had become so distant. After all, at middle age, he simply couldn't perform anymore. Still, he couldn't help feeling bitter about it. Ring ring. His phone rang. This was his private line. Very few people had the number. When he picked up, a soft, graceful voice came through, trembling with tears. Zhengbin. He hit me again. What? How dare he? Chun Zhengbin's blood boiled with rage. He immediately stood up and grabbed his coat. Where are you? I'll come find you right now. Sniff. I'm hiding at. But he's searching for me everywhere. I'm so scared. Hearing the woman's sobbing voice felt like a knife twisting in Chun Zhengbin's chest. Don't be afraid. I'm coming. Tomorrow, no, today. We'll get you divorced from that bastard. Don't worry. I'll back you up. Let's see if he dares to lay another finger on you. After hanging up, Chun Zhengbin immediately called his driver to pick him up. While waiting downstairs, he paced back and forth, smoking anxiously. The woman who had called was Chun Zhengbin's first love, his white moonlight from his student days. Sadly, her parents had disapproved of his humble background and forcibly separated them, sending her abroad. Decades later, fate had reunited them, but their circumstances were still worlds apart. One was a high-ranking official with immense authority. The other was a pitiful woman trapped in a marriage with a drunken, abusive husband after his family's business collapsed. Chun Zhengbin, being a principled man, had never pursued an affair with his former love, but he still kept in touch and discreetly helped her behind Gong Lifeng's back. The last time she had suffered domestic abuse, Chun Zhengbin had already given the bastard a harsh lesson. Yet now, barely any time had passed before the man had started up again. This time, Chun Zhengbin was determined. He would help Chiyoya escape this nightmare for good. That marriage had to end. At the Jinyuan Grand Hotel, a Mercedes S600 rolled to a graceful stop by the entrance. The door opened, and out stepped a poised noblewoman draped in a Chanel-style jacket, wearing a figure-hugging bodycon dress that accentuated her voluptuous, sexy curves. Had this scene been caught on camera and posted online, countless young men would have been begging in the comments. Step on me, auntie. Sit on my face. Her figure was simply unreal, pure top-tier MILF material. Next, a strikingly handsome young man stepped out, more dashing than Louis Koo, more charismatic than Edison Chun at his prime. Finally, another stunning beauty exited the car. Though her proportions were slightly less exaggerated than the older woman's, they were still impressive. Yet paired with a slender waist that gave the illusion of heavy fruit hanging from delicate branches. Despite her bombshell body, her face was the epitome of youthful innocence, like a fragile white flower, the perfect pure first love aesthetic. Then came the jaw-dropping sight. As the trio walked into the hotel, the young man held the girl's slender hand with his left, while the older woman clung possessively to his right arm. Every staff member and guest in the lobby was utterly stunned, not just by the trio's striking looks, but also by the sheer envy-inducing privilege of that young man. Damn, the pleasures of the rich were truly beyond imagination. The Jinyuan Grand Hotel was one of the higher-end establishments in Taojiang City, offering both dining and accommodation. The first floor was the lobby, floors 2 through 8 were various restaurants, and floors 9 to 18 comprised the guest rooms. The 6th floor was a banquet hall, frequently rented out for weddings and celebrations. Ai Xian had initially wanted to book the entire floor for the night, but unfortunately, a few tables had already been reserved by other guests beforehand. By the time Ye Bai and Chun Sini arrived via the elevator, the banquet hall was already packed to the brim, with 20 tables fully occupied. Not only were all his brothers in attendance, but even the entire staff of Bay Media had shown up. The moment Ye Bai entered, his crew immediately rose to their feet in unison. Dressed uniformly in black suits and white shirts, they looked like a scene straight out of a mafia film. Boss Yi. Happy birthday, Boss Yi. They greeted him with deep reverence in their voices. Then they all turned to acknowledge Chun Sini. "Good evening, First Lady. Sister Sini's here too. Boss and the First Lady are such a perfect match." Every word was heartfelt. Who wouldn't adore Sister Sini? Beautiful, gentle, and never one to stir up unnecessary drama. Unlike that toxic gold digger Shin Mengyao, always putting on airs and making life miserable for Boss Yi and everyone else. Ah, right. Speaking of Shin Mengyao, she was actually here tonight, seated at the very last table in the corner. But the entire gang treated her like thin air. Not a single person acknowledged her. Brother Shin had made it clear. From now on, she was just Boss Ye's plaything or whatever. Point was, she didn't matter anymore. Moreover, Brother Shin had given explicit instructions. She needed to experience firsthand what it meant to be abandoned and obsolete. She needed to feel the crushing loss of status. She needed to crave Boss Ye's favor again. Gong Lifeng was stunned, her grip on Ye Bai's arm unconsciously tightening. "Xiao Bai, are all these people your employees?" The young men looked downright menacing, like gangsters straight out of a movie, making her so nervous she practically wanted to bury herself in Ye Bai's embrace. "Auntie, these are all my college classmates. Part of the same club. They're from poor families and could barely afford meals at school. So I started a security company to give them part-time jobs and help them out." Ye Bai explained without batting an eye. The guys played along perfectly, immediately putting on their most innocent, foolish college boy smiles, eyes brimming with youthful naivety. One of them even scratched his head sheepishly and said, "Auntie, don't worry. Did you think we were gangsters? I've got my student ID right here. Wanna see?" Gong Lifeng glanced at the ID and relaxed slightly, though she still didn't let go of Ye Bai. "Dongzi, go pick up Aunt Qin Yu for me," Ye Bai ordered. "No way. I'd rather die than do that, Bai." Song Dongfeng shook his head vigorously. What kind of nonsense was this? A little brother fetching the boss's woman alone? That was asking for trouble. If some lowlife started rumors behind his back, how could he explain? Ye Bai understood Dongzi's concerns and sighed, deciding to send a female employee with a driver's license instead. But then his phone rang. Speak of the devil. It was Aunt Qin Yu calling. "Hey, Xiao Bai, I'm at Jinyuan Hotel. Is it on the 6th floor?" Ye Bai was stunned. "Auntie, weren't you supposed to wait for me at home?" Qin Yu huffed. "Didn't you see my message? Today's your big birthday, you're already busy enough. How could I trouble you further? I drove myself here." She was truly thoughtful, warming his heart. Just as Ye Bai hung up and turned toward the elevator to fetch her, the doors dinged open behind him. There she was, Aunt Qin Yu, wearing a sly, triumphant grin, with Li Shiyan expressionlessly trailing behind her. Seeing Ye Bai sandwiched between two stunningly curvaceous women, clearly mother and daughter, with the older one clinging tightly to his arm, Qin Yu's smile froze. Normally, her brain short-circuited in emergencies, but today, her wits returned in full force. She flashed a polite smile at Chun Sini and her mother before asking, "Xiao Bai, aren't you going to introduce them?" Despite Qin Yu's cheerful tone, Ye Bai sensed lethal hostility radiating from her. His sharp eyes noticed her grip on the phone, turning her knuckles white. But he wasn't afraid. He had already decided. There was no point hiding his girlfriend from Auntie. In fact, this might even help break through her emotional barriers. Maybe it'd finally make her willing to let him into her heart. "Auntie, this is Chun Sini, my new girlfriend. I haven't had the chance to tell you yet. And this is her mother, Gong Lifeng." Ye Bai turned to the others. "Aunt Qin Yu is a friend of my mother's. Since moving to Taohua City for college, I've been living with her. Calling her my godmother wouldn't be an exaggeration, and she treats me like a godson." Behind her is her daughter, Shiyan. The two sides exchanged warm greetings. Chun Sini sweetly called Qin Yu Auntie, while Gong Lifeng finally released Ye Bai's arm and eagerly greeted her newfound in-law. "Miss Qin, is this your daughter? How do you keep your skin so flawless? You look like an 18-year-old girl." Qin Yu forced a smile. "Sister Gong, your skin is lovely too. Oh, please. Look at these crow's feet." Examining Gong Lifang closely, Qin Yu noted the faint lines at the corners of her eyes. She thought of her own skin. She'd had a few subtle lines too, though fewer than Gong Lifang. But if Xiao Bai helped Gong Lifang rejuvenate her looks, she'd probably become an irresistible enchantress. Wait, she was Xiao Bai's girlfriend's mother. How could Qin Yu even think such scandalous thoughts? Girlfriend? That little rascal actually got a girlfriend behind my back. Qin Yu's heart churned with indescribable emotions. Ache, resentment, betrayal. Hadn't she practically given herself to Xiao Bai? And yet forget it. I'm just his mother's friend. Our relationship can never be out in the open. Qin Yu, didn't you always know this day would come? Xiao Bai would leave you for another woman, marry someone else. From now on, keep your distance. No more inappropriate closeness. But for some reason, her heart ached unbearably. Sharp, stabbing pain, worse than anything she'd felt in her 30-plus years of life. Once everyone arrived, they took their seats. Ye Bai sat at the head table, joined inevitably by Qin Yu, Li Shiyan, Chen Sini, and Gong Lifang. But with uneven numbers and no suitable men to fill the gap, and Xian reluctantly added Sui Sha, Xiao Momo, and Zhang Yusin to the table. Apart from Ye Bai, every seat was filled with dazzling, gorgeous women. And Xian, Song Dongfeng, and Zhang Lingnan watched in awe. As expected of Baiji, the undisputed greatest of all time. It's impressive how all the sisters-in-law could sit together at one table, and the atmosphere was so harmonious. If Sister Xinyu hadn't been away on a business trip in Shanghai, they could have had a full gathering, like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Among the beauties at the table, the most dazzling were undoubtedly Qin Yu and Gong Lifang. Gong Lifang appeared more mature, exuding an alluring charm befitting a woman in her 40s. There was also an air of nobility about her, unmistakably that of an upper-class lady. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was a youthful-looking beauty. Her figure and aura were impeccable, yet her clear, innocent eyes gave her a naive, almost childlike quality. Though her front might not have matched Gong Lifang's, her backside certainly did. So full it practically swallowed the chair hole when she sat down. In short, the two women embodied completely different styles. They sat at opposite ends of the table, both smiling, yet there was an undercurrent of tension between them. Gong Lifang sensed something off about Qin Yu, as if she didn't quite like her or Sini. It bothered her slightly, but then she reminded herself. Qin Yu was just a friend of Xiao Bai's mother, more like a half-step godmother. Did her opinion even matter? As for Qin Yu, she had a strange feeling. Even though Ye Bai's girlfriend was that fresh-faced, big-chested beauty, for some reason, she found Gong Lifang far more threatening. Xiao Bai seemed to have a thing for mature, sophisticated women. Before coming, Qin Yu had considered Su Isha her imaginary rival, but now she couldn't even spare her a thought. Zhang Yusin approached Ye Bai and placed a gift box on the table. "Happy birthday, Chairman Yi. This is my gift for you." "You shouldn't have," he replied. Zhang Yusin nodded and quickly returned to her seat. No matter what she was thinking, she knew her place today. She was just a small fry. It was best to keep any ulterior motives to herself. Though she was an internet celebrity adored by countless fans, she had enough self-awareness to recognize she wasn't on the same level as Ye Bai's pure, big-breasted girlfriend, let alone these two stunning aunties. Xiao Momo felt the same way. Faced with such beauties, she couldn't help but feel inferior. Xiao Momo was built more like a Western woman. Unlike the other women around Ye Bai, who were slim where they should be and curvy where it counted, she was voluptuous all over. Some might even call her a big girl, a tank. After placing her gift in front of Ye Bai and muttering a few well wishes, she hurried off to huddle with Zhang Yusin for comfort. Normally, the two of them envied Sui Sha for being Ye Bai's favorite. But now, seeing Qin Yu, who shared Sui Sha's appeal but was even sexier and more beautiful, they didn't feel the slightest bit of envy anymore. In fact, they even wondered, could it be that Chairman Yi has some inappropriate thoughts about his mother's friend but doesn't dare act on them? Is that why he treats Sui Sha as a substitute, always smacking her backside like that? Noticing that her two colleagues had already presented their gifts, Su Isha not only didn't stand up but even tried to hide hers under the table. Isha, it's your turn, Zhang Yusin whispered. Su Isha immediately ducked her head and nudged her, signaling her to shut up. Ye Bai's gaze shifted to Su Isha. She bore some resemblance to the aunties, yet her style was entirely different, like two distinct dishes made from the same ingredients. Zhang Yusin looked puzzled. Aren't you going to give Chairman Yi your gift? He's looking right at you. All eyes turned to Su Isha. She froze in place, her body inexplicably heating up, her face flushing crimson. She really didn't want to give Ye Bai the gift right now, but the more she hesitated, the more attention she drew. With no other choice, Su Isha steeled herself, stood up, and walked over to Ye Bai, placing the gift box in his hands with a shy expression. Chairman Yi, please don't open it here, she begged, her voice trembling. Ye Bai hadn't planned on opening it, but her plea only piqued his curiosity. Without hesitation, he lifted the lid. Su Isha couldn't stop him in time. Her pupils shook, her scalp tingling with dread. The box opened. Inside lay 3 items: a hotel keycard, a leather, and a remote-controlled vibrator. Ye Bai froze for a moment before snapping back to reality and hurriedly closing the gift box. Chun Sini sat close to him on his left. Fortunately, Cao Chun had a strong sense of boundaries and didn't lean over out of curiosity to see what gift Su Isha had given. On Ye Bai's right sat Gong Lifeng, a pampered, self-centered socialite of the upper class. She would have loved a peek, but Su Isha subtly blocked her view. Ye Bai responded calmly, "You've put real thought into this, Sha. It's a thoughtful gift. Thank you." Su Isha had originally been pleased with her special little surprise, but today, seeing the stunning women surrounding Chairman Yi, especially those 2 peerless beauties, left her feeling inadequate. They're the ones who deserve someone like him, she thought. She was just an ordinary girl, and becoming an influencer with millions of followers was all thanks to Ye Bai's support. I'm simply not good enough for him. She was already regretting her presumptuous gift when Ye Bai's words dispelled her anxiety, filling her with delight instead. Really, Chairman Yi? You actually like it? Ye Bai answered coolly. Not only do I like it, I plan to use it tonight. Su Isha's cheeks flushed, her eyes glistening. If that's what you want, you can use it tonight, or any time in the future. Naturally, only those involved understood the hidden meaning behind their exchange. Gong Lifeng, initially curious, assumed it was men's skincare and lost interest. Meanwhile, Qin Yu remained lost in self-pity, oblivious to the interaction between Ye Bai and Su Isha. Steeling herself, Qin Yu resolved to keep her distance from Ye Bai from now on, never letting him touch her again, even deliberately choosing the seat farthest from him. Happy birthday, Chairman Yi. I'll take my leave now. Su Isha turned gracefully and returned to her seat. Today, she wore a form-fitting miniskirt that swayed with each step, both playful and alluring. If this is in the box, then where's the matching piece? As Ye Bai watched her walk away, a bold suspicion crept into his mind. If he recalled correctly, in his past life, a scandal had erupted in the Korean entertainment industry. Female idols performing on stage while chaebols in the audience. He'd heard that Xian once pulled a similar stunt, having his fling, a live-streaming hostess, is little Sha doing that right now? The thought alone sent his pulse racing. This woman really knows how to tempt a man. Discreetly, he slipped one of the gifts from the box into his pocket before standing to store Su Isha's present with the others. Dongzi, take these down to the car, he instructed Song Dongfeng. Got it, Baiji. Song Dongfeng gathered the boxes without question and left. Given his integrity, there was no chance he'd peek inside. Ye Bai trusted him completely. As servers began bringing out dishes, the birthday banquet officially commenced. Truthfully, in both this life and the last, Ye Bai had never celebrated like this. Aunt Qin Yu's full set of luxury skincare, worth over 100,000 yen. Custom-tailored suits and belts from another aunt, totaling well past $1 million. Setsuko's Vacheron Constantine watch, yen 2 million plus. The finest imperial jade from Chun Sini and her mother, priceless, but surely exceeding 100 million yen. Suisha's gift stood out the most. Not only had she offered herself, but she'd also added a creative twist. Grateful as he was, Ye Bai couldn't help but feel triumphant. How many men in the world get treated like this? Fraudulent tycoons. Flash their cash like nouveau riches. Real tycoons. Spend nothing while beauties shower them in gifts. Here, sis Sha. This black chicken and turtle soup is great for the skin. Zhang Yusen scooped a bowl for Suisha. Thank you. Suisha accepted it politely, lifted a spoonful to her delicate lips. Then, ah! She startled, spilling the broth. Sis Sha, what's wrong? Zhang Yusen asked, concerned. And nothing. Suisha barely managed before clamping a hand over her mouth. Are you okay? Stomachache. Xiao Momo noticed Suisha pressing her abdomen and assumed it was period cramps. She dug out a heating pad. Try this, sis Sha. It'll help. Suisha bit her lip, brows knitted, eyes shimmering. Only after several shaky breaths did she compose herself. No need. I'm fine. Really? You're trembling. I really am okay. Her lips pursed, cheeks flushed, a faint sheen of sweat on her forehead. When brainstorming Ye Bai's gift, this idea had seemed playful. She never imagined she'd underestimate her own endurance. Xiao Bai, stop posing with your hands in your pockets. Come toast auntie. Gong Lifeng raised a shot glass. Of course. Thank you, auntie. Ye Bai withdrew his hand from his pocket and clinked glasses with her. Earlier at home, Gong Lifeng had refused alcohol, but now, she downed several shots in quick succession. Her refined face soon bloomed with a rosy haze, her gaze practically clinging to Ye Bai. Chun Sinny, oblivious to her mother's odd behavior, kept refilling their drinks. Happy birthday, Xiao Bai. Qin Yu lifted her glass from afar, almost defiantly, and downed it before he could respond. Mom, you never drink. Li Shiyan gasped. I am fine. Qin Yu seized another glass. Easy. Alcohol's gross, messy, nauseating, headache-inducing. Normally, Qin Yu would have obeyed, but today, her emotions had piled up. Regret, resentment, frustration, all churning inside her. A lightweight, she was already tipsy after a few shots, her elegant face flushed and feverish. Ye Bai glanced up and stilled when their eyes met. Right now, Qin Yu was breathtaking. Her faintly aggrieved look mirrored that of a jealous lover, one he yearned to embrace and console. Even the drunken consort Yang couldn't compare. At that moment, Song Dongfeng sidled up to Ye Bai, holding a gift box. He said in a low voice, Brother Bai, older sister Wenjing's grandmother was hospitalized for appendicitis. She just had surgery, so Wenjingjie had to stay and take care of her today. She asked someone to bring over her gift for you. Ye Bai took the gift box and asked with concern, Is Grandma all right? Song Dongfeng replied, The surgery went well, but we'll have to see how she recovers. Ye Bai nodded and carried the gift box to the emergency stairwell, where he called Wang Wenjing to check on her grandmother's condition. Fortunately, though the elderly woman was advanced in years, she had spent her life doing farm work and was still robust. There probably wouldn't be any major issues. After hanging up, Ye Bai opened the gift box to see what Wang Wenjing had sent him. Inside was an exquisite set of ceramic teacups. Their glaze was thin and translucent, giving them a jade-like, verdant vibrancy. Even though Ye Bai knew little about porcelain, he could tell this set was extraordinary. Song Dongfeng leaned in, eyeing the teacups with admiration. Baigu, these are Longquan Celadon. Ye Bai was taken aback. He had heard of Longquan Celadon, traditional Chinese ceramics crafted through a treasured technique listed on UNESCO's representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Moreover, it was the first-ever pottery-making technique in the world to receive intangible cultural heritage status. Song Dongfeng continued, When Jingjie invited a master ceramic artist to Taijiang City and apprenticed under him to learn this craft. She spent a month making this set under the master's guidance, all by hand. Ye Bai was touched. The set was undoubtedly valuable, But what moved him more was the depth of Wang Wenjing's sincerity. Did she film the process? Ye Bai asked. Not that I know of, Song Dongfeng answered. Once Grandma recovers, ask her to make a video, Ye Bai instructed. In his past life, he had first heard of Longquan Celadon from Douyin. A trend-chasing vlogger inspired by Li Ziki had posted a video about it. That video had gone massively viral, racking up hundreds of millions of views. Having Wang Wenjing film such a piece wouldn't just spread awareness of traditional Chinese culture. It would also elevate her influence to new heights. And Xian hadn't been able to reserve the entire restaurant because a young man had booked several tables in advance for his girlfriend's 60th birthday celebration. By the time Ye Bai arrived late, the birthday group had already left. Then, the elevator doors slid open, and in strode a dozen young men, their arms and torsos covered in tattoos of dragons and tigers. They plopped down at an empty table, barking at the waitstaff to bring menus so they could order. They puffed on cigarettes, shouted boisterously, and leered around shiftily. One guy peeled off his shirt, bare-chested, flaunting his ink and scars. "Denyo, you sure Ye Bai's here tonight?" asked their bald leader. One lackey nodded vigorously. 100%, boss. I tailed him from White Knight Media, saw those foxy women arrive first. When I waited downstairs, sure enough, Ye Bai showed up later with 2 more stunners. Good, the bald man sneered. That little bastard Ye Bai thinks he's untouchable just because he's got Chun Jingbin's backing. Well, he's about to learn not to cross the Kai Corporation. He cracked his knuckles. Zhao Yuangu's been in a foul mood lately. We'll make sure this job's done right. Not just seizing those 3 buildings by Rainbow Bridge, but also grabbing shares of White Knight Media. Boss, check out that table, another lackey interjected. That stacked mother-daughter pair? Yeah, Ye Bai brought them up here. The bald man turned and was immediately blinded by radiant beauty. What a rare pair of peerless blossoms. That bastard Ye Bai gets to feast like this? He spat. Eat up, then we'll ambush them downstairs. Take the pair hostage and force Ye Bai to hand over the properties and shares. Boss, another thug piped up. Can we nab Mama Mochi Babu Bao too? I've got a thing for Western-style chicks. Yo, boss, I'm digging that bombshell MILF across from them, another crooned. Goddamn, that body's killer. And the girl next to her ain't bad either. Looks like another mom-daughter combo. The bald gangster scanned the room, pulse racing. Goddamn Ye Bai. How did he have nothing but top-tier women around him? Fine. We're grabbing every last one at this table, he declared. But one cautious underling hesitated. Boss, isn't snatching so many people at once risky? Scared? The leader scoffed. We ain't killing anyone, just having fun and letting them go. We've done this before, haven't we? Film it, and those bitches won't dare squeal. Once decided, they dug into the cold appetizers the waitstaff served and cracked open a crate of beer, guzzling loudly. After a few bottles, their heads buzzed. Originally, they'd planned to ambush the women downstairs. But now, staring at those tempting figures, every last one of them forgot the plan in favor of baser instincts. Where the hell is Ye Bai hiding? The bald boss grumbled. Denyo, go hit on that mom-daughter duo. You got it, boss. Denyo grabbed his beer and swaggered up to Gong Lifang, swaying with drunken bravado. Hey, pretty lady, how about a toast? Gong Lifang turned, her delicate brows knitting at the crude youth. I don't drink with strangers. Ow, smoo. He leered. After a wedding cup toast, we won't be strangers. His grubby hand shot toward Gong Lifang's generous backside. Smack. Another hand intercepted his wrist mid-air. Denyo blinked down at a kid barely over 5 feet tall, whose glare could flay flesh. Even think about touching my sister-in-law, and I'll rip your damn spine out. What? He called me sister-in-law? Gong Lifang's alluring eyes widened, her heart betraying her with a frantic flutter. Even An Xian's pockmarked face suddenly seemed a little more tolerable. Looking to die? Big Ox sneered before lashing out with a kick. Despite his thuggish appearance, Big Ox was one of Kai Zhao Yuan's most trusted enforcers. ranking among the top 3 fighters in the Kai syndicate. He wasn't skilled in martial arts, but his body was a solid mass of muscle, his strength monstrous. Hence the nickname Big Ox, likening him to the brute power of a bull. The kick landed squarely, sending an Ai Xian crumpling to the ground, clutching his stomach. Now, sweetheart, how about that drink with me? Big Ox grinned savagely, his meaty hand swinging toward Gong Lifang's plump backside. Her face paled in terror. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. When Gong Lifang focused, she saw Ye Bai, who had somehow reappeared, gripping the thug's thick wrist in an iron hold. Without a word, Ye Bai launched a flying kick. Big Ox went airborne like a soccer ball, whooshing backward before crashing onto their dining table. Plates shattered, food splattered, and the mess rained down on Baldy and his crew. You're dead. Baldy slammed his chopsticks down, rising with a dozen underlings ready to charge, only to freeze mid-step. They hadn't noticed until now. The entire room was surrounded by young men in black suits and white shirts, their murderous glares palpable. Some brandished axes, others flashed pistols tucked at their waists. Baldy and his gang stiffened, their minds short-circuiting. Weren't these just ordinary diners a second ago? Moments earlier, they'd looked like a bunch of clueless college kids, their eyes brimming with harmless stupidity. How had they transformed into this, an army of menace, exuding the same chilling aura as the Axe gang from the movies? Take them away. I won't let trash ruin our mood. Ye Bai's voice was calm, indifferent. Gong Lifang stared at his chiseled profile, swallowing hard. So handsome, so powerful, so domineering. Xiao Bai, you're amazing. How did you kick such a burly guy flying like that? Gong Lifang's eyes sparkled with admiration, her face flushed with excitement. I've studied martial arts. Just now, I used the power of my waist and legs in unison. Ye Bai knew the explosive force he displayed was too shocking, so he made up an excuse on the spot. So impressive. Gong Lifang's gaze lingered on him, her voice soft, seemingly overwhelmed by the alcohol. She swayed unsteadily before collapsing limply into her chair. Auntie Gong, are you okay? Ye Bai asked with concern. I'm fine. I think I drank too much. My head feels dizzy. She pressed a hand to her forehead. Seeing this, Chun Sini quickly poured her a glass of milk. Mom, drink some milk to settle your stomach. No more alcohol. Gong Lifang accepted it with a blush, thinking to herself that she really needed to rehydrate. Across the table, Qin Yu watched the scene unfold. For some reason, her eyes stung, and she felt the urge to cry. Xiao Bai has a girlfriend now, and a new auntie. He doesn't need me anymore. Afraid she might actually burst into tears, Qin Yu hastily grabbed a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp, but the tears still spilled over. So spicy. This wine is so spicy. She pretended the alcohol had made her cry, quickly snatching a tissue to wipe her tears. Meanwhile, the brothers had already surrounded Baldy and his gang, tightening the circle. Baldy hadn't survived in the underworld this long by being a coward. Even outnumbered 10-1, he didn't back down. Instead, he pulled out a dagger, ready to fight. You dare pull a knife? Song Dongfeng stepped forward from the crowd, cracking his neck with a series of ominous pops. He advanced like a massive black bear, his presence overwhelming. The moment Baldy raised his blade, Song Dongfeng's fist shot out like lightning, smashing into his skull with a heavy thud. Baldy's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed like a sack of potatoes, out cold. The remaining thugs still tried to resist, but Song Dongfeng delivered 2 more thunderous punches, sending 2 more into a deep, infant-like slumber. The brothers swarmed in, overwhelming the dozen or so gangsters in seconds. By the time they dispersed, the thugs lay strewn across the floor like lifeless dogs. With Song Dongfeng leading the charge, these battle-hardened street toughs were reduced to mere cannon fodder. Just then, the hotel manager finally arrived with security, albeit belatedly. And Ai Xian stood up, limping forward to confront them. What kind of hotel are you running? Letting scum like this inside? Do you have any idea what these animals just did? They harassed Secretary Chen's wife and daughter. He lashed out preemptively, his voice sharp. Which Secretary Chen? The manager asked nervously.
Ni Xuan scoffed.
Is there a second Secretary Chen in Taojiang City? The manager paled, his eyes darting to the elegant Gong Lifang. Realizing she really was the wife of the city's top official, his knees nearly buckled as he stammered apologies. Enough. We've already handled the troublemakers. No need for you to intervene. These men are all employees of Bay Security. We'll take care of delivering these thugs to the police. The manager didn't dare object. The brothers promptly hauled the unconscious gangsters downstairs, stuffing them into a few vans. After a quick exchange with Zhang Lingnan, Ai Xian sent them off. The rest returned upstairs. Ye Bai and Ai Xian exchanged a glance, nodding imperceptibly. Ai Xian had noticed suspicious figures tailing them earlier in the afternoon, from Bay Media all the way to the Golden Source Hotel. At the time, he'd pretended not to notice, staying silent. The brothers had come prepared. Otherwise, why would they bring axes and toy guns to a birthday party? Sure enough, before the banquet even ended, Trash had shown up looking for trouble. Ye Bai had a rough idea of who might be behind this. Once Zhang Lingnan got these thugs to talk, if his suspicions were confirmed, this time there would be no mercy. Kai Zhaoyuan. It better not be you. After what had happened at Jinghu Haoding, Ye Bai had left men behind to keep watch. He knew Kai Zhaoyuan had been hauled away in an ambulance, with a certain object still lodged inside him. Ye Bai had assumed the bastard would stay down after that. But if this was his doing, Ye Bai wouldn't leave him even the chance to live as a vegetable. Suddenly, Gong Lifang stood up, throwing her arms around Ye Bai. Husband, my head hurts. I feel sick.
Auntie, Ye Bai.
He sighed internally. This is making me nauseous too. Husband, I don't feel good. Rub my chest for me. Auntie, you're drunk. Let me take you home. He shot Chen Sini a pleading look, silently begging for help. I don't want to go home. I'll throw up even more in the car. Gong Lifang clung to him like a koala, her legs giving out. Ye Bai had no choice but to hold her up. Auntie, I'll get you a room here then. You and Sini can stay the night. Okay. Gong Lifang agreed instantly. For a second, Ye Bai thought he heard a hint of excitement in her voice. Just as he was about to ask Ai Xian to arrange the room, the manager scurried over, all smiles. Sir, no need to trouble yourselves. I'll have a staff member bring the key card right away. Please escort Madam Chun upstairs. Ye Bai nodded, supporting Gong Lifang with Chun Sini on the other side as they headed up. He was suffering in silence. Auntie Gong, seemingly truly drunk, clung to him tightly, mistaking him for her husband. Oh my God! So, she gasped, pausing before adding, oh my God! I feel awful. I'm gonna throw up. Ye Bai remained silent. They reached the 18th floor, where a staff member soon arrived, guiding them to room 1818. The manager had indeed been thoughtful. It was a presidential suite. Ye Bai tried to lay Gong Lifang on the bed, but she refused to let go. Don't leave. The three of us will sleep together. You'll be in the middle, me on your left, Sini on your right. Just like when Sini was little, our family of three, sleeping together. Ye Bai glanced at Chun Sini, shaking his head with a wry smile. All right. The three of us will sleep together. Chun Sini placed a bottle of water on the nightstand, sighing. Ye Bai, take care of Mom for now. I'll call Dad and let him know. With that, she stepped out of the bedroom, gently closing the door behind her. Husband, I want it. Gong Lifang lifted her head, her eyes hazy with desire. Before Ye Bai could react, she grabbed his hand and pressed it against her. Holy sh! Ye Bai's scalp prickled as he yanked his hand back. Husband, what's wrong? Don't you want me anymore? Don't you love me? She pouted, wrapping her arms around his neck before tilting her head and kissing him. Ye Bai's pupils dilated in shock. He swore he tried to dodge, but it happened too fast. They were almost about to kiss, But Gong Lifang was truly drunk. Her hazy, half-lidded gaze grew even more unfocused before she rolled her eyes back and collapsed limply onto the bed. Too close. Ye Bai let out a sigh of relief. If Gong Lifang were a widow or a divorced beauty, Ye Bai wouldn't have minded helping her ease her loneliness. But she was Chun Sinny's mother. Respect and distance were necessary. Besides, old Chin had always treated him well. Naturally, he couldn't do something so morally outrageous. Unless they got divorced. But that was impossible. Anyone could see the couple had a good relationship. Ye Bai thought Gong Lifang had passed out. But then she began mumbling and struggling to sit up. Little hubby, I missed you. Hubby, say something, don't you miss me? Gong Lifang lay sprawled on the bed. And then, holy shit, Ye Bai was stunned, watching in disbelief. He swore his brain had short-circuited from her actions. He wasn't staring on purpose. Hubby, why aren't you coming over? Not sensing any movement, Gong Lifang turned her head in confusion, her eyes seductive and half-lidded. Seeing Ye Bai frozen in place, she sat up and, with some difficulty, began pulling off her bodycon skirt. Ye Bai's mind went completely blank. He even forgot to blink. Gong Lifang stood up and staggered toward him, but the soft mattress made her feel like she was walking on clouds. A wave of dizziness hit her, and she swayed before collapsing back onto the bed. Within seconds, her breathing steadied into deep, even sleep. Ye Bai exhaled sharply, only now realizing he had broken out in a cold sweat. Thankfully, Gong Lifang had succumbed to the alcohol at the last moment. Otherwise, he didn't even want to imagine what might have happened. Even though it would have been a betrayal of his conscience, wronging both Chun Sinny and Chen Zhengbin. What man could stay composed in a situation like this? Wait, Chun Sinny. Ye Bai had been staring blankly at the sleeping Gong Lifang when it suddenly hit him. Chun Sinny had only stepped out to call Chen Zhengbin and update him, not left entirely. Click. The door creaked open. Ye Bai's heart lurched. What would Chun Sinny think if she saw this scene? Gong Lifang passed out, 3 pieces of clothing scattered on the floor. Would she suspect he had taken advantage of her mother? For anyone else, this would be a case of mud stuck to their pants. No way to prove innocence. But luckily, Ye Bai had cheats. Whoosh! Time froze. The door stopped mid-swing, barely ajar. Ye Bai quickly gathered the clothes and rushed to dress Gong Lifang. Wait! This thing? Holding the delicate undergarment, Ye Bai was stunned. How the hell is this even wearable? I never expected. With only 3 minutes, he hurriedly lifted Gong Lifang's legs and managed to put it on. See no evil, touch no evil. He tried to calm his racing heart. This is way too plump. This is hard to put on. Next was the top undergarment, which took even more effort. Finally, the bodycon skirt. By the time he finished, Ye Bai was drenched in sweat. Whoosh! Time resumed just in the nick of time. The door opened fully, and Chun Sinny walked in, holding a bottle of hangover medicine. Likely just delivered by the staff. Huh? Ye Bai, why are you sweating so much? Is the room too hot? Mom too. Chun Sinny frowned and lowered the AC temperature. Ye Bai felt too guilty to stay. Sinny, take good care of your mom. I should head back downstairs. There's still stuff to handle, and as tonight's main guest, I can't leave early. Go ahead, boyfriend. Chun Sinny, ever understanding, smiled sweetly. Normally, alone with Chun Sinny in a hotel, Ye Bai would have lingered for some affectionate teasing. But right now he had no such thoughts. He was afraid she'd notice something off, or worse, that Gong Lifang might suddenly wake up and do something shocking again. Besides, earlier, he had noticed Gong Lifang's unusual mood. She had even secretly cried. Originally, Ye Bai had planned to push her limits, breaking the emotional shackles in her heart. But now he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. I should take her home first and cheer her up. Just as Ye Bai stepped out of room 1818, he saw Li Shiyan helping Qin Yu up the hallway. Her strength was limited, so she had enlisted a female staff member's assistance. Auntie drank too much? Ye Bai hurried over.
Li Shiyan siga.
I don't know what got into Mom tonight. She kept drinking in silence. I couldn't stop her. She's usually so well behaved. Ye Bai, do you know what happened? Of course I know. Your mom's jealousy went into overdrive tonight. Xiao Bai? Is that Xiao Bai? Qin Yu, bleary-eyed, lifted her head. The moment she saw Ye Bai, her lips quivered before she turned away. Xiao Bai, go away. I don't want to talk to you. Li Shiyan narrowed her eyes. What did you do to make Mom this mad? I get it, Li Shiyan suddenly realized, glaring at him. Mom doesn't seem to like Chun Sini's mother, and you were acting like a simp for her, pissing Mom off. Mature and sharp for her age, Li Shiyan had picked up on the strange tension between the two women, though she only guessed half the truth. Ye Bai was speechless. How was I a simp?
Li Shiyan skufa.
You looked like you couldn't wait to marry into their family as a live-in son-in-law. And that vixen mother of Chun Sini's. She's no good either, clinging to your arm like that. She probably wants you as her son-in-law and her man. Shameless. Li Shiyan, conservative and traditional, despised seductive women. In her eyes, Gong Lifeng was a fox spirit, dressing provocatively at her age and failing to keep proper boundaries with Ye Bai. Anyone would think she's trying to find a stepdad for Chun Sini. Ye Bai couldn't be bothered to argue with Li Shiyan and stepped forward to take Qin Yu from the server's hands. Thanks for the help. Could you open the door for us and bring some hangover medicine?
No.
I won't. Qin Yu struggled fiercely, like a petulant little girl throwing a tantrum with her boyfriend. I don't want Xiao Bai helping me. No. Go away. Ye Bai held her tightly, refusing to let her break free. Auntie, be good. Stop fussing. Shiyan is right here. You don't want your daughter seeing you like this, do you? Though drunk, Qin Yu wasn't completely blacked out. She understood the underlying meaning in Ye Bai's words. She had been feeling wronged and upset, wanting nothing more than to stay far away from him. But considering it now, what if Shiyan found out about their relationship? Immediately, Qin Yu stopped struggling, though she still refused to acknowledge him. She had made up her mind. From now on, she would return to a normal relationship with Ye Bai and never let him touch her again. After all, Xiao Bai is a billionaire now. He doesn't need to stay at our house anymore. I'll make him move out tomorrow. But for some reason, her heart ached terribly at the thought. The idea of never being able to sleep in Xiao Bai's arms again, never sharing intimacy with him, it made her want to cry. She tried to hold back her tears, but the floodgates broke. Tears trickled down like scattered pearls. Mom, why are you crying? Li Shiyan panicked, hastily grabbing tissues to wipe Qin Yu's face. It's nothing. Qin Yu sniffled. I just suddenly remembered your late father. Of course, Li Shiyan had no idea her father had been gay, and that his marriage to Qin Yu had been purely for appearances. In her memory, her father and stepmother had been deeply in love. Hearing Qin Yu mention him, she felt a pang of melancholy too and sighed softly. Having lost her father at a young age, she had always yearned for paternal affection. It wasn't that she hadn't considered asking Qin Yu to remarry, but after much thought, she realized no one could replace her father's place in her heart. Besides, what if some scumbag ended up taking advantage of Qin Yu, draining her emotionally and then running off with her inheritance? Her mother was a bit of a fool. Aside from being a talented cook, skilled at housework, stunningly beautiful, unbelievably sexy, and extraordinarily kind-hearted, she really had no other strengths. Li Shiyan worried constantly about her being tricked by some terrible man. When the server opened the door to room 1816, Ye Bai was momentarily stunned. Chun Sini and her mother were staying in 1818, only separated by 1817. Guess they grouped the presidential suites together. Probably the hotel manager's doing. After helping Qin Yu inside, the moment he laid her on the bed, she immediately turned away, sticking her butt out defiantly. Ye Bai sighed but couldn't comfort her with Shiyan present. He could only watch helplessly. Then his gaze fell on Li Shiyan's slightly soiled clothes. What happened there? Li Shiyan glanced down, frowning. Mom, I gave her milk to help with the alcohol, but she threw up all over me. Ye Bai's eyes lit up. Why don't you go shower and wash your clothes? The presidential suite has a washer. I'll take care of Auntie. Li Shiyan narrowed her eyes. She's already asleep, she doesn't need care. You can leave now. Unable to argue after being dismissed, Ye Bai nodded. All right, call me if anything happens. He left the bedroom, and soon the sound of the door opening and slamming shut echoed through the room. Li Shiyan stepped out of the bedroom, surveying the living area to ensure Ye Bai was really gone. Once the server arrived with the hangover medicine, she helped Qin Yu take it before finally heading to the bathroom. Before long, the sound of running water filled the suite. Qin Yu lay on her side, eyes wide open, remembering everything that had happened today, and realizing she had to cut off all intimacy with Ye Bai. Tears welled up again as she sniffled. Stupid Xiao Bai. Jerk. I hate you so much. I'm never speaking to you again. Wah! Suddenly, a large hand reached out from behind, gently wiping away her tears. A familiar voice spoke softly. Auntie, why are you crying like a little mess? Tears don't suit you. Xiao Bai. Qin Yu whipped her head around in delighted surprise to find Ye Bai crouched bedside, grinning. Her face brightened momentarily before immediately darkening again. Why are you still here? How could I leave when Auntie's crying like this? It breaks my heart. With that, he climbed onto the bed and wrapped his arms around her from behind. Don't touch me. Qin Yu struggled fiercely, but her strength was no match for his. Slowly, her resistance faded, and she choked out a broken sob before bursting into full-on tears. You idiot! I hate you! Wah! You bully! Ye Bai held her tightly. How could I ever bully you? I'd rather die than see you hurt. Why you? You did all those things with me, but now you have a girlfriend. Wah! Auntie, didn't you say yourself that I'd marry someone else someday? That's why you refused to fully belong to me. So why are you upset now that I have a girlfriend? Qin Yu couldn't answer. How could she admit she had fallen in love with him? Even though her body hadn't truly become his yet, her heart already had. Auntie, as long as you're willing to be my woman and go public with our relationship, I'll break up with Chun Sini tomorrow. In my heart, you're one of the most important women in the world. One of? Who else is most important? Qin Yu interrogated. Women always had a knack for zeroing in on the most frustrating details. Well, of course, my mother, and my dear sister who isn't related to you by blood. Ye Bai teased. Ugh, you little brat. Qin Yu stopped crying and lightly punched him in embarrassment. Ye Bai turned serious. Auntie, answer me. Are you willing? Qin Yu hesitated. She didn't dare. She couldn't even imagine how her daughter, Li Shiyan, or Ye Bai's mother would react if they found out. She was terrified, but at the same time, her heart swelled with warmth. So, she really was the most important woman in his heart. Ye Bai pulled Qin Yu close, tilting her face up to plant a soft kiss on her lips. His expression as solemn as if he were taking a sacred oath. Auntie, I'll break up with her tomorrow and announce our relationship to the world. I'll tell everyone that you, Qin Yu, are the woman I love.
No.
Qin Yu clutched his clothes in panic, her eyes pleading. Please, Xiao Bai, don't. Then what should I do? You won't be my woman, but you won't let me date anyone else either. I can't stay single forever, can I? Ye Bai frowned in exaggerated distress before suddenly brightening as if struck by inspiration. I've got it. What is it? Qin Yu asked urgently. With a mix of excitement and anticipation, Ye Bai declared, Auntie, I don't want to be apart from you. I need you to be mine. But since you don't want anyone to know, and I still have to marry and have kids to satisfy my parents, here's the solution. I'll marry someone else and start a family, while the two of us keep our relationship a secret, forever. Best actor Ye Bai makes his move. Though Ye Bai was scheming against Qin Yu, his words came from the heart. You greedy little brat. How dare you dream of having 3 wives and 4 concubines? Qin Yu spat out, though a flicker of temptation stirred within her. Yes, my relationship with Xiao Bai is something that can never see the light of day. But what if it never had to? What if I secretly remained his woman for the rest of my life? But what if we were discovered? What if, when I grew old and lost my beauty, Xiao Bai cast me aside? If I didn't end things with him now, the pain later would only be worse. Qin Yu voiced her concerns. Ye Bai reassured her, "Don't worry, Auntie. If we're careful enough, no one will find out. Besides, you won't age. Haven't you noticed? You've actually gotten younger lately. Even the crow's feet at the corners of your eyes have disappeared." Qin Yu gasped in surprise. "You noticed too?" "Of course. And it's all thanks to me. As long as you..." Ye Bai smirked smugly. "You little rascal. Shut up." Qin Yu blushed furiously. "Auntie, first answer me. What do you think of my proposal?" Ye Bai pressed, seizing the moment. Qin Yu hesitated. "Let me think about it." She was still torn. She didn't want to give this brat the satisfaction, and she felt such a relationship was immoral, unfair to Ye Bai's future wife. Wait. Qin Yu's expression suddenly turned suspicious. "Why do you smell strange?" "That's something you'd have to ask Auntie Gong about." Just then, the sound of running water from the bathroom stopped. Qin Yu's face paled. She had completely forgotten Li Shiyan was still here. Oh no. It was too late for Ye Bai to leave now. Thinking fast, Qin Yu yanked the blanket over both of them. The bathroom door creaked open, and Li Shiyan stepped out, naked, drying herself with a towel. Qin Yu squeezed her eyes shut, pretending to be asleep. She had drunk quite a bit earlier, her head still foggy from the alcohol, but the adrenaline from her encounter with Ye Bai had sobered her up somewhat. Now, the thrill of possibly being discovered by Li Shiyan sent heat coursing through her body, burning away the last traces of drunkenness. Fortunately, Li Shiyan had turned off the bedroom lights before her bath, leaving only the dim glow from the bathroom's exterior light. She glanced at Qin Yu but noticed nothing amiss under the blanket. After drying off, Li Shiyan switched off the remaining light and settled in to sleep. The presidential suite was a family-style room with one large bed and a smaller one. Qin Yu had already taken the larger bed, so Li Shiyan lay down on the smaller one beside her. The room plunged into darkness, eerily silent. Then Li Shiyan heard a strange noise. "Mom!" She called out softly, and the sound immediately stopped. Assuming she had imagined it, she dismissed the thought. But after a while, the noises resumed. Qin Yu seemed restless, as if struggling with discomfort. "Mom, are you okay?" Li Shiyan sat up and turned on the bedside lamp. Qin Yu's face was flushed crimson, her eyes darting guiltily, like a child caught misbehaving. "I'm fine, just thirsty. I need some water." She grabbed the glass on the nightstand and gulped it down. "Shiyan, turn off the light. It's too bright." "Okay." Li Shiyan switched off the lamp. Exhausted, she soon drifted into sleep, her breathing steady. Once certain she was asleep, Ye Bai finally dared to speak. "Auntie, since things have already gone this far, why not just become mine completely?" "No, Shiyan is right here. If she finds out, how could I ever face her again? I'd rather die. She's asleep now. Xiao Bai, get out. You'd really send me away like this?" Then, just like before. "Xiao Bai, I haven't forgiven you yet, and I still haven't decided whether to be your lover. If you force me, I'll never forgive you." Qin Yu's voice was firm. Ye Bai sighed. She was right. Qin Yu hadn't yet broken free from her own moral restraints. If he pushed her now, especially with Li Shiyan nearby, she might truly shatter if discovered. A long while later, Ye Bai slipped out of bed and tiptoed toward the door. As he glanced back, he froze. Though the room was pitch black, his enhanced vision allowed him to see clearly. Damn, when did Li Shiyan grow up to be so stunning? Her proportions were flawless. Not exaggerated, but perfectly balanced, delicate and alluring. Ye Bai quickly averted his gaze. Li Shiyan was like a daughter to him. He wanted to be her stepfather, not her daddy in that sense. Quietly, he left the room and took the elevator downstairs. Earlier, while Li Shiyan was showering, Ye Bai had texted Song Dongfeng, telling his brothers to enjoy themselves and leave without waiting for him. Now Song Dongfeng sat alone on the steps outside, smoking, the ground littered with cigarette butts. "Eastie, why are you still here?" Guilt gnawed at Ye Bai. While he'd been indulging upstairs, his loyal friend had been freezing outside. Song Dongfeng's expression was grave. "Boss, I was worried there might be trouble tonight." Ye Bai asked, "Any updates from Nan?" Song Dongfeng exhaled smoke. "Those guys have iron jaws. They're no ordinary thugs. Nan took them to the black site. Gonna make em talk the hard way." Ye Bai nodded. "Then we'll wait for Nan's report." With that, he opened the car door and retrieved a gift box containing a keycard. Suisha had literally wrapped herself up as a gift and was still waiting. The aunties didn't get to eat, but shouldn't they at least try some shark meat? 1817? Ye Bai couldn't help but laugh. He truly hadn't expected Suisha to have booked a room at the Jinyuan Grand Hotel too. And what a coincidence. Right between Qin Yu and Gong Lifeng. Gong Lifeng was in 1818, Qin Yu in 1816. Truth really was stranger than fiction. Holding the gift box, Ye Bai instructed, "You should go back and rest too. We'll deal with everything tomorrow." With that, he returned to the 18th floor, stopped in front of room 1817, glanced around, and swiped the keycard. Beep! The door unlocked. Inside, Suisha sat on the sofa, wearing the same outfit from the photos, her curves accentuated to perfection. "Chairman Yi, you're finally here." She stood up, her eyes brimming with shyness, an alluring charm radiating from her. "Chairman Yi, I can never repay your kindness and recognition. So, this is the only way I know how to thank you." Honestly, Ye Bai thought Suisha wasn't particularly photogenic. In person, she was far more stunning and sensual than in videos. She lifted her gaze, her eyes misty with emotion. "Chairman Yi, I have a small request. Could you?" "Oh, well. Who knew Suisha was into this kind of roleplay?" Ye Bai pulled out his phone and opened the camera. Early morning, Golden Source Grand Hotel. The first light of dawn was just breaking. By the floor-to-ceiling window, scattered fragments of torn clothing littered the floor, among which something else could faintly be seen. The sunlight was a little too bright. Ye Bai slowly woke up, blinking his eyes open. Despite having slept very late the night before, he still felt refreshed and energized. He picked up his phone and began admiring the masterpieces of the newly acclaimed photography maestro, Mr. Yi, aka 91 Yi. Just one night and his phone storage was nearly full. The floor-to-ceiling window, the sofa, the bathroom, the bathtub, the table, every location had been captured in the videos. Tisk! Ye Bai let out an impressed sound. If these were posted online, they'd absolutely go viral. Compared to the quality of these videos, so-called internet sensations like Doll Sister or Masked Nana would be nothing but small fry. He truly hadn't expected that Suisha, despite the flashy gift she'd prepared for him, would turn out to be an inexperienced fledgling who hadn't yet learned to fly. The sound from the video suddenly grew louder, startling Suisha awake. She peeked over, and her face instantly flushed crimson. "Last night I was actually so... Mr. Yi won't think I'm some kind of loose girl, right? I swear. I've never even held hands with any other guy besides him. The only reason I know so much is because I secretly looked up tutorials and watched videos after work these past few days." Suisha felt overwhelmingly happy. More than once, she had fantasized about Ye Bai while alone at home. When watching romantic films, she'd imagine herself and Ye Bai as the leads. And now her wish had finally come true. Rather than calling this a birthday gift for Mr. Yi, it was more like a reward he had given her. "I never expected Mr. Yi would be even more than I imagined." Her face burned again, her eyes glistening with emotion. She nestled into Ye Bai's arms, tilting her head up like a kitten. "Mr. Yi, you're awake? Are you okay? Have you recovered?" Ye Bai asked with concern. Suisha nodded shyly, her cheeks still pink. To describe Suisha, Ye Bai could only think of two words: a peerless beauty, a rare delicacy, exquisite beyond words. And she came with an added bonus: She was the goddess in the hearts of countless lonely men. If Sui Sha is already this incredible, just how overpowered must Qin Yu be? Ye Bai decided he wouldn't bother telling her the story of Yu the Great this time. I need to speed things up. If Auntie refuses my proposal this time and won't agree to be my little lover, then I'll just have to eat Xiao Yu first. And then, while busy with her at home, I'll make sure Auntie accidentally walks in on us, delivering a devastating psychological blow. At that point, Auntie would break down in tears, crying about how she was the one who came first. And then, he'd seize the opportunity to conquer her in one fell swoop, advancing straight to the final step. Room 1816. Qin Yu slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the morning sun outside. She wasn't as distraught as she had been during last night's birthday celebration, but her heart still ached. I knew Xiao Bai was a scoundrel, but I never thought he'd be this bad. Actually wanting to have multiple wives and keep them all close. Biting her lip, Qin Yu wrestled with her emotions. She didn't want to be the homewrecker, the mistress who ruined someone else's happiness. She didn't want to give that rascal Ye Bai the satisfaction. But at the same time, she couldn't bear the thought of leaving him. Just imagining a life without him made her heart feel like it was being pricked by needles. Suddenly, Li Shiyan's shocked voice came from behind her. Mom! Oh my God! See if you'll ever drink that much again. You actually... Qin Yu's face burned with embarrassment. Room 1818. Chun Sini woke up shivering. Last night, thinking the room was too hot, especially after making both Ye Bai and Gong Lifang sweat so much, she had turned the air conditioning way down. When she opened her eyes, she saw Gong Lifang frowning in her sleep, her noble and beautiful face flushed red, murmuring something under her breath. She had been sleeping on her side, but after a while, she rolled over onto her stomach. Alarmed, Chun Sini quickly shook her awake. Mom! Mom! Are you okay? Gong Lifang's eyes fluttered open. The moment she saw Chun Sini, she recalled her dream, and her face turned even redder, a trace of guilt flashing in her eyes. She had dreamed of going to Ye Bai's countryside hometown with Sini, the three of them sharing a bed. At first, she had turned her back to the young couple, but then they started secretly. Later, after Sini fell asleep, Ye Bai, lying between them, rolled over toward her instead. Wait! Ye Bai! Gong Lifang's alluring eyes widened in shock. She suddenly remembered everything she had done the night before. Her last clear memory was of stripping off her clothes and walking toward Xiao Bai. Oh my God! How could I be so shameless? It's one thing to fantasize, but I actually went through with it? She wanted to bury herself in the ground out of sheer mortification. She swore she would never drink again. Alcohol had made her do something so reckless. This is all old Chen's fault. If not for you, I never would have even considered doing something so disloyal. Having been married to Chen Jingbin for decades, Gong Lifang knew him inside out. Recently, she had noticed something off about him and secretly checked his phone late one night. What she found nearly destroyed her. Her husband had reconnected with his first love from his student days and had been secretly helping her. For all she knew, they had already slept together. But coming from a powerful family, Gong Lifang had seen this kind of thing before. After the initial shock, she gradually steadied herself. To keep the family from falling apart, she pretended not to know. Besides, at the time, she thought her daughter had been seduced by some delinquent. Sini's future was more important, so she kept quiet. She waited for old Chun to confess on his own. If he did, it would mean nothing had actually happened between him and that woman, and she would have forgiven him, but he never came clean. By now, Gong Lifang was almost certain he had cheated. Deep down, she was a traditional and conservative woman. If not for this betrayal, no matter how much she liked Ye Bai, she would never have entertained such thoughts. But if old Chun had already broken his vows, why shouldn't she do the same? Nervously, Gong Lifang checked herself. Phew, at least she hadn't actually done anything with Ye Bai. That would have been unforgivable to Sini. It's fine to imagine, but actually doing it is out of the question. Even if I were to betray old Chun, It can't be with Xiao Bai. After all, he's Cindy's boyfriend. Still, in all her years, this was the first time she had ever felt this way about another man. That puzzled her too. She came from an elite background. Handsome men and beautiful women were nothing new to her. But for some reason, she couldn't resist Ye Bai's charm. It was as if he had some kind of magical allure, something utterly intoxicating. Seeing her mother regain consciousness but stare blankly at her without speaking, even reaching down to touch her buttocks before her expression shifted inexplicably, Aunt Qin couldn't help but voice her concern. "Mom, what's wrong? Are you okay? What did you dream about?" "I'm fine." Gong Lifang replied, recalling how she had stripped off her clothes while unconscious. Worried that her daughter might misinterpret the situation, she quickly asked, "Qin, I drank too much last night. I didn't do anything inappropriate, did I?" "No, aside from mistaking Ye Bai for Dad when you were drunk. Nothing else happened," Aunt Qin answered after a moment's thought. Gong Lifang pressed further. "Then when you came back after making your call, how was I? I didn't take off my clothes, right?" Aunt Qin shook her head.
No.
Gong Lifang breathed a sigh of relief. Good, Qin hadn't seen her in that state, so no misunderstandings had arisen. But then her eyes widened in realization. She remembered very clearly that she had completely stripped naked, yet when Qin returned, her clothes were neatly back on, which meant it must have been Xiao Bai who dressed her. So he had seen everything, and considering how snug her undergarments were, when he dressed her, a strange sensation swelled in Gong Lifang's heart, an indescribable feeling. Recalling last night's dream, Gong Lifang grew even more eager for their upcoming summer trip to the countryside. Just what would happen then? And how much of the dream would come true? Gong Lifang was a conflicted woman. On one hand, she didn't want to do anything to betray her daughter. On the other, she couldn't help but yearn to get closer to Ye Bai, her mind constantly wandering into fantasies. Aunt Qin continued, "But Mom, you really shouldn't drink so much again. You have no idea how feverish you were last night. Your whole body was burning up, and your clothes." Gong Lifang's face burned with humiliation. Good Lord, how mortifying. So Xiao Bai must have noticed too. Would Xiao Bai look down on me because of this? That morning, neither Ye Bai nor Suisha had left their room. Qin Yu and Li Shiyan were in Suite 1816, while Gong Lifang and Aunt Qin stayed in Suite 1818. Both rooms contained women tied to Ye Bai in some way. Had this been one of those trashy soap opera plots, the protagonist's illicit affairs would undoubtedly have been exposed, leading to a messy emotional tug-of-war among the female leads. But luckily, Ye Bai had cheats at his disposal. His X-ray vision remained active, allowing him to monitor the movements in both presidential suites next door. Eventually, the adjacent rooms emptied. By then, Ye Bai and Suisha had already filmed their morning content. Suisha lay curled against Ye Bai's chest, but unlike most girls, she didn't bombard him with questions like, "What are we now? Am I your girlfriend? Or will you take responsibility for me?" She was a perceptive woman who knew her place, understanding that sleeping with Ye Bai didn't mean she could suddenly lay claim to him. She was well aware that Ye Bai had a girlfriend. In fact, she had abandoned any expectations last night, so even this reward was more than she could ask for. The thought of trying to usurp his girlfriend's position never even crossed her mind. In Suisha's eyes, a man like Ye Bai, so exceptional, wasn't someone she could ever exclusively possess. Simply being his mistress, able to share this intimacy with him, was already an honor and a blessing. Had Ye Bai known her thoughts, he would have marveled. This woman wasn't just naturally skilled at seducing men. She was practically born to be the perfect mistress. Obedient, undemanding, never rocking the boat. Truly, the ideal candidate for an extramarital affair. After sending Suisha off and arranging to meet her for dinner later, Ye Bai dialed Zhang Lingnan's number. "Nanzi, how's it going?" "Baiji, we got them to talk." It was Kai Zhaoyuan's men. "Good." Ye Bai's eyes narrowed dangerously. Truly, fools rush in where angels fear to tread. Last time, He had planned to beat Kai Xiaoyuan into a vegetative state, only to accidentally expose his affair with Kai Baozi's woman. Ditching his initial plan, Ye Bai had let Kai Baozi handle the fallout. He thought the disgrace would force Kai Xiaoyuan to lie low, yet somehow the fool still dared to make a move. Zhang Lingnan continued, "Bai Ji, we learned that last night. They were planning to kidnap Sister Cinny and Aunt Gong to blackmail you into handing over Rainbow Bridge's 3 buildings and your shares in Bay." Ye Bai's gaze turned icy. Kai Xiaoyuan was already a dead man walking. This time, not even divine intervention could save him. What about their men? Did you send them to the police? Since they had been seen taking them away in front of the hotel manager and security staff, and Ye Bai had publicly stated they would be handed to authorities, there was no way they could simply vanish. Zhang Lingnan replied, "They've been handed over. Don't worry, Bai Ji. My interrogation methods leave no physical marks, only psychological scars. The police won't have any grounds to hassle us." "Good work," Ye Bai praised. Of course, even if they had tortured those thugs to within an inch of their lives, it wouldn't have mattered. He had already briefed Chief Chui last night. These fools had targeted the family of Secretary Chun, Chairman Chun Jingbin's inner circle. As Chun Jingbin's subordinate and friend, Chief Chui would ensure these scum paid dearly, perhaps even uncovering past crimes to lock them away for decades. Ye Bai asked next, "Do we know which hospital Kai Xiaoyuan's staying in?" "We do. He's in the proctology department at City General Hospital." Zhang Lingnan paused before adding, "Bai Ji, let me handle this. I have a few reliable guys under me who admire you and have been itching to contribute to the group. I'll take them, guaranteeing Kai Xiaoyuan won't see tomorrow's sunrise, with no evidence left behind." Eager to prove himself, Zhang Lingnan hadn't just honed his interrogation techniques by studying films like the 10 Extreme Tortures of the Qing Dynasty. He had also binge-watched Detective Conan and Sherlock Holmes series, convinced he could now engineer the perfect crime. "No need. I'll have someone outside the group deal with Kai Xiaoyuan." Ye Bai hung up and gazed out the window. Boom! A thunderclap split the sky, followed by a drizzle. Daylight dimmed beneath gathering clouds. The hour of execution had arrived. Kai Xiaoyuan was about to meet his doom. Since the decision had already been made to eliminate Kai Xiaoyuan, there was no need to worry about whether it was day or night. Who said killing had to happen at night? As long as no evidence was left behind, it could be done anytime, anywhere. With his supernatural abilities, Ye Bai had nothing to fear. Facing the floor-to-ceiling window, Ye Bai's figure gradually faded away. A moment later, the hotel room door opened by itself, then gently closed. He still had a dinner date with Sui Sha in the evening. Taking care of Kai Xiaoyuan would leave just enough time. Earlier that morning, Taohua City People's Hospital, Inpatient Department, 14th floor, Proctology Ward, Private Luxury Room. Kai Xiaoyuan lay on the hospital bed, scrolling through a novel on his phone. As the heir to a crime family, he had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth. In the past, he would never have bothered with online novels. After all, the so-called goddesses in those stories were nothing more than playthings to him. Back in school, he had been untouchable, gathering a gang of delinquents around him. No matter which school he attended, he was always the top dog. With his handsome looks, he never lacked female attention. Schoolgirls had a thing for bad boys, after all. Even the more mature girls who disliked or even despised him would eventually fall into his hands, one way or another. Ordinary girls had long since bored him. Sleeping with Kai Baozi's woman had just been for the thrill of it. But ever since that incident, when Kai Baozi's muscle-bound enforcer had taught him a lesson in the most humiliating way possible, something inside Kai Xiaoyuan had changed. A switch had flipped, revealing a side of him he never knew existed. Now he found himself searching for BL novels online, reading them with unexpected fascination. The door to the ward opened, and a young, pretty nurse walked in. "Kai Xiaoyuan, right? Time to check your blood pressure." Her tone was cold as she pushed the medical cart forward. Kai Xiaoyuan turned his head, and his eyes lit up. Damn, she was hot. He had conquered all kinds of women in all kinds of settings, but a hospital bed with a nurse? That was a first. As the nurse took his blood pressure, Kai Xiaoyuan shamelessly groped her. Hey, gorgeous, wanna hook up? How much? 10,000 enough? He had long since lost the patience to woo women. Money was his usual opener. If that didn't work, he'd resort to more forceful methods. Slap! The nurse's palm struck his face with a sharp crack. Her pretty face flushed with anger, eyes brimming with tears. Without another word, she turned and stormed out. Feisty little thing, Kai Xiaoyuan muttered, licking his lips. I like spicy. A twisted grin spread across his face as he reached for his phone, intending to call Baldy, his usual enforcer, to bring some men and, more importantly, some special medicine. But the call didn't go through. It took him a second to remember. Last night, he'd sent Baldy to deal with that little punk Ye Bai. By now, they'd probably dragged him off to the mountains for some interrogation. No wonder the call wasn't connecting. After a moment's thought, he dialed another number. This time, reaching out to one of Kai Baozi's most ruthless lieutenants. The man's name was Ni Kunlong, nicknamed Brother Long. He'd been with Kai Baozi for over a decade, had watched Kai Xiaoyuan grow up, and the two got along well. They were cut from the same cloth, both had a taste for drugging women. Once, they'd even targeted the same girl. After knocking her out, they'd shared her like a pair of degenerate brothers. When the call connected, Kai Xiaoyuan got straight to the point. Long Ji, there's a nurse at the city hospital, total firecracker. Wanna come over and relive the good old days? How hot we talking? And Ni Kunlong asked. Kinda looks like that A-list actress. What's her name? Can't remember right now. But in that nurse outfit? Pure temptation. Say no more. I'm on my way. Less than half an hour later, Ni Kunlong barged into the ward. Seeing Kai Xiaoyuan lying pathetically on his stomach, he feigned shock. Yuanzi, the hell happened to you? Who did this? Walls have ears. The truth about Kai Xiaoyuan's punishment for sleeping with Kai Baozi's woman had already spread like wildfire within the Kai organization. But since no one dared say it openly, Ni Kunlong played dumb.
Kai Xiaoyuan grimat?
Got bit in the ass by a dog. Don't ask. Ni Kunlong pretended to look concerned. Bad? You still functional? It's just my ass. The other equipment's fine. You bring the goods. Ni Kunlong pulled out a small red vial and shook it smugly. New import. 1 pill and she'll go from saint to slut. Begging for it. Where is she? Nurse's station. Gotta sweet-talk her into coming back. Tell her I want to apologize or some shit. Got it. This place has vibes. Perfect for a little double-team action. Ni Kunlong was practically salivating at the thought. Just then, the door swung open. A pretty young nurse stood in the doorway.
Kai Xiaoyuan grin.
Long Ji, that's her. Ni Kunlong's eyes gleamed. Damn, she was fine. Before he could speak, the nurse pointed at Kai Xiaoyuan and yelled, Baby! This pervert groped me. A lanky young man with bleached blonde hair and a leather jacket swaggered in, followed by 5 or 6 lackeys. His sharp features vaguely resembled Andy Lau's. Which dumbest thinks he can touch my girl? He barked, twirling a telescopic baton. But the moment he saw Ni Kunlong, his bravado evaporated. His back instinctively hunched in submission.
El longeux.
What brings you here?
Ni Kunlong esquinted.
Who the hell are you? I'm with Brother Song. Last time you two had dinner, I poured your drinks. Oh, Song's boy.
Ni Kunlong nadid.
Song was a small-time gang leader in Taohua City, a veteran, but his crew was third-rate compared to the Kai Empire. Mostly ran underground gambling and loan sharking. Ni Kunlong's expression darkened. This your girl?
Y yes.
You know who's lying on that bed? No? Then let me introduce you. This is Kai Xiaoyuan, Kai Baozi's son. The young man immediately bowed. Brother Xiaoyuan. My apologies. Ni Kunlong's voice turned icy. Xiaoyuan took a liking to your girl. She didn't just refuse. She slapped him. What do you think we should do about that? Without hesitation, the young man shoved the nurse forward. Long Ji, you must be mistaken. This is clearly Brother Xiaoyuan's woman. Since when was she mine?
Ni kunlon es mirked.
Smart kid. Just like Song. Knows how to read the room. The young man forced a laugh, saying nothing. What a joke. Women were replaceable. But crossing the Kai family's crown prince? That was a one-way ticket to the riverbed, either as fish food or as a red smear under a dump truck, the kind even the coroner would need a spoon to scrape up. The young nurse stared at the man in disbelief, her chest heaving with fury. She never imagined that her boyfriend, who swore she meant more to him than his own life, would turn out to be the kind of coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. When faced with a powerful adversary, he'd even sell out his own woman. Seeing the situation turning ugly, the nurse tried to bolt, but the young man blocked her path. Brother Zhaoyuan, your girlfriend's trying to run. What should we do? Kai Zhaoyuan's eyes gleamed as he looked back. Hold her down. No problem. The young man readily agreed. Hell, he'd even help give her a push if needed. If the heir to the Kai group took a liking to him, that'd be his golden ticket. Even Brother Song would have to hand him cigarettes in the future. Tell your boys to leave first, Kai Zhaoyuan ordered. The young man immediately waved his gang off, sending them to wait downstairs. Brother Long. Kai Zhaoyuan glanced at Ni Kunlong, who instantly understood. With a perverted smirk, he stepped forward, pulled a pill from a red bottle, and forced it into the nurse's mouth. You bastards! Cough! The nurse fought wildly, but there was no way she could overpower two men. Soon, her vision grew hazy, her movements sluggish. All right, you can go now, Ni Kunlong said dismissively. The young man shot the nurse a reluctant glance. Truth be told, she was damn fine. Too bad he hadn't managed to get anywhere with her in their 2 months together, not even holding hands. And now she was about to be someone else's prize. But what could he do? He was nobody compared to the Kai group heir. Just as he was about to leave, Kai Zhaoyuan called out. Wait! You need anything else, Brother Zhaoyuan? The young man turned, puzzled. Was the heir actually expecting him to help out? What's your name? Kai Zhaoyuan's gaze burned into him. Gao Chen. You can call me Xiao Chen. An ominous feeling crept up his spine. You want to work for me? Kai Zhaoyuan licked his lips. Gao Chen swallowed hard. The dread grew, but he nodded anyway. Brother Long, take the girl to the bathroom first. I got some words for Xiao Chun here, Kai Zhaoyuan instructed. Ni Kunlong was stunned. Wait, is this bastard actually switching teams? There were rumors that Kai Zhaoyuan enjoyed certain alternative activities, but Ni Kunlong had brushed them off. He knew the dude was a pervert. But this? Now he realized he'd never truly understood Kai Zhaoyuan. Masking his shock, he smirked. Sure, you two talk. I'll take the nurse to the bathroom. Once Ni Kunlong dragged the nurse away, Kai Zhaoyuan stared at Gao Chen with an eerie glow in his eyes. Xiao Chen, you're so pretty. Anyone ever tell you you look like Andy Lau? Yeah. The hairs on Gao Chen's neck stood up, but ambition outweighed his disgust and fear. If becoming a boss means taking this hit, so be it. Just pretend a dog bit you. Xiao Chen, bend over the windowsill. I'll teach you something fun. Click-clack. The lock on the hospital room door disengaged silently, and the door swung open. Ye Bai stepped in, invisible, and froze at the sight by the window. Then, faint pleas came from the bathroom. Pushing the door open, he found the nurse crumpled in the corner, her face flushed, writhing as she begged. Please, stop. Let me go, no. Nearby, a man stripped while leering. No? Soon you'll be begging for me to. Ye Bai's hand dipped into his spatial storage, retrieving a baseball bat. With a swift, whistling swing, crack, the man crumpled to the floor, unconscious. By the window, Kai Zhaoyuan grinned at the bathroom noises. Damn, Brother Long still's got it, making that much noise. Well, even if I've switched tastes, I won't be outdone. But in the bathroom, Ye Bai flipped the man over and paused. He definitely knew this face.
Ni Kunlon.
One of Kai Baozi's top enforcers. In his past life, when Ye Bai was a fugitive, he'd infiltrated Kai Baozi's stronghold alone, killing the boss himself, only for Ni Kunlong to catch him. So Ye Bai sent 2 bullets through him as well. Perfect. If little Long is here, then Kai Zhaoyuan's death can be pinned on Kai Baozi. What's more believable than a crime lord executing his own son for sleeping with his mistress? Ye Bai returned to the window, took one look at Kai Zhaoyuan and Gao Chen's positions. He couldn't even bear to watch. From his storage, he pulled out a steel pipe. Bang! Bang! Both men slumped to the floor. Whoosh! Time froze. Ye Bai hauled an Ai Kunlong to the window, pressed the pipe into his grip, then stuffed the baseball bat into Kai Zhaoyuan's hands, pressing his fingers onto it before tossing it under the bed. Both weapons were brand new, and Ye Bai always wore gloves when handling them.
No traces.
He opened the window and shoved Kai Zhaoyuan out, still suspended midair, naked in frozen time. Whoosh! Time returned to normal. Thud! After a muffled impact, a bloom of crimson slowly unfolded on the second-floor balcony. Karma is real. Evil reaps its own punishment. Screams erupted from downstairs. Several doctors rushed onto the balcony, scrambling to perform emergency treatment. But alas, after a 14-story fall, his head had shattered beyond repair. Not even a miracle could save him now. Before long, the piercing wail of police sirens filled the air. Golden Spring Hotel. Room 1817. The door swung open as Ye Bai stepped out and hurried downstairs. By the time he reached the lobby, Song Dongfeng had already pulled the Mercedes up to the entrance. Waiting. Dongzi, head to Audi Western Cuisine. You got it. Audi Western Cuisine was less than 5 kilometers from the Golden Spring Hotel. Soon they arrived. Ye Bai instructed Song Dongfeng to grab dinner on his own before briskly heading upstairs. Audi Western Cuisine was a high-end Western restaurant, one of the most renowned in Taotang City. It was dinner hour and the place was packed. Su Yisha had been waiting for a while, her eyes fixed on the entrance like a puppy yearning for its owner. The moment she spotted Ye Bai, she sprang to her feet, delightedly shuffling over in quick little steps to loop her arm through his. Chairman Yi, you're finally here. I've been waiting forever. She pouted coquettishly. She had chosen a seat by the floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a breathtaking view of the city skyline. In the distance, the Taotang TV tower loomed against the nightscape. Dining in such a picturesque setting was its own kind of luxury. Chairman Yi, before dinner, there's something I'd like to... Su Yisha gazed at Ye Bai with a coy, lingering look, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Ye Bai couldn't help but praise. Xiao Shatzi, forever the greatest. So damn good. Chairman Yi, do you like Xiao Shatzi like this? I do, but it's not enough yet. After saying this, Ye Bai waved over a waiter and asked if there were any private rooms available. Sir, there's one left, but there's a minimum spending requirement. Move us to the private room. At a time like this, even if the cost was 58,000 or even 10 times that, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. Soon, the waiter transferred their dishes to the private room. Do not disturb us unless I call for you, Ye Bai said coolly. Once the waiter left, he used his X-ray vision and super eagle eyes to scan the room, confirming there were no surveillance devices. Then he beckoned Su Yisha over. Xiao Shatzi had been waiting impatiently. The moment she got the signal, she immediately... Ye Bai was beyond satisfied. Su Yisha was so considerate it almost hurt. Late at night, Jinyuan Grand Hotel, room 1817. They hadn't checked out yet. After dinner, the two returned to the hotel. Su Yisha, exhausted from the earlier activities, quickly fell asleep. Listening to her steady breathing and confirming she was in deep sleep, Ye Bai quietly got up, activated his invisibility, and headed toward Jinhu Haoding. Since Kai Zhaoyuan had already been dealt with, there was no need to keep that old bastard Kai Baozi around either. Kai Zhaoyuan's death could be pinned on Kai Baozi. The police might not have evidence, but they'd suspect him. If he killed Kai Baozi now and stored the body in his dimensional space, the police would assume Kai Baozi had fled after realizing his crimes were exposed. But when he arrived at Kai Baozi's villa, the man was nowhere to be found, not even his mistress. Only a few maids remained, still awake and gossiping about their employer. After listening for a moment, Ye Bai was utterly speechless. That night, not only had Kai Baozi ordered his men to take turns tormenting Kai Xiaoyuan, but afterward, he had dragged his mistress upstairs and disciplined her with an object so harshly that it ruptured her ovarian cyst. Panicked, Kai Baozi rushed her to the city hospital, only to find that the gynecological specialist was away for training in the provincial capital. The remaining doctors weren't confident in performing the surgery, so after emergency treatment, Kai Baozi had to take her to the provincial capital overnight. That old bastard's luck is too damn good. With no other choice, Ye Bai left quietly, letting Kai Baozi live a few more days. City Public Security Bureau. Gao Chun and Ni Kunlong were detained in the interrogation room, handcuffed and shackled. The police had reviewed the surveillance footage. At the time of the incident, only 4 people were in the hospital room. About 10 minutes before the incident, Gao Chen's underlings had entered, but they left after just a few minutes, clearing them of suspicion. Forensics examined the 2 blood-stained weapons. The baseball bat carried Ni Kunlong's blood and Kai Xiaoyuan's fingerprints. The steel pipe had traces of Gao Chun and Kai Xiaoyuan's blood, along with Ni Kunlong's fingerprints. The preliminary autopsy report confirmed Kai Xiaoyuan had blunt force trauma to the back of his head, but the cause of death was the fall. Additionally, police found Gao Chen's DNA and fecal matter on Kai Xiaoyuan's body. Meanwhile, Kai Xiaoyuan's DNA was detected inside Gao Chun. Though both Ni Kunlong and Gao Chun vehemently denied involvement in Kai Xiaoyuan's death, the police weren't buying it. An informant also revealed that Kai Xiaoyuan had recently slept with Kai Baozi's woman. Meanwhile, the drugged nurse regained consciousness after treatment and came to the station for questioning. Gao Chun restrained me, she said. Ni Kunlong forced some kind of drug into my mouth, dragged me into the bathroom, and tried to rape me. Then I blacked out. The officer taking notes asked, "Think carefully. Did you see Kai Xiaoyuan enter the bathroom?" "I was unconscious. When I woke up, I was in the ER," the nurse replied. The 2 officers exchanged glances and nodded. Though some details remained unclear, the case was essentially solved. Ni Kunlong, acting on Kai Baozi's orders, had gone to the hospital to kill Kai Xiaoyuan, the ungrateful son. He drugged the nurse, took her to the bathroom under the pretense of assault, then ambushed Kai Xiaoyuan and Gao Chun while they were occupied by the window. He struck both in the back of the head with the steel pipe. Gao Chun was knocked out instantly, but Kai Xiaoyuan pretended to be unconscious before counterattacking, hitting Ni Kunlong with the baseball bat. However, Ni Kunlong, far tougher than the hedonistic, weakened Kai Xiaoyuan, managed to push him out the window in his final moments of consciousness. Since Kai Xiaoyuan's men had attempted to assault Chen Jingbin's family the night before, Chief Chui took the case seriously. After hearing the report, the officer asked, "Chief Chui, should we summon Kai Baozi for questioning?" "No," Cui replied. "Don't spook him yet. Focus on breaking Ni Kunlong. Get him to confess that Kai Baozi ordered the hit." He paused, then added, "If necessary, use special measures." The officer understood immediately. The chief meant the memory restoration technique. Early the next morning, Ye Bai was awakened by a phone call. It was Chun Zhengbin calling. Several hands from the provincial level have reached into Taohua City, trying to carve up the legacy of Xiao Hongyu's group. Delays risk unforeseen changes. I plan to hold a meeting next week to auction off those 4 buildings at Rainbow Bridge. Do you have sufficient funds?
Ye Bai frowned.
The batch of gold from Xiao Hongyu's vault hadn't been liquidated yet, and relying solely on the funds in Bay Media's account, he likely wouldn't be able to afford all 4 buildings. After all, Bay was still in its early stages. While its valuation exceeded 100 million, the actual cash on hand was nowhere near that amount. Seeing Ye Bai's silence, Chun Zhengbin immediately understood his predicament. "Do your best to gather funds. I'll help arrange introductions to a few banks for loans." "Thank you, Uncle Qin." Ye Bai was genuinely grateful to Old Qin. Though he had saved the man's life, Old Qin had repaid him generously in return. Recalling the incident at the hotel, Ye Bai was filled with guilt. "Old Qin, it's not entirely my fault. You should blame Auntie Gong. She doesn't seem like the most faithful woman." Ye Bai wasn't a fool. He could vaguely sense that Gong Lifeng seemed to have some interest in him. Their first meeting at her home, when she shooed him out of the kitchen, had felt odd even then. At the time, Ye Bai hadn't thought much of it. But during her birthday celebration, Gong Lifeng's behavior, along with her words and actions at the hotel, made him realize this older woman had her eyes on younger prey. Old Chun, who told you to marry such a temptress? Who knows how many times you've been cuckolded? Ye Bai was actually wronging Gong Lifeng. She wasn't a promiscuous woman. It was Chen's betrayal that had driven her to seek revenge. And then there was the irresistible allure of the incubus. In all her years, Gong Lifeng had never been so infatuated with a man before. Not even in her youth with Old Chun had she felt such a throbbing desire. After hanging up, Ye Bai pondered how to offload the gold. Taohua City had its own channels for laundering it, but the local players were notoriously greedy. After laundering 100 million in gold, he'd be lucky to keep half. I'll go to the provincial capital. That woman there is a real femme fatale, but as long as I don't cross her, we'll be fine. Plus, her fees are more reasonable. Having made his decision, Ye Bai immediately called Song Dongfeng to arrange a ride to the provincial capital. By GE, flash floods in Lingshan have washed out the highways and railways to the provincial capital. Right now, all direct routes, highways, trains, and high-speed rail are blocked. The only way is to detour through Jiangbei City first, then head to the provincial capital from there. Ye Bai quickly pulled up a map. The usual route was just over 100 kilometers, a little over an hour by car on the highway, or under an hour by high-speed rail. But taking the detour through Jiangbei added up to over 400 kilometers on the highway, a 5-hour drive. Frankly, Ye Bai didn't fully trust Song Dongfeng's driving skills, and he wasn't keen on driving himself either. After some thought, he decided to take a train to Jiangbei first, then transfer to the provincial capital. It was a detour, but with a direct train, the whole trip would take 8 hours, just sleep through the night and arrive. Just as he finalized his plan, his phone rang again. This time, it was Chun Sinny. Ye Bai, I'm heading to the provincial capital for a piano competition. You won't see me for a few days. Don't miss me too much. Ye Bai's interest was piqued. Do you know all the direct routes to the provincial capital are closed? I know. I'm planning to take the train to Jiangbei first, then transfer to the provincial capital. Ye Bai seized the opportunity. Then let me go with you. It's a long trip and trains can be sketchy. I wouldn't feel comfortable with someone as pretty as you traveling alone. Really? You'd really come with me? Chun Sinny was overjoyed. Of course. Send me your ID number, and I'll book the tickets. How about the 10 p.m. train tonight? MHM. Thank you, boyfriend. Chun Sinny was practically bouncing with excitement. After hanging up, Ye Bai soon received her message. But what left him dumbfounded was that along with Chun Sinny's ID info, Gong Lifeng's details were also included. Sinny, why did you send Auntie Gong's info too? Ugh, my mom is so annoying. This afternoon, she refused to go with me no matter what I said. Kept insisting I'm an adult and don't need my mom tagging along. But just now, out of nowhere, she suddenly threw a fit and demanded to come with us. I wanted some alone time with you, but she threw a tantrum when I said no. Ye Bai replied with an exasperated emoji. I think Madame Gong is worried we'll come back from the provincial capital with a grandchild for her. I know you have ulterior motives for coming with me. I don't. Don't make things up. Oh please. Every time we kiss, your hands wander all over. And I can tell you really want to. I could give myself to you, but not now. If you behave, maybe when we visit your hometown, I'll consider it. Holy. For a second, Ye Bai wondered if Gong Lifeng had taken over the phone. But thinking back, Chun Sinny had always been blunt and straightforward, no beating around the bush. These were absolutely words she'd say. Deal. When we get to my hometown, you're letting me take the Mercedes G-Class for a spin. What Mercedes G-Class? Stand straight and look down. What's blocking your view? While bantering with Chun Sinny, Ye Bai logged into the ticketing site to book their train tickets. But the moment the purchase went through, his jaw dropped. He had booked first-class sleeper berths, a compartment with 4 beds, and shared it with Gong Lifang. Unexpectedly, Chun Sini had been assigned to a different carriage. A bad premonition suddenly struck Ye Bai. Given Gong Lifang's behavior the previous night, their trip to the provincial capital tonight might not go smoothly. By 9 in the evening, the three of them gathered at the train station. Gong Lifang wore an even more figure-hugging dress today, accentuating her voluptuous curves to mesmerizing effect. Ye Bai hardly dared to look. Chun Sini, on the other hand, wore a delicate floral maxi dress that matched her angelically pure face. Unfortunately, her chest, inherited from Gong Lifang, was distractingly ample, giving her an innocent yet alluring contrast. Dragging a suitcase behind her, Gong Lifang strode forward. Spotting this, Ye Bai hurriedly took the luggage and followed both women into the station. From behind, the mother-daughter pair was a sight to behold. One curvaceous and mature, the other petite and refined, enough to quicken anyone's pulse. Ye Bai avoided staring at Auntie Gong, but indulged in appreciating his girlfriend's graceful figure. Soon they boarded the train. After helping Gong Lifang stow her suitcase in the overhead rack, Ye Bai turned to Chun Sini and suggested, "Let's swap berths. You stay here with your mom." But Gong Lifang tugged him back. "This compartment has 4 beds. There might be empty ones later. The three of us can sleep together." With no choice, Ye Bai stayed. Not long after the train departed, Gong Lifang said smugly, "See? 2 beds are still free." Ye Bai insisted Chun Sini take his lower bunk while he climbed onto hers. Soon, a ticket inspector arrived. After checking, he frowned at Chun Sini. "Go back to your assigned carriage. If someone boards later, you're occupying their seat." Obediently, Chun Sini picked up her bag and left. "You, stay in your own berth," the inspector ordered before shutting the compartment door behind him. Ye Bai remained still, sensing awkward tension in the air. Then, Gong Lifang unzipped her suitcase and pulled out 2 6-packs of beer. With a sigh, she murmured, "Xiao Bai, Auntie's in a bad mood. Come down and have a drink with me." Clack, clack. The rhythmic sound of the train filled the silence. Still drinking? Ye Bai recalled what Gong Lifang had done while drunk the night before and shuddered. He considered himself a man of strong willpower, unless a woman seduced him. If Gong got drunk again and repeated her actions, he wasn't sure he could resist. He couldn't betray Chun Sini and Chen Zhengbin. Yet the dilemma tormented him. What Ye Bai didn't know was that Gong Lifang was equally conflicted. Old Chen? Fine, he's already the one who betrayed their marriage first. But Sini is innocent. Gong didn't want to wrong her. Yet in Ye Bai's presence, rationality evaporated. She yearned to close the distance between them, to create something with him. A reckless thought even crossed her mind. Just once. One time to experience if it's as intoxicating as I imagine. If she satisfied this longing, she'd keep her distance afterward. From his bunk, Ye Bai stayed still. "Auntie, it's late. Maybe another time." But Gong wouldn't let this heaven-sent chance slip. Her voice turned melancholic. "Xiao Bai, do you dislike me?" He thought, emotional blackmail. Resigned, he climbed down and sat opposite her. "Auntie, you've always been kind to me. I'm not heartless. How could I dislike you? You and Uncle Chun are both elders I respect deeply." He emphasized elders. "Don't mention him." Bitterness laced Gong's words. She set beer cans on the table, then pulled disposable bedsheets from her bag. "Wait, Xiao Bai. I'm particular about cleanliness. Let me fix the bed first. Then we'll drink." Realizing her slip, the society matron blushed. Rising to arrange the sheets, she bent low, the cramped lower bunk forcing her to arch her hips in that clingy stepmother dress. The curves it outlined were overwhelming. "I wasn't staring on purpose," Ye Bai swore silently. One thing was clear. Auntie Gong's fastidiousness was impressive. Who else brought disposable linens for a train ride? Only someone from a wealthy provincial family. Normally efficient, Gong worked deliberately slow tonight, lingering as if to display herself. By the time she finished, summer heat had dampened her skin with a sheen of floral-scented sweat. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Gong swept back a loose strand of hair. Her light makeup couldn't mask her aristocratic beauty. Rosy lips, almond eyes brimming with allure. If not for faint crow's feet, she could pass for a woman in her early 30s. Precisely the ripe, tempting type certain men adored. Both weighed down by tensions, they drank in quiet indulgence. 6 beers vanished swiftly. Gong studied Ye Bai, his stylishly tousled jet-black hair, striking features, and those detached yet unfairly mesmerizing eyes. For a 20-year-old, his quiet maturity was unnerving. Worse, his very presence exuded an intoxicating magnetism, the kind that melted knees and clouded judgment. And for a woman like her, it was downright lethal. Flushed, she finally broke the silence. Xiao Bai, you're practically family. There's something I need to tell you.
Ye Bai nodded.
Go ahead, Auntie. What do you think of old Chun? Staunch yet pragmatic. Loyal, responsible, family-oriented. Only half true. Gong tilted her head back, chugging beer. A trickle escaped her lips, dripping onto her prominent Mercedes G-Class assets. I thought so too, until I checked his phone last midnight. Her eyes reddened. Ha!
Ye Bai froze.
Don't believe me? I have proof. She showed him a video, Chun Jingbin's chat logs with a woman. His abused first love, whom he'd repeatedly comforted with aching tenderness. Guess men only behave once they're 6 feet underground. The model husband had skeletons after all. With Cinny and me gone tonight, he'll visit her. Might already be in her bed. Gong wiped her eyes. I gave him chances to confess, to cut ties. I defied my family to marry him, and this is my reward. Suddenly, she lunged forward, burying herself against Ye Bai's chest, arms looped around his neck, sobbing. Auntie? Ye Bai's brain short-circuited. Crying is fine, but why my lap? Then, Gong's tears abruptly stopped. She lifted her face, stunned. Oh, my God. The air grew thick. Ye Bai, teetering on Sir Kong's edge, hastily deposited her onto the opposite bunk and retreated. Auntie, I know you're hurting, but this isn't right. You're Cinny's mother. Gong barely registered his words. Heartache, secondary. She hesitated before unveiling her bombshell. Back when Chun worked frontline police duty, an injury left him sterile. Then how's Cinny his? Did you cuckold him? Reading his shock, Gong clarified softly. Cinny isn't biologically mine. Oh? Ye Bai didn't believe Gong Lifang's words. The mother and daughter were practically carbon copies of each other. Both stunningly beautiful, 1 in a million. How could they not be biologically related? Auntie Gong, you might be lusting after me, but there's no need to lie about this, right? Gong Lifang knew Ye Bai wouldn't believe her, so she took out her phone and pulled up an old photo from the last century. In the photo were 2 young, beautiful women who looked identical, clearly twin sisters. Their faces were unmistakably Gong Lifang's from her youth, though it was impossible to tell which one was her. This is my older sister. She's Cinny's birth mother. In just 1 minute, Ye Bai was shocked 3 times. His brain was practically overheating. When she was young, she fell in love with a man. Our family disapproved, so she eloped with him. A year later, she came back pregnant with Cinny, only to be abandoned by that man. No matter what kind of family you're from, something like this is a scandal. For the sake of our family's reputation, and since old Chen and I couldn't have children of our own, we decided to adopt Cinny and raise her as our own. Gong Lifang looked up solemnly. So, I'm not technically Cinny's mother. I'm her aunt. After a pause, she added softly, all these years, I've wanted a child of my own, but I didn't want to accept donations from strangers, and I couldn't bear to divorce old Chun. Now that he's betrayed our marriage, though, I want my own child. Ye Bai didn't dare respond. Wait, is she implying she wants me to give her a child? Even if you're not Cinny's birth mother, you're still her aunt. He quickly changed the subject. Does Cinny know about this? Gong Lifang replied. She didn't at first, but a few years ago my sister, developed some mental issues. She went to Zhongbei City to find her daughter and told Cindy everything. Cindy took it calmly. Now, every holiday, our whole family goes to visit her. Now Ye Bai understood why Gong Lifeng had acted the way she did after drinking. No sane person would violate basic decency in front of their daughter's boyfriend, but the problem was, she wasn't Cindy's birth mother. She was her aunt. Ding! His phone buzzed. Ye Bai checked the message. It was from Chun Cindy. Boyfriend, what are you up to? Almost up to something I shouldn't be. Just chatting with your mom. Oh, then keep her company. I'm gonna sleep now. Good night. How can you sleep so peacefully? Your home is about to be robbed. Was that Cindy? Gong Lifeng asked softly. Yeah, she's going to bed. By now, the beer on the table was finished. Most of it drunk by Gong Lifeng. Her almond-shaped eyes shimmered with intoxication, glistening with moisture. Then we should sleep too. Xiao Bai, let me tell you, the beds on these sleeper trains are filthy. You never know what the last passenger did on them, or when the staff last changed the sheets. I only brought one disposable set. Why don't you squeeze in with me tonight? We can sleep head to foot. Damn, she's not even pretending anymore. This is the dagger unveiled. Ye Bai forced an awkward laugh. No need, Auntie. I'm a grown man. I don't mind a little dirt. I know you're a grown man, but grown men should still care about hygiene. It's fine. I'll shower and change clothes when we arrive tomorrow. With that, Ye Bai took off his shoes, climbed into the lower bunk, and closed his eyes to sleep. Gong Lifeng stared at him for a moment before sighing. She got up, locked the door, turned off the light, and climbed into her own bunk. Ye Bai exhaled in relief. Good. Auntie Gong isn't drunk today. She still has some restraint. If she had acted like she did the other night, he wasn't sure he could control himself. The train clattered onward as a heavy rain began to pour outside. The sound of rain against the window was soothing, and Ye Bai gradually drifted off. Gong Lifeng, after all, was a woman of high society. She had her pride. Sensing Ye Bai's resistance, she couldn't bring herself to push further. But she had a cleanliness obsession, and she couldn't sleep in her clothes. After tossing and turning for a while, she sat up, took off her dress, and lay back down in just her undergarments. Late into the night, an unknown amount of time later, a sudden flash of light filled the window. A moment later, a deafening clap of thunder shook the heavens. Boom!
Ye Bai yolte davake.
The moment he regained consciousness, he felt someone slip into his arms, back pressed against him. That familiar fragrance. Gong Lifeng. Though she was a woman in her 40s, her figure was still firm and toned. Especially the plump curves now pressing into him.
Ye Bai froze.
He wanted to push her away, but she only squeezed closer, trembling uncontrollably. Don't, Xiao Bai. Please. I'm so scared of thunder. Her voice was laced with genuine terror. It didn't seem like an act, like a fox spirit cowering before divine lightning. In his past life, Ye Bai had indeed met women like this, fearless in every way, except when it came to thunder. The sound alone could shatter their nerves. But why do you have to press against me like this? This is torture. Boom! Boom! The thunder roared relentlessly. With each strike, Gong Lifeng shuddered and burrowed deeper into Ye Bai's arms. This wasn't enough. She actually grabbed Ye Bai's hand. Hold me. Auntie is really scared. Ye Bai fell silent. The train continued onward. Much later, after leaving the thunderstorm behind, the sky still drizzled with rain. Gong Lifeng finally seemed to come back to life. Ye Bai thought she would leave now, but instead, Auntie, we can't do this. If Cindy saw this, she'd probably break down. Even though Gong Lifeng was only Chun Cindy's aunt, this kind of situation was still unacceptable. Wait, Ye Bai suddenly realized his words sounded familiar. Auntie Qin Yu, didn't she always say things like this? Gong Lifeng sighed deeply, turning in the darkness to gaze into Ye Bai's eyes. Xiao Bai, the night before last, Auntie drank too much and did those things. You don't look down on me for it, do you? You don't think Auntie is a cheap woman, right? Of course not. In my eyes, Auntie is wonderful, perfect. Even, I know you weren't in control because of the alcohol. And now? Do you think Auntie is cheap now? Still no. Gong Lifeng whispered softly. Then, do you think Auntie is beautiful? Yes.
Ami sexy.
You are. Do you like me? Ye Bai froze after answering, suddenly realizing his mistake. He opened his mouth to explain but didn't know how. Gong Lifeng smiled in delight, her almond-shaped eyes glimmering strangely in the dark. Xiao Bai, Auntie has a favor to ask of you. Give Auntie a child. Auntie Gong, give Auntie the ultimate gift. Plap, plap, plap. Outside, torrential rain poured down, relentlessly drumming against the car windows. Gong Lifeng whispered softly, "Give me a child." Ye Bai froze, not daring to move. This poor woman, she just wanted a child. How could anyone bear to refuse her? But Ye Bai thought of Chen Jingbin, who had spared no effort to help him, leaking insider information, assisting with loans. If he really did that with Auntie Gong, wouldn't he be nothing but a heartless ingrate? Ye Bai desperately wanted to fulfill Gong Lifeng's wish, but his conscience weighed heavily on him. Uncle Chun might not have betrayed you. Those are just your suspicions. Maybe he only helped his first love with small favors. If we do this, we'd both be letting him down. I'm not some jealous woman. If he really had no ulterior motives, if nothing happened between them, why wouldn't he tell me? Gong Lifeng retorted. Ah. Ye Bai suppressed his racing heart and continued. Let's not talk about Uncle Chun for now. We can't betray Cinny. I know this would hurt Cinny, but I can't control myself. I can't hold back anymore. Gong Lifeng's voice trembled. Crash. The private room door suddenly swung open. Ye Bai jerked his head up and saw Chun Cinny standing in the doorway. She froze for a moment, her face twisting in disbelief before tears streamed down her cheeks.
Ye Bai.
You too. How could you do this? Why would you betray me? Ye Bai blinked and Chun Cinny vanished. The door remained firmly locked. How could anyone have entered? Did Auntie Gong push me into hallucinating? Ye Bai felt miserable, his heart tangled in knots. He prided himself on being a good man, maybe a little too affectionate but always loyal to every woman he was with. If Gong Lifeng and Chen Cinny didn't have that relationship, he would have already given her a child by now. But because of that connection and Chun Jingbin's genuine kindness, Ye Bai found it hard to break free from his moral restraints. Suddenly, he understood why Auntie Qin Yu had refused to take the final step with him. Xiao Bai, don't you like me too? Why are you suppressing your feelings? Gong Lifeng turned, wrapping her arms around Ye Bai, her rose-red lips drawing closer. And then she,
Boom. Ye Bai's rationality shattered instantly. Uncle Chen, I'm sorry.
I hope you really did roll around with your white moonlight. Cinny, I'll make it up to you tenfold in the future. Ding. At the critical moment, his phone chimed. Ye Bai glanced at the screen, where a message from Chun Cinny lit up. Ye Bai, was that thunder just now? Gong Jie is terrified of thunder. Please take good care of her. No problem. I'll take very good care of her right now. Wait. Gong Lifeng pushed him away, staring blankly at the phone before tears welled up in her eyes, spilling down her cheeks. Xiao Bai, let's stop here. My conscience. I suddenly feel so guilty. Covering her face, she broke into sobs. She hated this. After all these years, the only man who had ever made her heart race, the one she was willing to throw everything away for, was Cinny's boyfriend. And even now, Cinny was still worrying about her. Meanwhile, she, Gong Lifeng, was shamelessly seducing Ye Bai. Woo-woo.
Iveronged Xini.
I'm a despicable woman. Ye Bai was dumbfounded. Seriously, Auntie Gong? You finally pushed me to abandon my morals, to embrace being a heartless beast, just to back out now? Right when I was about to give you a child. You can't play with people like this. Ye Bai had flexible moral boundaries. Now that they'd been crossed, there was no stopping him. Leaning close, he whispered into Gong Lifeng's ear like a demon murmuring temptations. If Cindy never finds out, it doesn't count as betraying her. But, thinking about how she's still concerned for me right now, it hurts. It's fine. We'll just treat her twice as well from now on. The tables had turned. The roles had reversed. Now it was Ye Bai seducing Auntie Gong. The arrow was already knocked. It had to be fired. Gong Lifang hesitated, her expression conflicted. Watching her, Ye Bai almost wanted to slap himself twice. Why was I being so pretentious earlier? If I'd just gone along with her, we'd already be… You and Cindy aren't that close, right? And you wouldn't interfere in our relationship. You don't want me to break up with her, do you? No. Ye Bai pressed his advantage. Then it's settled. When we wake up tomorrow, we'll act like nothing happened. Gong Lifang looked up at him, her gaze uncertain. Xiao Bai, you? The Ye Bai from before had been so resistant. She'd almost thought he despised her. But now, he was acting just like she had earlier, completely consumed by desire. Thanks to his hawk-like vision, Ye Bai caught every flicker of doubt in her eyes. He coughed awkwardly. I just realized life's too short to hold back. I've always found you beautiful and alluring, but because of your connection to Cindy, I didn't dare think too much. Now that I know you two aren't involved, I'm free to admit it. But what about betraying old Chen? Men understand men best. I know old Chen has something going on with his first love. Old Chen, bear with it for now. I'll make sure you get promoted 10 times over to make it up to you. And you don't feel guilty about Cindy?
Ye Bai.
The boomerang had come full circle. He answered, I do feel guilty, but I just can't control myself anymore. I can't hold back. Gong Lifang blinked. Wasn't that exactly what I said earlier? Wait a second. I keep. Ye Bai almost thought Gong Lifang was about to utter that classic line from Yang Mi. I can't stop picturing Cindy looking out the window, her face full of worry. I feel so guilty. I can't do this right now, Xiao Bai. Let's wait until we get to the provincial capital, okay? We'll find another chance. Not now. Damn it. Why did I have to act all righteous just now? Ye Bai was practically drowning in regret. Auntie, aren't you uncomfortable? Gong Lifang hesitated, then nodded slightly, her aristocratic face flushed with embarrassment. Now that I've regained my senses, I can control myself. But I don't want you to control yourself anymore. Ye Bai was speechless. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he leaned in close to Gong Lifang's ear, whispering something. Gong Lifang's expression twisted in conflict. Really? That really doesn't count. Of course. Besides, we're already holding each other like this. A little more won't make a difference, as long as we don't cross the final line. Ye Bai coaxed her gently, but his true thoughts were different. Ms. Gong just wanted to experience it once. She wasn't trying to steal him away. Just moments ago, she had been the one in control, relentlessly seducing him. But then Chun Sinny's concerned text had snapped her back to reality, filling her with guilt. If things went according to Ye Bai's plan, she'd gradually lose herself again. And then, when he suggested taking the final step, she wouldn't refuse. She'd agree eagerly. Okay. Let's try it. After some thought, Gong Lifang found Ye Bai's reasoning quite convincing. They were already at this point, what harm could a little more do? Hearing this, Ye Bai perked up, inwardly cackling with glee. Much later, as Gong Lifang's eyes grew hazy with desire, Ye Bai whispered softly, Auntie Gong, since we've already gone this far, why don't we just… Gong Lifang hesitated briefly, thinking of Chun Sinny. But she had already been scheming over Ye Bai, dreaming about him even, and now Ye Bai was telling her the story of Yu the Great, and telling it so persuasively, in an instant desire overwhelmed reason. Xiao Bai, I'll listen to you. Suddenly, Ye Bai's nerves tensed, as if an alarm had blared in his mind. BZZZT. Just like in Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse, when Miles Morales' spider sense warned him of danger. Ye Bai snapped back to full alertness, his head jerking up as he activated his super eagle eye and super X-ray vision. No one at the door. Was the train about to crash? But scanning the tracks ahead, everything was normal for kilometers. No landslides, no floods. Cinny? He whipped his head around, looking toward the rear of the train. 2 carriages away, in Chun Cinny's compartment, she lay alone on the bed, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. 3 masked men in black entered the compartment. The leader held a syringe, drawing a small amount of liquid from a green vial before turning his cold, gleaming eyes toward Chun Cinny. In that instant, Ye Bai remembered what Xiao Hongyu and the provincial benefactor's lackeys had said back at Taijiang Mansion. Deal with Chun Cinny on her way to the provincial piano competition. Teach Chun Jingbin a lesson he'll never forget. But Xiao Hongyu's gang had already been dismantled. So who sent these men? Were they remnants of Xiao Hongyu's group, carrying out the mission? Or had the benefactor sent his own people? Had he found new lackeys in Taijiang City? So who was licking his boots now? Kai Baozi? Feng Cheng? Or some other second-rate underworld thugs? Xiao Bai, what's wrong? Gong Lifeng, seeing Ye Bai frozen in place, grew anxious. Cinny's in danger. Ye Bai immediately stood, grabbing his pants while keeping his eyes locked on the scene. He flung open the compartment door and stepped out. Just as the masked man was about to plunge the syringe into Chun Cinny's wrist, her eyes snapped open. In one swift motion, she pulled a metal trash tray from under the covers and swung it hard at the man's head. Bang! The man reacted instantly, catching the tray with one hand, his eyes mocking. We knew you were faking. He raised the syringe, aiming for Chun Cinny's arm. Whoosh! Time froze. Ye Bai appeared at the door, pulled on his pants, then snatched the syringe from the leader's hand and stored it in his inventory. Using his X-ray vision, he located all the weapons hidden on the 3 men and confiscated them as well. He glanced at the hallway surveillance camera. After a brief thought, he delivered 3 swift kicks, each squarely to the groin. Then he returned to his original position, removed his pants again, and resumed his earlier stance. Whoosh! Time resumed. Inside the compartment, the masked man grinned viciously as he drove the syringe toward Chun Cinny's arm, only to stab empty air. He blinked, then looked down in confusion. The syringe was gone. Then all 3 men howled in unison, clutching their crotches as they crumpled to the floor. Chun Cinny, who had been terrified moments ago, stared in utter bewilderment. What just happened? Why did these guys suddenly collapse? At that very moment, a shadowy figure dashed into the compartment. Chun Cinny, thinking another assailant had arrived, was about to swing her metal tray in defense when a familiar voice called out, "It's me!" Ye Bai delivered a few more kicks to the 3 attackers before pulling out duct tape from his spatial storage and binding their hands and feet. Just then, Chun Cinny turned on the light. Ah! She gasped, immediately covering her eyes with her hands. Then, her delicate fingers parted slightly as she peeked through the gaps, overcome with shyness. Oh my God! This is unbelievable! Wait a minute. It didn't matter how Ye Bai had sensed she was in danger and rushed over. Maybe it was that intangible lover's connection. But why wasn't he wearing any clothes? Hadn't Ye Bai been sleeping in the same compartment as Ms. Gong? Could it be he liked sleeping naked? Ugh! Chun Cinny scoffed quietly. This shameless Ye Bai. How could he be so bold? And what if Ms. Gong had seen him? Ye Bai, you? Chun Cinny trailed off, unable to finish. Ye Bai hurriedly pulled on his pants. He had been so frantic when he realized Chun Cinny was in danger that he hadn't even taken the time to dress properly before rushing out of his own compartment. I sleep like this. Otherwise, I can't fall asleep, he explained, his expression shifting between concern and tenderness as he looked at Chun Cinny. I just had a nightmare where you were in danger. I woke up in a panic, and I was so worried about you that I ran straight here without even putting on my pants. He heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, I made it in time. At that moment, Gong Lifeng arrived, panting heavily. Thankfully, she had managed to dress properly before coming. Oh my God! The elegant woman's usually composed face was flushed pink as she covered her lips in shock. Her astonished gaze shifted between the three black-clad assailants struggling on the floor and Ye Bai, just like Xiao Bai. So impressive in every way. "I'll go alert the train police," Gong Lifeng declared, turning to leave. "Wait," Chun Sini called out, looking exasperated. "Ms. Gong, how are you so overheated again? If you go out looking like that, people might think you were up to something indecent while sleeping on the train." Upon hearing Ye Bai's words, Gong Lifeng flushed, casting him a shy glance before lowering her eyes without a reply. Their moment had barely begun when Ye Bai sensed Chun Sini was in danger and rushed off. Yet Gong Lifeng could still. "Mom, I'll go call the train police. You and Ye Bai stay here," Chun Sini said, already stepping toward the door. "Wait," Ye Bai stopped her. "Sini, take Annie back to your compartment. Lock the door, and leave this to me." The train's final stop was the provincial capital territory under that VIP's control. Handing these thugs over to the train police would only be releasing tigers back to the mountains. Having been saved twice by Ye Bai, Chun Sini trusted him completely and nodded obediently. As for Gong Lifeng, she had nearly become Ye Bai's woman naturally. She raised no objections. Once the two women were safely away, Ye Bai locked the compartment door, pulled out 3 black cloths, blindfolded the thugs, and stashed 2 of them into his pocket dimension. The space seems larger. He noticed its boundaries had expanded. Previously no bigger than a 10-square-meter bedroom, it had now grown tenfold, comparable to a 100-square-meter apartment. Did my pocket dimension evolve? And my other abilities? Testing them, Ye Bai frowned. His other powers remained unchanged. He'd fantasized about his super eagle eyes advancing into laser vision like Superman's, but that dream still seemed far off. Focus on the task. Ye Bai removed the last thug's blindfold. The man glanced around, bewildered at his missing companions, until Ye Bai laid down a plastic sheet, dragged him onto it, and pulled out a 7-centimeter steel nail. "Who sent you? Blink 3 times if you're willing to talk." With his mouth taped shut, the thug glared defiantly, refusing to blink. Ye Bai wasted no words. He drove the nail under the man's fingernail. Agony shot through the thug's body, his veins bulging, sweat drenching his face. "You're separated from your friends. The first to confess lives." Ye Bai yanked the nail free. Blood welled from the fingertip, dripping onto the plastic below. Terror gripped the thug. He felt like livestock awaiting slaughter. Desperate, he blinked 3 times at Ye Bai. "Keep quiet, or the next nail won't go into your hand," Ye Bai warned before tearing off the tape. "It was Brother Leopard's orders," the man stammered. "Kai Baozi. Why yes. Good." With a wave, Ye Bai stored him in his pocket dimension. He repeated the process with the second thug, who broke instantly at the sight of bloodied plastic, confessing without torture. His story matched. Kai Baozi. Ye Bai sealed him away too, then summoned the third thug. "Your friends talked. If your story doesn't match theirs, you die." "I'll talk. It was Kai Baozi. He ordered us to kill Chan Jingbin's daughter, Chan Sini." "Where's Kai Baozi now?" "The provincial capital." "Where exactly?" "Central Hospital. He took his wife for treatment." Confirming their accounts aligned, Ye Bai disposed of the man and the bloodied plastic. Gazing out the window, his eyes darkened. His plans for the provincial capital needed revising. First, deal with Kai Baozi at Central Hospital. Then, launder Xiao Hongyu's gold. Wait, maybe Kai Baozi shouldn't die yet. A thought struck him. The police likely already suspected Kai Baozi of orchestrating Kai Zhaoyuan's murder through Ni Kunlong. If Kai Baozi vanished, they'd assume he'd gone into hiding. I can keep him alive, use him to seize the Kai syndicate. Kai Baozi could reside in Ye Bai's pocket dimension, brought out only to issue orders via recorded messages or letters. A dangerous glint flashed in Ye Bai's eyes. Kai Baozi had targeted Chun Sini because he'd become the new enforcer for that provincial VIP. Interrogate him, expose the mastermind, then eliminate them both. inspect the compartment for traces, then return to Gong Lifang. The train's surveillance needs handling. Otherwise, 3 men vanishing won't make sense. Ye Bai prepped paint-filled balloons, planning to freeze time and obscure the cameras. But then, what's this? His super eagle eyes zoomed in. The monitoring cables were severed. The thugs disabled them. No wonder they'd acted so boldly. At least he hadn't needlessly exposed his time-freezing ability. Earlier, he'd even stripped to replay his movements. Good. A treasure like this shouldn't be flaunted. Back at the women's compartment, he knocked. Xiao Bai, what happened? Gong Lifang asked anxiously. Handed to the train police. No need to worry. Who were they? Targeting us? Chun Sini pressed. Just opportunistic thieves. They spotted Sini alone, beautiful and well-built, and acted recklessly. Ye Bai hid the truth. Knowing a powerful enemy hunted them would only spread fear. Plus, with his plans for the Kai Syndicate involving Chun Zhengbin would complicate things. Rest. Sini has a competition tomorrow. She needs stamina. Right? I pulled strings to buy out the other bunks. No one else will enter? Gong Lifang said, locking the door. Ye Bai nearly offered his bunk to Chun Sini until he remembered she'd spot the evidence. Mom, I'll take the top bunk, Chun Sini declared, climbing up. Gong Lifang glanced at Ye Bai, her eyes glistening, unreadable. Ye Bai's pulse quickened. Was Auntie planning to sneak over tonight and resume what they'd started right under Sini? To be honest, Ye Bai felt that doing something like that would be too cruel to Sini. After all, Sini is my girlfriend, and to do it right in front of her with Auntie Gong. Even if Ye Bai admitted he was a scoundrel, this kind of behavior still felt downright beastly. Absolutely not. If Auntie Gong comes over, I have to refuse her. Just as Ye Bai climbed onto his bunk, he caught a faint fragrance in the air. Now fully regaining his composure, the lingering scent of Gong Lifang filled him with both regret and relief. We didn't actually go all the way. Auntie Gong and I are still innocent. If online fairies could claim that using protection didn't count, then how could he and Gong Lifang not be considered innocent? Thankfully, in the end, I didn't betray old Chun or Sini. A sliver of comfort eased Ye Bai's conscience. He also felt a pang of guilt toward Chun Zhengbin. Old Chun was a good man and had always treated him well. The thought of sneaking around with Gong Lifang behind old Chen's back weighed heavily on him. After all, old Chen's alleged affair with his white moonlight was just Gong Lifang's speculation. Ye Bai pushed those thoughts aside and focused on his newly acquired ability. He carefully recalled the moment when, while entangled with Auntie Gong on the bunk, he saw Chun Sini suddenly open the door. It didn't seem like a hallucination. At the time, his mind had been too clouded to notice the details, but the door in that vision was completely different from the train compartment's door. This wasn't a hallucination at all. It was a fragment of the future. Does that mean Auntie Gong and I will end up in bed together? And Sini will walk in on us? No. I have to change the future. Defy fate. I absolutely won't. Let Sini find out. A sudden clarity struck Ye Bai about the specifics of his new ability. It was a passive skill. Not only could it briefly foresee the future, but it could also sense danger. Like an advanced version of Spider-Man's spider sense. The ability would trigger whenever he or someone he cared about, family, lovers, friends, faced danger. First, he would see fragmented glimpses of the future, whether of significant events or moments of peril. Then, when the danger actually approached, his instincts would scream warnings at him. Perfect! Ye Bai was beyond satisfied with this new power. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about his loved ones being in harm's way. Take Yukiko, for example. She was thousands of miles away in Macau. He had always worried that if something happened to her, he'd be too far to help. But with this precognitive ability, that concern was now eliminated. After some thought, Ye Bai began listing all the superpowers he currently possessed. First was time pause, 3 minutes per use with a 1-hour cooldown. Next was super eagle vision, which he could toggle on and off at will. Third was super hearing, same as above. Fourth was X-ray vision, also the same. Fifth was a pocket dimension, roughly the size of a 100 square meter apartment. Sixth was invisibility, no usage limit, but the total daily duration couldn't exceed 5 hours. Seventh was the newly acquired precognition, allowing him to foresee danger. And the last one, his favorite, was limitless physical evolution. Or rather, this was the only true ability he had. All the others were merely byproducts of his evolving body. As his body evolved, not only did his physical capabilities grow infinitely, but he also gained traits akin to the legendary monk's flesh, could restore youth and heal injuries. For example, with Yukiko, he could always reset her to factory settings. Ye Bai swelled with pride, convinced that he would eventually surpass even the Silver Superman. If he weren't such a morally grounded person, he might have already tried to take over the world. With this joy in his heart, Ye Bai gradually drifted off to sleep. Across from him, Chun Sinny in the upper bunk was already deep in slumber, her breathing steady. Though the earlier crisis had left her shaken, being near Ye Bai slowly calmed her nerves. As long as he was there, she was filled with an unparalleled sense of security. Rustle. Gong Lifang quietly slipped out of bed, gazing at Chun Sinny in the upper bunk with guilt in her eyes. Sinny, Mom is sorry. Even though you're not my biological daughter, I've long thought of you as my own. Don't worry, I'll never do such a shameless thing again, Gong Lifang silently vowed. But then, the memory of that sensation resurfaced. Her resolve wavered almost immediately. Since it's already come to this, maybe just one full time with Xiao Bai, just once. After experiencing it completely, I'll keep my distance and never betray Sinny again. But Xiao Bai was right. Maybe Old Qin never betrayed me. Maybe it was all in my head. If she were the one to first break their marriage vows, even she would look down on herself. Gong Lifang glanced at Ye Bai's silhouette in the darkness. It's all this brat's fault. There was something about him, an inexplicable pull that made anyone near him lose all reason, craving his closeness. Dawn was just breaking. Ye Bai was still asleep when he faintly sensed someone slipping into his arms. Blinking his eyes open, he was stunned to see Gong Lifang. Shoo! She pressed a finger to her lips, then slowly rose.
Ye Bai scalp piriklet.
Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Chun Sinny, awake, staring at them in frozen horror. Her eyes were hollow with despair, long lashes trembling as tears silently rolled down. Ye Bai's mind went blank, buzzing with shock. Wait, Auntie Gong usually feels like a young girl. Why does this feel off? The scene before him began to distort. Taking a deep breath, Ye Bai jolted awake. It was just a dream, he exhaled in relief. But then, wait, Auntie Gong was moving? What was she doing? Activating super eagle vision, he saw Gong Lifang lying on the bed. Ye Bai was stunned. What was Gong Lifang doing? She was actually on the train, and right in front of Chun Sinny, no less. Though Auntie Gong had repeatedly flirted with him, Ye Bai found her a bit too bold, somewhat improper, and self-centered. So much so that she seemed to forget about her husband and daughter. Even so, Gong Lifang had always maintained an image of an elegant, noble beauty in Ye Bai's mind. But this was on a train. Sinny was still sleeping on the upper bunk. Instantly, Gong Lifang's refined image began to crumble. Wasn't this a bit too? Just as Ye Bai hesitated over whether to step in and help Auntie Gong, she straightened up and turned around, holding a disposable bedsheet and pillowcase. Xiao Bai, you're awake? We're almost at the station. I was just about to wake you, Gong Lifang said naturally. Huh? Ye Bai froze, realizing he had misread the situation. Gong Lifang was actually removing the disposable bedding she had laid out the night before. Good morning, Auntie Gong. Where's Sinny? Sinny went to freshen up. You should go too. Gong Lifang handed him a disposable toiletry kit. Ye Bai nodded in thanks and got up to leave, but just as he reached the door, Gong Lifang called out to him. She seemed hesitant, struggling for words before finally speaking softly. Xiao Bai, I've thought about it for a long time. You were right. We can't betray Sinny and Old Qin. Even though Sinny isn't my biological daughter, I raised her myself. And Old Qin, Maybe he was just helping his first love. There might not have been anything between them. Everything so far is just my suspicion. So, let's treat everything that happened last night as a dream, and forget it. Ye Bai paused, then slowly nodded. Though he still felt a twinge of regret, since Auntie Gong had made her stance clear, he wasn't the type to cling to things pointlessly. Instead, he decided to focus his energy on tormenting Kai Baozi. If that old bastard hadn't sent his men to hurt Cinny, last night would have. Watching Ye Bai walk away, Gong Lifang let out a quiet sigh. How could she not want to? Last night, she had resolved to indulge just once with Ye Bai before stopping herself. But after much deliberation, she abandoned the idea. If she truly experienced it, would she still be able to control herself and keep her distance from Xiao Bai afterward? At 40, Gong Lifang knew herself well enough. She feared she might lose herself completely. If that happened, she'd become the despicable woman who betrayed her family and marriage first. She'd be despised by Old Chun and loathed by Cinny. Then, for some reason, a thought flashed through her mind. What if Old Chun really did cheat and got back together with his first love? If he betrayed the family first, she could justify her own actions or even file for divorce. At the same time, another shameful thought surfaced. One that made her feel disgusted with herself. What if Cinny and Ye Bai broke up? Then Ye Bai could become Cinny's father, and the three of them could live happily together forever. Taohua City, Starlight Holiday Hotel.
Présidentielle suite.
Chen Zhengbin slowly woke up in bed. He turned his head, gazing at the morning sun outside the floor-to-ceiling window, his expression complicated. Zhangbin, you're awake. A middle-aged woman emerged from the covers and nestled into his arms. Old Chen stiffened but said nothing. Seeing his reaction, the woman forced a smile. Zhangbin, don't worry. I won't cause trouble for you. I won't ruin your family. Just having this one night with you. I'm already so happy. As she spoke, she got up and silently began dressing. Old Chun noticed her discreetly wiping away tears, and his heart ached. The best course of action now would be to let her leave, cutting ties completely and treating last night as a one-night stand. He could return to his family, but what about her? She had no children, only an alcoholic, abusive husband at home. What would become of her? Almost unconsciously, Old Chin grabbed her wrist and said hoarsely, "Chioya, that's not what I meant." The woman looked up, her eyes shimmering with hope, tears still clinging to her lashes. Though she wasn't half as beautiful as Gong Lifang, Old Chun couldn't explain why. Every time he saw this familiar face, his heart stirred. Guilt gnawed at him, but he kissed her again. Soon they were tangled in the sheets once more. For full 2 minutes later, Old Chun leaned against the headboard, holding Chioya in his arms as he lit a cigarette. Though guilt weighed heavily on him, he didn't regret it. If he could rewind to last night, he'd still have made the same choice. She was a pitiful woman, starved for affection, desperate for tenderness. His presence was like a ray of light piercing her bleak existence. He was her hero. No, her savior. What kind of hero could refuse such a pitiful woman's humble plea? Besides, ever since hitting middle age, Old Chun had often felt powerless. At home, even lasting 1 minute was considered a decent performance. But with Chioya, he felt like he'd reclaimed his youth. It was as if he'd returned to those passionate, fiery years. With her, he was stronger than ever before. Was this the power of a hero's buff? Zhangbin, I'm so happy. I'm so afraid this is just a dream. That when I wake up, I'll still be trapped in that horrible home. Chen Zhangbin traced the bruises left by her husband's abuse but remained silent. After a long pause, he made a decision. Chen Zhangbin was an honest man. Since the deed was done and he'd already made a mistake, he wouldn't hide it. The idea of secretly keeping a mistress never even crossed his mind. He decided to confess everything to his wife. If she could forgive him, he'd return to his family. If not, then divorce was the only option. Of course, if both women could accept sharing him, allowing him to have the best of both worlds, that would be even better. Still, Chen Jingbin didn't dare tell Gong Lifang face to face. He feared she might break down, unable to handle the truth. Fortunately, Gong Lifang was away in the provincial capital with Cindy, so he could explain everything over the phone. After some thought, he sent Ye Bai a text. Ye Bai, take good care of your Auntie Gong. If she has an emotional breakdown later, make sure to comfort her properly. Provincial Capital, International Conference Center Concert Hall. The preliminary round of the Youth Division piano competition was underway. Each performer was given only 5 minutes. Chun Sini had already gone backstage to prepare. The audience seats were packed, with Gong Lifang and Ye Bai among them. On stage, a chubby boy resembling famed pianist Lang Lang was playing with intense facial expressions. As Ye Bai tried to decipher the emotions conveyed through the music, he suddenly received a text from Chan Zhengbin. Ye Bai was baffled. What did old Qin mean by this? Was he telling him to comfort Auntie Gong like he did last night? And how did old Chun know Auntie Gong would lose control of her emotions? She had indeed lost control last night, shamelessly seducing him. Just as he was lost in thought, Gong Lifang's phone rang. The caller ID showed Old Chun. Without hesitation, she declined the call. Ding! Old Chun sent a follow-up text. It's urgent. Answer the phone. He called again. Annoyed, Gong Lifang had no choice but to step outside to take it. Mindful of Old Chen's cryptic message, Ye Bai grew uneasy and followed her out. The two walked into the hallway. Why'd you come out too, Bai? Gong Lifang asked. Without a word, Ye Bai showed her Old Chen's text. After reading it, her eyes lit up. A thrilling suspicion surged in her heart. Had Old Chun actually cheated on her? Was this call his confession? Is that why he told Bai to look after her? If he betrayed their marriage first, then her seduction wouldn't be wrong. As for Cindy, she swore she'd never steal her future son-in-law. She was just conducting a little premarital inspection for her. Gong Lifang was a tangled mess of contradictions. Last night, she had vowed to burn those improper thoughts to ashes. Yet now, the flames had reignited. Heart racing, hands trembling, she signaled Ye Bai to stay silent, then answered on speakerphone. Hello, Old Chin. What's the emergency? Is Cindy with you? She's about to perform. She went backstage to double-check her paperwork. What about Ye Bai? He's next to me. Take a deep breath. I need to tell you something. Please, don't overreact. Gong Lifang clenched her fists excitedly. No way. Could it really be happening? Go ahead.
I'm calm.
Lifang, I've wronged you. You cheated? She blurted eagerly. Yes, I couldn't hide it any longer. It's unfair to you. I have to face the consequences. He did it. He actually cheated. Perfect. She stifled the urge to jump for joy. Voice trembling with barely contained glee, she pressed. Was it Xiaoya? How did you know? Old Chin sounded stunned. I checked your phone. I knew you were sneaking around with her. I saw this coming.
I'm sorry, Lifang.
I failed this family. I hurt you and Cindy. Gong Lifang stayed silent. Truthfully, when she'd first noticed Old Chen's suspicious behavior and snooped through his phone, she had been devastated. Hence the separate beds, the rejection of his touch. But then Ye Bai appeared, diverting her misery and filling the void in her heart with the thrill of youthful passion. So Old Chen's betrayal barely stung anymore. Lifang, can you ever forgive me? Old Chen pleaded. I don't blame you, she declared without hesitation. Really? I never expected you'd forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I promise I'll cut ties with Xiaoya. Last night I was drunk and impulsive. Don't. Gong Lifang cut in sweetly. Poor Xiaoya needs someone. You should keep taking care of her. Old Chen was speechless. Was he allowed to have both? Even now, his charm hadn't faded. You mean, you'd accept a polyamorous marriage? He asked hopefully. Gong Lifang nearly spat in disgust. No way in hell. Unless it was with Bai. Maybe. Dream on, she scoffed. From now on, you live your life, I'll live mine. Since you broke our vows first, my choices are none of your business. What? What? Here's your ultimatum, 1. We divorce. Cindy stays with me. 2. We don't divorce, but we each do as we please. You keep Chiyo-ya as your mistress, and I can take a college boy as my lover. No complaints from you. Dichide. She hung up, then turned to Ye Bai, her gaze dripping with coy temptation. Well, Bai, you heard him. Auntie was right. Old Qin cheated first. We've done nothing wrong. No more guilt, okay? Truthfully, Old Chun had always treated Ye Bai well, which made the guilt unbearable. But now, knowing Old Chun had rekindled things with his old flame, and that their marriage was beyond repair, Ye Bai felt much better. Gong Lifang, glowing like a girl reborn, happily looped her arm through his, grinning from ear to ear. Auntie came to your room at night. Let's continue what we didn't finish yesterday. Ye Bai's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. Aunt Gong, I guess there's nothing to feel guilty about toward Uncle Qin now. But, Cindy, don't worry, she reassured him softly. Auntie won't come between you and Cindy. From now on, the three of us can live happily together. I just want this once with you. After that, we'll go back to normal. We'll keep what happens between us a secret forever. As Gong Lifang spoke, her elegant gaze drifted downward, a faint blush coloring her noble features. Besides, Auntie just wants to make sure Cindy will be taken care of. I'm only helping her with a premarital check to ensure her future happiness. Ye Bai was utterly stunned by her words. Holy shit, Aunt Gong, how can you be this shameless? Making such a sneaky affair sound so proper and virtuous. And yet, I can't say I dislike it. Not that Ye Bai was any saint either. He saw himself as a man who gave his heart sincerely to women. How many women he gave his heart to, though, that's none of your business. With Aunt Gong putting it like this, how could he refuse? The two of them returned to the concert hall together. Gong Lifang clung to Ye Bai's arm, pressing herself against him as they walked. As they passed through the audience seats, envious glances followed them. What a perfect couple. The man, handsome and gallant. Every inch the graceful gentleman. The woman, poised and elegant. Her figure devastatingly alluring. Under the dim lighting, no one could even guess Gong Lifang's true age. There wasn't a trace of time at the corners of her eyes. She looked no older than a woman in her 30s. Were it not for her sinfully voluptuous curves, she could have passed for even younger. Meanwhile, Chun Cindy was already on stage, performing. She sat quietly before the piano, her slender fingers dancing elegantly across the keys as a beautiful melody filled the concert hall. Ye Bai and Gong Lifang settled into their seats. Leaning close, Gong Lifang whispered into his ear, Xiao Bai, you still haven't answered me. Are you willing to? Ye Bai turned to her and, without a word, acted directly. He pressed his lips against hers, soft as rose petals, intoxicating as wine. Are you kidding? A woman like this? What man in the world could refuse? Sorry, Cindy, but Aunt Gong just went through a painful breakup. She's heartbroken and needs comfort. Rejecting her now would be too cruel. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you. I'll treat you extra well from now on. And Uncle Chun, rest assured, I'll take good care of Aunt Gong. Starlight Holiday Hotel. Old Chun hung up the phone, his eyes filled with bewilderment and confusion. He had expected his wife to break down or lose control upon hearing about his affair. But from Li Hua's tone, why did she sound almost delighted? As if she had been eagerly waiting for him to cheat so she could freely go out and have fun herself? It couldn't be. Li Fang comes from a well-established family, traditional and conservative in her thinking. She must be struggling to accept the reality of my betrayal. That's why she's acting so strangely. Ah, poor Li Fang. I've wronged you. Even if you seek out another man now, I have no right to say a word. Chun Zhengbin sighed. Chiyo-ya leaned in, gently stroking his chest and asked with concern, Zhangbin, is sister-in-law angry at you? It's all my fault. I seduced you. I'm a shameless woman. The fading beauty whimpered, tears welling up in her eyes again. Chun Zhengbin's heart ached as if pricked by needles. He quickly pulled Chiyo-ya into his arms, comforting her. It's not your fault. I couldn't control myself. After I came clean with Li Fong, she gave me two options. After listening, Xiaoya thought for a moment and said, Zhang Bin, you can't divorce her. This is a critical time for your career. If you split now, how will the higher-ups view you? Choose the second option. Stay married and continue living together. For now, no one can know your marriage is broken. Chun Zhangbin hesitated. But, won't this be unfair to you? Xiaoya, I want to marry you. Xiaoya shook her head, pressing a finger to his lips. It doesn't matter. I've already ruined your marriage. How could I endanger your career too? As long as you carry me in your heart, I don't care about titles. Darling, don't worry. Once I get that promotion, I'll divorce Li Fong immediately, and we can be together openly. Old Chun was deeply moved. What more could a man ask for in a wife like this? Was there a second woman in the world as perfect as her? That damned bastard. Utterly ungrateful. How could he ever lay a hand on Xiaoya? With Gong Li Fong, Old Chun had always been the weaker one. After all, she came from a powerful family, and much of his success had relied on her connections. But with Xiaoya, Old Chun was completely dominant. He was everything she had now. He was her hero, her sky. Regaining the vigor of his youth, Old Chun felt mentally fulfilled and, in that particular aspect, had strengthened to legendary levels. Gazing at Xiaoya's delicate, tearful face, he couldn't hold back anymore. Old Chun was losing himself. But then, how many men in the world could forget their first love? Especially one like Xiaoya, whom he had once loved with all his heart. Gong Li Fong was captivating, sure, but when he married her, ambition had played a part. After so many years, the passion between them had long faded. Now, faced with Xiaoya again, as radiant as the day they met, Old Chun simply couldn't resist. Chun Sini played on stage while the judges below nodded in approval. They recognized the girl, a frequent champion. Seeing her skills had improved even further, they were certain the trophy would soon be hers. The summer heat was oppressive, and with the concert hall packed, the staff blasted the air conditioning. Ye Bai and Gong Li Fong's seats happened to be right under a vent, sending a chill through them. Ye Bai, with his superhuman physique, barely noticed. But Gong Li Fong sneezed, hastily pulling a thin blanket from her purse. Ye Bai, sit closer to me, she ordered. Ye Bai couldn't help but marvel. Auntie Gong truly was the epitome of elegance and grace, thoughtful to the last detail. Old Chin, with a wife like this, how could you still stray elsewhere? Pathetic. A surge of frustration hit Ye Bai, but then he reconsidered. Had Old Chun not messed up, would such a stunning woman ever belong to him? As he dwelled on the thought, the blanket across Gong Li Fong's lap suddenly shifted. Holy! Ye Bai's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Gong Li Fong. Now he suspected that the blanket hadn't been brought for warmth at all. Gong Li Fong watched Chun Sini on stage calmly, her beautiful, noble face expressionless, radiating an icy allure that dared not be touched. Ye Bai had never guessed that behind such poise and refinement lay such wildness. As the old saying went, the more dignified a woman appeared on the surface, the more unrestrained she was beneath. A lady in the streets, but in the sheets? Still, Ye Bai, experienced as he was, knew these were the rarest kind. Perfect. Such an audacious woman. Soon, Chun Sini finished her piece. The concert hall was dead silent, the audience still lost in the melody. Suddenly, A.H. Gong Li Fong gasped sharply, drawing every eye in the venue. With a fierce glare at Ye Bai, she immediately shifted to applauding Chun Sini. Sini, amazing. So beautiful. Mom is so proud of you. The crowd instantly understood. This was just an overjoyed mother, moved by her daughter's performance. And the man beside her, was he the girl's father? Handsome beyond words, putting even A-listers to shame. How lucky that girl was, not only blessed with curves, but also a mother so elegant and a father so dashing. Once attention returned to the stage, Gong Li Fong whispered, pleading, Ye Bai, Auntie's sorry. She vowed never to push her luck like this again. She was genuinely scared now. Auntie Gong, you were the one who started this. Did you really think you could back out so easily? Ye Bai let out a sinister chuckle, like a villain straight out of a dark fantasy. Chun Sinny's preliminary round had come to an end. The family of 3 walked out of the concert hall together. Chun Sinny lagged half a step behind, intending to tie her shoelaces, but when she glanced at Gong Lifang's retreating figure, she froze. Mom, are you feeling unwell? Weren't you just complaining about the cold and covering yourself with a blanket? Are you hot or cold now? Chun Sinny's voice was full of concern. Gong Lifang was mortified and didn't dare respond. She turned her head slightly and shot Ye Bai a fierce glare. Ye Bai remained expressionless, though inwardly, he smirked in satisfaction. Sinny, your mom isn't cold or hot. She's burning up. But seeing Aunt Gong's flustered state, Ye Bai decided to help her out. Sinny, how much longer will this competition last? 2 more days. The semi-finals are tomorrow, and the finals are the day after, Chun Sinny replied. This provincial-level piano competition wasn't open to just anyone. Only those who had received an invitation or young pianists who had placed in city-level competitions were eligible to participate. As a result, there weren't many contestants, and the entire event could be completed in 3 days. By now, it was dinner time. After the family of 3 finished their meal, they checked into a high-end hotel to rest. 2 deluxe suites, please, Ye Bai said, handing the receptionist their 3 IDs. 3. Gong Lifang quickly interjected. She had been planning to sneak into Ye Bai's room later that night. If they only booked 2 rooms, she'd have to share with Sinny. How inconvenient would that be? Wait, 2 is enough. 3 is just a waste. Chun Sinny protested. Sinny, Mom wants to sleep alone tonight, Gong Lifang insisted. No way. I want to sleep with you. I'm scared to sleep alone, Chun Sinny whined, clinging to Gong Lifang's arm. What if bad guys come again, like last night? Gong Lifang hesitated. She wanted to complete the grand act of life with Ye Bai, but she also couldn't bear to leave her daughter alone. After the danger Sinny had faced the previous night, she really did need company. The receptionist smiled politely. Sir, madam, for 3 people you could book a presidential suite. It has 2 bedrooms, 1 master and 1 for the lady of the house. Chun Sinny's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. Then let's get the presidential suite. I'll feel safer with Ye Bai around. Gong Lifang. Now she was the one feeling uneasy. If they were all in 1 suite, how would she sneak into Ye Bai's room without Sinny noticing? The mere thought of being caught made her scalp tingle. But with things already settled, there was no room for excuses. The family of 3 checked into a single presidential suite. In addition to the 2 bedrooms, each with its own ensuite bathroom, there was also an entertainment lounge, a sitting area, and a gym. At 30,000 renminbi per night, the price was certainly justified. Ye Bai had been about to pay, but Gong Lifang nudged him aside with her hip and insisted on covering the bill herself. A twinge of guilt pricked at Ye Bai's conscience. Poor old Qin. Not only am I spending your wife's money, but I'm also playing with your... But you can't blame me, old Qin. You're the one who cheated. Aunt Gong was heartbroken. If I didn't comfort her, what if she spiraled into depression? Led by the butler, the family of 3 entered their suite. Since the mother-daughter pair wanted to stay together, Ye Bai let them take the master bedroom while he settled into the ladies' chamber. Once inside, the 2 women immediately began whispering. Mom, why didn't you bring any spare clothes? Look at your dress. How are you supposed to wear it now? Gong Lifang's suitcase was packed with practical items. There was no room left for extra clothes. I don't trust the hotel bathrobes. Sinny, lend me something of yours to wear. Fine. Good thing I brought plenty of clothes. The mother and daughter showered together, scrubbing each other's backs and giggling playfully. At one point, Chun Sinny remarked, Mom, my boobs are almost as big as yours now. Will my butt get as big as yours too? That'd be way too chubby. A faint smile lingered on Ye Bai's lips. After a while, he suddenly realized something was off. Huh? Why did I forget to turn off my ability? Damn, I'm the worst. Ye Bai swore he hadn't done it on purpose. He had only meant to scan for potential threats. But he couldn't deny it. Watching the two of them bathe together was an absolute delight. If only he could join them at the same time. Ye Bai didn't dare imagine what kind of heavenly life that would be. Unlike Gong Lifeng, Ye Bai didn't have to worry about luggage. After showering, he simply pulled a fresh set of clothes from his personal dimensional storage. Wait, Aunt Gong is wearing Cindy's clothes. Not just a snug little skirt, but even her underwear. If she sneaks over tonight.
Ye Bai's excitement surget.
Aunt Gong, you're so shameless. Wearing Cindy's clothes like this. After his shower, Ye Bai lay in bed, waiting patiently. But Chun Cindy showed no signs of sleepiness. On the contrary, she was unusually energetic, chattering away with Gong Lifeng. Mom, Ye Bai was so cool today. I thought I was done for. But then he showed up out of nowhere, just like last time, and took down the bad guys. I feel like he's my destined soulmate. Every time I'm in danger, he appears. If it weren't for him, I would have been killed by Zhou Kachang over a month ago. Ye Bai shook his head. It was only 8 p.m., but given Chan Sini's current mood, she wouldn't be sleeping anytime soon. Rather than waiting around, I might as well deal with Kai Baozi first. With his precognitive abilities, Ye Bai wasn't worried about Kai Baozi sending more men after the mother and daughter. A moment later, Ye Bai's figure faded into the air, and the door silently swung open on its own. Provincial People's Hospital. Gynecology ward.
VIP suite.
The woman had just received her injection and was now fast asleep in the hospital bed. Kai Baozi stared at her heavily bandaged lower body, regret gnawing at him. He truly loved this woman. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought her into his home after his first wife's death. She had only made a mistake, one that any woman could have made. Yet he had hurt her this badly. I'm the worst. Sigh. Xiaoya, I know this isn't your fault. That ungrateful son Zhao Yuan must have forced you. Kai Baozi comforted himself. The thought of the woman having to endure multiple surgeries, even needing artificial replacements down there, weighed heavily on his heart. Just then, the doctor walked into the hospital room and delivered another blow. The patient was 1 month pregnant. Unfortunately, our medical resources were insufficient, and we couldn't save the child. The doctor's tone was detached. Boom! A bolt from the blue. Kai Baozi staggered backward, his grief unbearable. He didn't even stop to consider whether the child had been his or his grandson's. Before he could process it further, a subordinate entered and whispered urgently, "Boss, our mole in the Public Security Bureau reports that Chui Fan suspects you ordered Nikuan Long to kill Zhao Yuan. They've been interrogating Nikuan Long non-stop. He's about to break." Damn it! Kai Baozi's face darkened. He hadn't even known Nikuan Long had gone to the city hospital to confront Zhao Yuan. Much less what ties Zhao Yuan and Xiaosong's brother had, or why their DNA samples were intertwined. While Kai Zhao Yuan's death pained him, Kai Baozi had 3 sons and a daughter, 5 grandkids to carry on the family name. In his eyes, Kai Zhao Yuan had been the least valuable of his heirs, a failed account. His grief was shallow. If I'd wanted that brat dead, I would have done it back at the villa when I caught him with Xiaoya. Why wait until the hospital? His rage was palpable. But boss, the subordinate persisted, the evidence at the scene points squarely at you. If Nikuan Long cracks under interrogation. He drew a thumb across his throat. Should we? Kai Baozi sighed after a moment's silence. For the greater good, Nikuan Long will have to take the fall. The subordinate nodded and shifted topics. Lu and the other 2 must have failed. No updates, no police chatter. Likely captured. Kai Baozi scowl. Useless. This was the benefactor's first request. If we botch it, we're finished. I looked into it, the henchman continued. Chun Sini didn't come to the provincial capital alone. Chun Jingbin's wife, Gong Lifeng, accompanied her, along with Sini's boyfriend, Ye Bai.
Ye Bai.
Kai Baozi's forehead creased in recognition. Now I remember. That kid who kept messing with the benefactor's plans. The downfall of Xiao Hongyu's empire had struck Kai Baoji as suspicious. Rumors hinted at Ye Bai's involvement. The benefactor had ordered Ye Bai's elimination upon Kai's return to Taohu River City. Now the brat's here too? Kill two birds with one stone. A sinister grin split Kai Baoji's face. Where are they now? Zenith Grand Hotel. Send a team well-armed. That Ye Bai's slippery. Lu's men probably fell to him. If necessary, use bullets. Kai Baoji was done playing nice. He'd only just crawled into the benefactor's good graces. Fail now, and he wouldn't just fall, the Kai Empire would crumble. Taohu River City had rivals like the Feng Group waiting in the wings, not to mention lesser factions hungry for power. A useless dog could always be replaced. Understood. The henchman left. Kai Baoji stared out the window, smug. Oblivious that the moment his subordinate stepped out, he vanished, as if stepping into another dimension. Whoosh! The door creaked open behind him. A gust of wind. Kai Baoji turned and saw nothing. Then, he was gone. Vanished without a trace. Elsewhere. Good. The Bureau suspects Kai Baoji for Zhao Yuan's death. Perfect. With Kai disappeared, they'll assume he fled. Case closed, blame pinned on him. Nikuan Long was tough, but Ye Bai knew. After enough persuasion, he'd remember exactly how Kai Baoji ordered Zhao Yuan's murder. So the benefactor already has eyes on me? Good. Once I extract his identity from Kai, he'll join him in the void. Death was too simple. Ye Bai had bigger plans. Trapped in timeless captivity, men like Kai Baoji might as well be dead. Let's see how tough you really are, Leopard. In his past life, Ye Bai had stormed the Kai group alone, avenging Song Dongfeng. Back then, one bullet had ended Kai Baoji. But judging by the fear in the man's dying eyes, he wasn't made of steel. Zenith Grand Hotel. Ye Bai reappeared in his room, shedding his invisibility. Gloves, shoe covers, mask, all stored away in his pocket dimension. 2 hours. That's all it took to eliminate a major threat. For now, he was safe, but until the benefactor was gone, danger loomed. Before, Ye Bai had worried about attacks on his loved ones. Now, with his future sight, he could rest easy. Knock! Knock! A soft rap at the door. Ye Bai opened it to find Gong Lifang slipping in. Flushed, breath quickened. Cindy's finally asleep. Her gaze burned into him.
Ye Bai simirket.
Auntie, you're bold tonight. Wearing Cindy's clothes? Gong Lifang's outfit. A snug tank top and dangerously short skirt. Left little to the imagination. Cheeks scarlet. She whispered, "Let's be clear. Just this once. After this, we go back to normal. No more contact."
Ye Bai noddet solemnly.
Of course. I get it. Uncle Chen's betrayal left you shattered. As a concerned future son-in-law, I'm just comforting you. Gong Lifang shot him a playful glare. As if you don't know exactly how shattered I am. But she played along. Exactly. And I just want to ensure Cindy's future happiness. Testing things out. For her sake. Ye Bai stepped onto the balcony and lit a cigarette. Meanwhile, Gong Lifang, dressed in Chun Cindy's spare clothes, walked to the fridge, bent over, and fished out a bottle of water with her plump, perky rear on full display. She gulped it down thirstily, as though trekking through a scorching desert. Her throat parched to the point of burning. Despite being 40, Gong Lifang's figure was toned and curvaceous, rivaling that of a girl in her prime. Her backside, in particular, was downright tantalizing. Ye Bai stubbed out his cigarette and strode toward her. The elegant, dignified Gong Lifang of daytime now nestled in Ye Bai's arms like a doting newlywed. Zhang Ailing once said that conquering a woman isn't about piling on sweet words, but about touching her soul. That silent understanding speaks louder than 1,000 speeches. And Gong Lifang had been utterly, unconditionally conquered by Ye Bai. Her eyes were filled with nothing but him now. Xiao Bai, Auntie feels like she's wasted her life before this. Only with you. Do I really feel like a woman, a real woman? She murmured coquettishly. Auntie, starting tomorrow we go back to normal, right? Keep our distance. Cut off all private contact. Gong Lifang hesitated at his words. Truthfully, she wasn't ready to let go. Before tasting this, she might have managed. But now that she knew the pleasure, how could she forget it? But Ye Bai was Cindy's boyfriend. She'd already crossed the line once. Was she really going to keep playing the shameless woman? It was too unfair to Cindy. After a long internal struggle, she finally whispered, "For these 3 days in the provincial capital, let Auntie be yours. Once we return to Taojiang City, we'll bury this secret in our hearts." She swore to herself. After these 3 days, she'd keep a safe distance from Ye Bai.
No exceptions.
Fine. Your words, Auntie. No takebacks.
Ye Bai simirket.
He'd heard this before. It was always the same with smokers. Just this last one, then I'm quitting. And then, when lighting the next one, okay, this is the last one. Wasn't Auntie Gong doing the exact same thing? Not that Ye Bai had any intention of cutting ties with her after returning anyway. A rare beauty like her, he'd happily maintain their special relationship indefinitely. And more importantly, Cindy looked exactly like her. What if he could have them together? The mere thought sent a thrill through him, one that Gong Lifang immediately suffered the consequences of. Knock, knock. The sudden rapping at the door froze both of them mid-motion. Activating his enhanced vision, Ye Bai saw Cindy standing outside, knocking with an unusually stern expression. His pulse spiked. No way. Did she find out Auntie sneaked over here at night? Sensing his tension, Gong Lifang fumbled for her phone and showed him a pre-sent text. Your Auntie Wang heard I was back in the city and dragged me out for karaoke. I'll return tomorrow morning. Sent to Cindy before she came over. She thinks you're not in the hotel?
Ye Bai whispered.
Gong Lifang nodded. Worried about raising suspicion but unable to resist the temptation, she'd orchestrated an alibi. Not only texting Cindy but even briefing Auntie Wang to back her up. The same Auntie Wang who frequented nightclubs, exclusively hiring 185 centimeters tall male college students. The wealthy socialite often relied on Gong Lifang for cover and had simply replied, "Mission accepted."
Ye Bai?
Are you asleep? Even assuming her mother wasn't present, Cindy's knocking was cautious, her voice hushed, as though weighed down by guilt. A brilliant idea struck Ye Bai. Knock, knock. The rapping continued outside, while just beyond the door. Ye Bai had assumed Cindy would leave if no one answered. Instead, she persisted, knocking relentlessly, even calling his phone. Through his enhanced vision, he noticed her expression was oddly fearful, her gaze darting around uneasily. Something's wrong. Is there an intruder? Scanning the surroundings with his abilities, he found no threats, but he did spot plenty of unconventional activities. In a room downstairs, a group of large, bearded men lounged around. In certain circles, they'd probably be considered prime specimens. Ye Bai averted his eyes, suddenly questioning everything. Did Taojiang City's original settlers migrate from some flamboyantly liberated utopia? Then thud. Gong Lifang's arms gave out. Her forehead smacked against the door. Silence. Inside and out, all three froze. Cindy froze for a moment before exclaiming excitedly, "Ye Bai, are you awake?" Ye Bai could no longer pretend to be asleep. Through the door, he asked, "Cindy, what's wrong?" "I had a nightmare. I dreamed that a bad guy stabbed my mom to death with a knife. After killing her, he wasn't satisfied and came after me with the knife too." Cindy's expression still carried traces of lingering fear. Ye Bai was silent. To be honest, if not for the fact that Cindy's expression seemed genuine, Ye Bai would have thought she was subtly mocking him. Cindy continued, "When I woke up, my mom was gone. She left me a message saying she went to sing karaoke with Aunt Wang, but I couldn't reach either of them on the phone. Ye Bai, I know it was just a dream and not real, but I'm still so scared. Can you stay with me for a while?" Under normal circumstances, Ye Bai would have jumped at such a request. But right now, his 3-course meal with Aunt Gong wasn't finished yet. How could he bear to give that up? Still, seeing the frightened look on Chun Sini's face, Ye Bai felt a pang of sympathy. He got up, patted Gong Li Fong, and pointed toward the balcony, signaling her to hide there. Wait a second, Sini. Let me get dressed. Then I'll open the door. Ye Bai returned to the bed to put on his clothes. Only after confirming that Gong Li Fong had hidden on the balcony with her clothes and closed the curtains did he open the door. But the room bore too many traces of what had just happened. So Ye Bai didn't dare let Chun Sini inside. Instead, he suggested, "How about I come to your room to keep you company?" Chun Sini shook her head, her innocent face flushing red.
No.
Mom will be back in the morning. If she finds out, it'll be bad. Funny. Gong Li Fong had thought the same thing. Ye Bai stretched out his hand with a mischievous grin. Girlfriend, I finally have a chance. Let me hug you.
No.
You're so bad. Every time you hug me, you start misbehaving. Chun Sini's eyes were full of shyness, yet she obediently let Ye Bai embrace her without the slightest resistance, like a helpless little rabbit. Remembering that Gong Li Fong was hiding behind the curtains, watching, a wicked idea suddenly popped into Ye Bai's mind. He pulled Chun Sini onto the bed, facing the balcony, and then leaned in to kiss her. A long while later, Chun Sini melted weakly into Ye Bai's arms, completely drained of strength. Little Sini, last time you said you were willing to give yourself to me. Was that true? Chun Sini let out a barely audible as soft as a mosquito's hum. Then give yourself to me now. Ye Bai murmured as he moved closer. Chun Sini quickly blocked him, her expression serious. No, we agreed I'd give myself to you when we visit your hometown. We have to wait until then. Ye Bai was speechless. You also once said your family wouldn't let you date before graduation and that we'd only start dating afterward. Look how long that lasted. Now you're my girlfriend. He knew all too well that a woman's so-called bottom line was always negotiable. Fine. I respect your wishes and would never force you. But until then, can't you give your boyfriend a little reward? As he spoke, his hands wandered. This time, Chun Sini didn't stop him. Her face burned crimson. Though the balcony curtains were tightly shut, Ye Bai's penetrating vision allowed him to see Gong Li Fong peeking from behind, her backside slightly raised. The room was brightly lit, while the balcony was pitch dark, perfect for hiding her completely. At the same time, Ye Bai noticed something extremely interesting. Gong Li Fong, watching him treat Chun Sini like this, showed no anger or sadness. Instead, she was, "Wow, Aunt Gong, I never knew you could be this wild." Huh. Chun Sini turned her head in confusion. Is it raining? The weather forecast said it would be sunny for the next few days. The weather is unpredictable. Ye Bai chuckled. Is it a passing shower? Why does it sound so intermittent? Chun Sini frowned. And it feels like the window's open. Raindrops are coming inside. Should we go check together? Ye Bai suggested. Okay. Ye Bai carried Chun Sini toward the balcony. Instantly, the rain intensified, pouring down in sheets. But it was just a brief downpour, soon tapering off. Standing by the curtains, Ye Bai held Chun Sini with one hand while yanking the curtains open with the other. Gong Li Fong's face twisted in terror. She had thought Ye Bai was just teasing her. But this little devil had actually done it. What is he thinking? Doesn't he care if Sini finds out? Did the rain stop? Did any get inside? Chun Sini began to turn her head. Gong Li Fong's entire body stiffened, her mind buzzing. She could already picture herself kneeling on the floor, clutching Chun Sini's pants, sobbing for forgiveness. Sini, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was just tempted for a moment. Just as Chun Sini's gaze was about to land on Gong Li Fong, Ye Bai cupped her chin and kissed her deeply. The windows shut tight. You must have misheard. With his other hand, he pulled the curtains closed again. Gong Li Fong exhaled in relief, her forehead drenched in cold sweat, nearly collapsing to the floor. Wait a minute. Something suddenly struck her as odd. Ye Bai just used one hand to hold Sini's chin and kiss her, and the other to close the curtains. So how was he holding Sini the whole time? Oh my God. Only Ye Bai could pull that off. Gong Lifeng marveled inwardly. She was both annoyed at this little rascal for scaring her like that, and yet also felt strangely. Ye Bai carried Chen Sini back to the bed. Her ears were now as red as her face. Suddenly, she twitched one ear. Huh? Is it raining again? Nighttime showers really do come and go, don't they? Outside the curtains, another heavy downpour raged. After discovering Gong Lifeng's interests, Ye Bai's desire to win over Chen Sini tonight grew even stronger. Unfortunately, the little minx Chen Sini was unusually stubborn, refusing to let Ye Bai have his way. After a long, clingy session between the two, Chen Sini checked the time and said, Ye Bai, I have to go. Mom's karaoke session should be ending soon. If she suddenly comes back, we're done for. It's fine. Even if she sees us, she won't say anything. Of course she wouldn't say anything. She had been watching the whole time. Not only was she unbothered, but she even, No, I really have to leave. Chen Sini struggled free, dashed to the door, then hesitated before running back. Her delicate face was flushed, a mix of innocence and allure, pure yet irresistibly tempting. Moi! She planted a soft kiss on Ye Bai's lips. Be a good boy and sleep well, okay, boyfriend? I'm off. With that, Chen Sini left, her steps light and cheerful, like a graceful little deer. A sudden pang of guilt struck Ye Bai. Chen Sini was so pure, so earnest and stubborn in love. Was he being a complete scumbag by treating her like this? But really, what man could resist a temptress like Auntie Gong? Sini, I swear, from now on, I'll treat you twice as well. I'll spoil you until you're the happiest woman in the world. In this lifetime, you'll be my one and only wife. As for lovers, sweethearts, darlings, well, don't worry about those. After all, the title of wife belongs to you alone. As the door clicked shut and Chen Sini left, Gong Lifeng cautiously stepped out from behind the curtains. She looked at Ye Bai with a complicated expression. You little devil. Oh? Auntie Gong, do you like how devilish I am? Ye Bai raised an eyebrow and stepped closer.
No.
Don't like it? But the way you were watching from behind the curtains just now didn't seem like dislike to me. The sky was already growing light. Gong Lifeng blushed shyly and playfully punched Ye Bai's chest with her small fists. You little rascal. Oh? Auntie Gong, don't talk nonsense. Ye Bai raised an eyebrow. Gong Lifeng was a little flustered and quickly soothed him. All right, you're a big rascal then. She truly hadn't expected that there could be such an outrageous man in the world. Compared to Ye Bai, old Chun was like a firefly trying to outshine the full moon. There was simply no comparison. If Wang Ai, whom she was close to, found out about this, she'd probably be willing to spend her entire fortune just to keep Ye Bai for herself. When Gong Lifeng worked out, she'd be exhausted after just an hour of running, panting heavily. She never imagined she could possess such astonishing stamina. What she didn't realize was that it was all thanks to Ye Bai. Not only could Ye Bai keep his women eternally youthful, he also had healing abilities. No matter what, he could always restore them to their factory settings. So even after Auntie Gong's energy was drained, it was promptly replenished. Otherwise, she would have long been rushed to the emergency room for an 4-drip. You rascal! Gong Lifeng punched Ye Bai again. I don't know where a young man like you learned so many shameless things. Old Chin brought it up many times before, but I never agreed. And now, you're the one who gets to enjoy it. Ye Bai's eyes lit up. So, Auntie, you've never done this before. Gong Lifeng nodded shyly. Perfect. Who would have thought that even at over 40, Auntie Gong had never experienced this before? Ye Bai asked. Then, Auntie Gong, have you and Old Chin ever played a game that foreigners often enjoy? Gong Lifeng looked confused. What game? Ye Bai leaned in and whispered into her ear. Instantly, Gong Lifeng's elegant and dignified face flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with bashfulness. Despite being a mature woman, she suddenly looked as shy as a young girl. No, absolutely not. She shook her head like a rattledrum and pinched Ye Bai's waist hard. You little devil. Don't even think about it. Are you sure? That game is really fun. Ye Bai coaxed her like a devil whispering temptations. Gong Lifang hesitated. She had heard Wang Ai mention it before, saying it was quite extraordinary. But she was still a little scared. Let's not. I'm too old for this. What if you end up sending me to the hospital? In the end, she shook her head and refused. She definitely didn't want to end up in that department. How humiliating would that be? It would ruin her refined, aristocratic image. Really not? Auntie Gong, you wouldn't want Cindy to find out about us. Would you? Ye Bai chuckled darkly. You brat. How dare you threaten me? Go ahead and tell Cindy if you have the guts. Don't let her usual gentle demeanor fool you. When she gets stubborn, even old Chun and I can't handle her. If she finds out, we're both doomed. Gong Lifang glared at him, pinching his waist again. Ouch! Auntie Gong, are you a crab or something? Ye Bai was disappointed but not discouraged. He was sure Auntie Gong would agree eventually. What woman wouldn't be curious about such things? With enough persistence, he'd wear her down. And if that didn't work, a little well-timed blackmail would do the trick. If you don't let me, then I won't. Gong Lifang sighed. Now I see it. You're nothing but a troublemaker. I don't know if Cindy will be happy with you in the future. Wouldn't you know best whether she'll be happy, Auntie? You little devil. Daybreak arrived, and Gong Lifang had to leave. Reluctantly, she got up and dressed. Ye Bai was just as unwilling to let her go. Auntie was simply too tempting. He could never get enough, never. He stepped forward and pulled Gong Lifang into his arms. You rascal! Gong Lifang tilted her head back, her lips as red as roses, her alluring almond-shaped eyes brimming with charm. But she really had to go. If Cindy woke up, it would be hard to leave unnoticed. With lingering reluctance, Gong Lifang bid Ye Bai farewell, her gaze so intense it could weave silk. Xiao Bai, we agreed. Once we return to Taojiang City, we'll go back to our normal relationship and keep our distance. We still have 2 days left. During this time, you're Cindy's boyfriend during the day, but at night, you belong to me alone. I'll come find you again tonight. Ye Bai agreed eagerly. He couldn't ask for more. Despite staying up all night, he was still full of energy. He pulled back the curtains covering the balcony and opened the window. The summer morning breeze drifted in, but the sweet fragrance lingering in the bedroom refused to fade. So intoxicating, so very intoxicating. Ye Bai suddenly remembered that the 2 prisoners he had captured into his personal space last night at the Provincial People's Hospital still hadn't been interrogated. Should I take this chance to interrogate Kai Baozi? Ye Bai frowned, lost in thought, but ultimately decided against it. If Kai Baozi left traces of his DNA in the room, like bloodstains, it could spell trouble. After all, the room had been booked under Ye Bai's ID. A missing person leaving blood behind would imply all the wrong things. Even laying down plastic sheets for the interrogation wouldn't guarantee safety. Better return to Taojiang City and interrogate them at the secret base. No, even that's not secure anymore. Too many people know it's our hideout. As his consciousness observed the motionless Kai Baozi and the other man in his personal space, a startling idea struck him. If my consciousness can enter the space, can my physical body do the same? The moment the thought formed, Ye Bai vanished from the room as if he had slipped into another world. Inside the personal space, Ye Bai's figure abruptly materialized. It actually works? Thrilled, he walked past the frozen Nyo 2, Oxhead, then Kai Baozi and his companion, reaching the edge of the space. In the distance stretched an endless white haze, but an invisible barrier blocked his path. What lies beyond the mist? Is this a newly expanded world within the personal space? Or did my ability carve out a section from another dimension and claim it as my own? Ye Bai realized that among all his supernatural abilities, aside from the continuous evolution of his body, the only one exhibiting changes was the personal space. Just how will things unfold as this space keeps expanding? Standing firmly within the space, Ye Bai closed his eyes and focused. A sudden realization dawned upon him. Here, he was a god. He could control everything within this space. In the next instant, his figure disappeared, only to reappear at the far end of the space. Another flicker, and he materialized atop Nyotu's head. Teleportation! Excitement surged through him as his body slowly levitated upward until hitting the spatial limit. Time stands still in this space. But can I manipulate its flow? With a thought, he isolated a small section of the space and pointed. An inexplicable shift occurred within that zone. Throwing Kai Baozi inside elicited a thud as the man collapsed onto the ground before scrambling back up, bewildered and wary. Where the hell is this? Perfect.
Ye Bai grinned.
Indeed, within this space he was like a god, and gods could control the passage of time. Can I reverse time inside the space? An experiment proved it impossible. What about creating life or reviving the ecosystem? Still no success. Even deities have limitations. Or perhaps Ye Bai simply lacked sufficient mastery over the space, or enough personal power. Meanwhile, Kai Baozi reached the edge of the space and gaped at the boundless white mist. Suddenly, excitement overtook him. Holy shit, did I just get isekai'd into another world? Or, is this a main god space? Was I chosen as a reincarnator to traverse countless realms and complete missions? Ye Bai was speechless. Who knew the old bastard was a novel enthusiast? Got it! Inspiration struck. Ye Bai now had a foolproof way to make Kai Baozi spill everything effortlessly. Just as Kai Baozi was reveling in his delusions, an almighty voice boomed from the heavens. Foolish, insignificant mortal, you have been chosen. Confess all sins of your past life. Only through purification may you enter the cycle of reincarnation. Kai Baozi's knees buckled. He dropped to the ground, about to spill his guts, when suspicion abruptly flashed across his face. What if this is an elaborate police setup to trick me into confessing? As if sensing his doubt, the unseen force lifted him into the air. A suffocating pressure clamped around his throat. You dare question me? Horrified, all doubts evaporated. Sobbing, Kai Baozi began blubbering out confessions. To think this old leopard would get to be a protagonist in a transmigration story one day. Much later, Ye Bai refroze time across the entire space and returned to the real world. This doesn't make sense. That noble patron is this cautious? Ye Bai's frown deepened. Kai Baozi didn't even know the man's real identity. The elusive figure had never shown his face. On Kai Baozi's few trips to the provincial capital, he had only ever met with the same two men Ye Bai had seen during Xiao Hongyu's encounter. One fat, one thin. Kai Baozi knew nothing about the man's true background beyond three things. 1. He came from a genuinely aristocratic family with immense influence, prestigious even on a national scale. 2. His family had fingers in every pie, business, politics, and military. 3. This noble patron had only left his family a decade prior and relocated to the provincial capital, where his maternal relatives lived. Though ignorant of the patron's identity, Kai Baozi attested to his colossal authority. Serving as his lackey for just a few days had already lined Kai Baozi's pockets with unearned perks, despite barely accomplishing any tasks. Guess I'll have to catch those two men to unmask this noble patron. But no matter how formidable the man's status, Ye Bai wasn't worried. With abilities like his, eliminating someone without a trace would be child's play. If not for the many people he cared about, his parents, friends, and the women he cherished, Ye Bai would have no fear of any rules. He would simply become the Homelander and crush anyone who stood in his way. Oh my God! Mom! What happened to you? Chun Sinny's shocked voice rang out from the living room. Ye Bai pushed open the door and walked out, only to see Chun Sinny standing on her tiptoes, her perky little bottom sticking out as she leaned in to examine Gong Lifang's face closely. Mom, your skin is as smooth as a peeled egg. Even the fine crow's feet at the corners of your eyes are gone. Which magical spa did you and Auntie Wang go to last night? How did you change so much? Chun Sinny's face was full of disbelief. Normally a quiet and reserved girl, she was now exclaiming in shock, a testament to how utterly stunned she was. Gong Lifang was equally astonished, pulling out a compact mirror to inspect herself. It feels like your whole body's skin has become firmer and more elastic. The dramatic improvement in her figure even made Chun Sini a little jealous. Mom, what kind of treatment did you get? You look like you've been completely rejuvenated. Like you've turned back the clock by over a decade. Before this, Gong Lifang had been a mature, elegant beauty, alluring and sensual, but with faint crow's feet and other subtle signs revealing her true age. But now, no one would guess she was a woman in her 40s. At first glance, she could easily pass for a girl in her early 20s. If Gong Lifang's allure had been a 90 last night, now it was off the charts. Moksh. Standing next to Chun Sini, they no longer looked like mother and daughter, more like sisters. Gong Lifang turned to the full-length mirror, admiring her more pronounced curves, her heart fluttering with joy. What woman wouldn't want to look younger and more beautiful? It was as if she had truly shed over a decade of age. But she hadn't gone to any spa last night. Her gaze drifted toward Ye Bai, her beautiful eyes shimmering with realization. No way. Could it be? Suddenly, Gong Lifang couldn't bear the thought of parting ways with Ye Bai when they returned to Taojiang City. A bold idea took root in her mind. What if I secretly stayed with Ye Bai? Become his hidden lover? And if Sini ever finds out, I'll just beg her to let them both be Ye Bai's women. Gong Lifang's heart fluttered. She certainly wouldn't mind being Ye Bai's woman alongside Sini. Unable to help herself, she fantasized about the three of them living blissfully together as a family. A delicate blush crept onto her noble, alluring face. At the same time, Gong Lifang recalled a viral online rumor about anti-aging remedies. Now middle-aged, she couldn't escape the creeping signs of aging. Even if her figure remained impeccable, the fine crow's feet at the corners of her eyes stubbornly persisted. In desperation, she had once sought Auntie Wang's opinion on the rumor's validity. Auntie Wang was a seasoned expert. She'd tried facial masks from every country imaginable. If anyone knew whether the remedy worked, it was her. Gong Lifang still remembered her exact words. Absolute horseshit. If this crap really worked, I'd have reversed aging ages ago. Would I still need monthly Botox injections? From then on, Gong Lifang dismissed such baseless myths with contempt. But today, she had genuinely regained her youth. That rascal Ye Bai, he might as well be the legendary Tang monk's flesh. A living, breathing fountain of youth. If she and Sini became his women, they could have eternal happiness and eternal youth. Yet when she looked at Chun Sini's innocent face, her conscience wavered. Sini was a staunch believer in pure love. Given her personality, how could she accept something like this? If she ever discovered the secret between her and Xiao Bai, the fallout would be catastrophic. Whatever. A promise is a promise. I told Xiao Bai 3 days, so 3 days it is. Once we're back in Taojiang City, this disgraceful affair ends. Gritting her teeth, Gong Lifang steeled herself. She prided herself on her ironclad willpower. Once she made a decision, she never wavered. From that moment on, even if she were starving or dying of thirst, she wouldn't take so much as a single bite from Xiao Bai. The three waited for the elevator down. Gong Lifang wore a lightweight blazer over a form-fitting violet stepmother dress, highlighting every curve of her figure. She had gone makeup-free today. Normally, she needed cosmetic touch-ups to conceal minor imperfections. But now, with her restored youth, her complexion rivaled that of an 18-year-old. Any makeup would have been overkill. There was an irresistible elegance and sophistication about her. Even Yang Guifei, one of the 4 great beauties of ancient China, couldn't compare. Frankly, Ye Bai doubted even Yang Guifei could match Auntie Gong's temptation. Damn! This rejuvenated version of Auntie Gong is even more stunning than yesterday. If old Chun saw her like this, he'd be drowning in regret. His gaze shifted to Chun Sini, who wore a sailor uniform. Though her front assets were equally arresting, her youthful face radiated vibrant energy. Sweetheart, give me a kiss. Eek! What are you saying? Shameless. Sini scolded, blushing. Auntie Gong immediately turned toward the elevator, pretending not to notice. But moments later, Her entire body stiffened. This little devil, getting bolder by the minute. Still kissing Cinny, and now daring to. A janitor rounding the corner gaped at the scene, her brain short-circuiting. Holy hell! Since when are kids this wild? And with drop-dead gorgeous women, no less, far prettier than any celebrity. As they stepped into the elevator, Gong Lifeng kept her distance from Ye Bai, stationing herself near the door. Chun Cinny blinked at her mother's back in confusion. Mom, have you been feeling extra hot lately? Gong Lifeng didn't dare turn around or respond. Thankfully, she had come prepared. Undoing her blazer, she swiftly tied it around her waist. When packing for the provincial capital, Gong Lifeng had prioritized practical items over spare clothes. This morning, after returning to her room, she had immediately called luxury boutiques to have outfits delivered to the hotel. Back in her youth, Auntie Gong had been a provincial socialite. Though she no longer resided in the city full-time after marriage, her annual spending at certain high-end stores still exceeded 1,000,000 yuan. Those stores treated her like royalty. A single phone call sent staff rushing over with armfuls of designer clothing for her to choose from. With her skirt now covered, Gong Lifeng shot Ye Bai a covert glare. Ye Bai pretended not to notice. Cinny, I can't accompany you to today's semifinals. There's some business here I need to settle. Ye Bai planned to visit the black market later to launder Xiao Hongyu's gold hoard. He wasn't worried about the provincial benefactor sending more men to harm his baby and sweetie. Thanks to his future prediction ability, he'd receive ample warning. The provincial black market wasn't centralized. Operations were scattered to avoid raids. Only 3 factions had the capacity to absorb over 100 million yuan worth of gold. Ye Bai's target today was the most reputable among them. Sure, their boss was a certifiable madwoman, but her credibility was unmatched. In his past life, he'd never once heard of her backstabbing anyone. Creak. A taxi pulled over by the roadside. The strikingly handsome Ye Bai stepped out of the car and glanced up at the massive signboard. The Way of Softness. On the surface, this appeared to be a jiu-jitsu dojo. In reality, it was an underground money-handling operation. The proprietor went by the name Qin Wenru, Gentle Qin, but anyone who met her would quickly realize she was anything but gentle. She was more akin to a raging she-dragon. Having trained in jiu-jitsu since childhood, she had won the World Jiu-Jitsu Championship before working as a mercenary overseas, tempered in blood and battle. Rumor had it her kill count was well into the double digits, a femme fatale in every sense. As Ye Bai stepped into the dojo, his gaze landed on the sparring ring where a voluptuous woman was locked in a fierce grapple with a burly young man. Both wielded jiu-jitsu techniques, their motions seamless and relentless. A handful of onlookers stood around the ring. One of them shot Ye Bai a cold glance before calling out, "Boss, someone's here." The 2 fighters disengaged. The voluptuous woman flipped herself upright with a swift motion before turning to face Ye Bai, her demeanor haughty. She had distinctly masculine features. Sensual curves contrasted sharply by her sharply angled jawline and upturned nose, vaguely reminiscent of Bull Grandpa. "This place is members only. We're not taking new students," she said flatly. "I'm not here to learn jiu-jitsu. I'm looking for Qin Wenru."
I'm Qin Wenru.
"What do you want?" She tilted her chin up, her upturned nose sticking even higher.
Ye Bai Jurset internalli.
Who the hell said Qin Wenru was some peerless beauty? Sure, her figure was undeniably alluring. Turn off the lights and she'd do just fine. But this face? Absolutely nothing like the infamous mad beauty he'd heard about. In his past life, by the time Ye Bai had risen to prominence, Qin Wenru had already left the underworld, unable to adapt to the ease of domestic life. She had supposedly returned overseas to resume mercenary work. Thus, Ye Bai had never actually met the legendary madwoman, only heard the tales. Wait, rumor had it that Qin Wenru never sparred with men. Though not a lesbian, she harbored an intense aversion to them. Yet just now, this woman had been grappling with that young man, hands slipping into places. Moreover, Qin Wenru had a very distinct physical trait that this woman lacked. No way this is her. You're not Qin Wenru, Ye Bai said, shaking his head slowly. And why the hell not? Her eyes bulged in indignation. Because Qin Wenru doesn't look like she got hit with the ugly shovel. Of course, Ye Bai couldn't outright say that. I was referred by Elder Chong. Which Elder Chong? Chong Yohung. Proof. She clearly had no intention of making this easy. This woman had an innate hatred for handsome men. The better looking they were, the more she despised them. And Ye Bai was devastatingly handsome. To her, he was the embodiment of everything she loathed. Even if he produced irrefutable proof today, she would never let him pass. She hopped off the ring, cracking her neck with a cold snort. Want to see Sister Ro? Fine. Beat me and you get your audience. Otherwise, every stray dog and alley cat would come demanding her time. She'd never get any work done. No sooner had the words left her mouth than her eyes bulged, before her entire body hurtled backward like she'd been struck by a speeding train. Thud! She crashed back onto the mat. As you wish. Ye Bai lowered his foot, expression unruffled. He was just here to sell some gold, a simple, mutually beneficial exchange. Why the hell did someone like this have to complicate things? The spectators gaped in shock. Hongjia, the dojo's second most formidable fighter, after Qin Wenru herself, could take on a dozen grown men barehanded. Yet this young man had just flattened her with a single kick. Who the hell is he? Nearly a dozen figures emerged from the inner rooms, eyeing Ye Bai with caution. Click-clack. Somewhere, someone racked the slide of a pistol. Ye Bai silently activated spatial barrier, shielding himself just in case. Meanwhile, the she-dragon staggered back to her feet, her eyes bloodshot with rage as she prepared to retaliate. Enough, Xiaohong. He went easy on you. Let him up. And for heaven's sake, fix that damn attitude of yours. Not every handsome man deserves your temper. Ye Bai's chin lifted toward the source of the voice. There, leaning casually against the upstairs railing, was a woman whose hourglass figure commanded instant attention. She wore a sleek black leather jacket over a fitted white tee, the fabric straining slightly over ample curves. Below, snug jeans accentuated legs that seemed to go on forever, sculpting heart-shaped perfection. Her face, an exquisite blend of East and West, sharp yet delicate, like a fusion between Sophie Marceau in her prime and Black Widow, albeit taller and more statuesque. For a moment, Ye Bai felt like he was watching a Hollywood blockbuster, as if Catwoman herself had just sauntered into frame. When she turned her head and met his gaze, she smirked. Ye Bai couldn't help but sigh internally. She was stunning but marred by a single flaw. A savage scar ran from her jawline down to her neck, a memento from an ambush by Navy SEALs overseas, or so he'd heard. In a web novel, she'd be the archetypal retired Special Forces beauty, rolling in cash, surrounded by a harem of handsome CEOs, doctors, professors, hell, maybe even father-son or twin-brother pairs. Pity. Such a peerless beauty, marked by that scar, like a flawless moon fractured by a single crack. Under Xiaohong's venomous glare, Ye Bai was ushered upstairs, straight into Qin Wenru's office. What do you want from me? Qin Wenru sat on the sofa, chin raised with effortless poise, making no effort to hide the scar on her neck. Ye Bai placed the case on the table and opened it. I have a batch of gold I'd like to sell to you, Miss Qin. Qin Wenru's eyes lit up. She pulled the case toward her, picked up a gold bar, and weighed it in her hand. 1.5 million. If you agree, I can transfer the money to you right now. Ye Bai's eyebrow twitched. The case contained 20 gold bars, each weighing 1 kilogram. At current market prices, the entire box was worth over 5 million. Qin Wenru wasn't just lowballing. She was slashing the price to the bone. Boss Qin, give me a fair offer. Qin Wenru smiled sweetly. Isn't this price fair enough? The market value of gold isn't the same as the transaction price. Moving this much gold and laundering it comes at a high cost. Leaving you with 2 million is already generous. Ye Bai countered. What if I told you I have 500 of these gold bars? Could you give me a discount? Qin Wenru shook her head slowly. No matter how many you have, the price stays the same. The gold from Xiao Hongyu's vault was worth roughly 120 million in total. Ye Bai had expected to pocket at least 60 million after laundering, but according to Qin Wenru's terms, he'd only get 36 million. Who the hell said this lunatic was fair? Are any of these underground bankers even decent people? After a moment's thought, Ye Bai's gaze lingered on the scar beneath Qin Wenru's chin. He spoke slowly, "Boss Qin, I come from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners." And Qin Wenru replied, feigning disinterest, "Our ancestors passed down a miraculous formula that can heal any scar. If I can remove the scar on your face." Qin Wenru's head lifted sharply, her eyes burning with intensity. Qin Wenru's eyes were clear yet profound, bearing a striking resemblance to Sophie Marceau's. At this moment, she gazed at Ye Bai with a pitiful, watery look, as if trying to seduce him. Hope flickered in her eyes, only to be quickly replaced by skepticism. "Are you joking? Even the most legendary and authoritative surgeon in the US couldn't fully repair this scar."
Ye Bai scoffed.
"Chinese medicine is profound, with a history of 5,000 years. How many years has Western medicine even existed? There's no comparison. If you don't believe me, I'll bring the medicinal solution tomorrow, and you'll see for yourself." Ye Bai had initially thought Qin Wenru ran the most reputable underground bank in the province, but his experience here was nothing like the rumors. In Taojiang City, money laundering at least left you with half, but here he barely got a third. He had been ready to leave, but when he saw the scar on Qin Wenru's chin, an idea struck him. Everyone loves beauty, women especially. Qin Wenru might appear confident, openly displaying her scar, but did she truly not care? Someone who genuinely didn't care wouldn't deliberately draw attention to it. It was as if she wanted to say, "Look at this hideous scar on me, but I don't care." The more she acted this way, the more it proved how much it bothered her, and her reaction confirmed it. Ye Bai wondered if he could use a beauty serum to reel her in. Dilute the serum, apply it to her scar, let her see hope of healing, but not cure her completely at once. Back when he had pretended to be the main god in his personal space, he had already extracted all of Kai Baozi's hidden assets. Kai Baozi, cunning as a rabbit with multiple escape routes, had stashed away gold and antiques, all of which needed laundering. If he could control Qin Wenru and establish a long-term partnership, it would be perfect. Qin Wenru listened to Ye Bai with a mix of doubt and hope. The scar was a thorn in her heart, and she wasn't willing to let go of even the slimmest chance of healing. "If this serum of yours really works, I'll buy everything you have at market price." Underground banks always took a cut for laundering, but she was offering to pay full price, meaning she was willing to lose money. Of course, that was only if Ye Bai could actually fix her scar. "Fine. We'll meet again tomorrow." Ye Bai nodded and stood to leave. Hitting her in the face was out of the question. He'd have to wait until tonight and convince Auntie Gong to share some of the serum. But now that Auntie Gong had discovered the serum's miraculous effects, getting her to give any up would be like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. As Ye Bai walked away, Grandpa Nyo, Xiao Hong glared at him with murderous intensity. She stormed into Qin Wenru's office, ranting, "Sis Ro, that pretty boy is definitely a scammer. If such a miraculous serum really existed, it'd be a global bestseller. He could have been the richest man in the world. Why would he need to launder money?" Xiao Hong had been eavesdropping the whole time, itching for Qin Wenru to give the order so she could turn Ye Bai into Swiss cheese. But to her surprise, Sis Ro had actually believed his nonsense and let him walk away unharmed. "I don't believe in it either," Qin Wenru murmured, tracing the scar that ran from her chin to her neck. "But even if there's a 1 in a million chance, I have to try." She had once traveled the world seeking treatment, but even the most renowned surgeons couldn't help. Some treatments even made the scar worse. Disheartened, she had returned to China to live in seclusion. She had tried folk remedies, but without exception, every so-called miracle healer turned out to be a fraud, and she had personally disposed of a few. "If he's lying too, we'll bury him in the garden tomorrow. The roses could use the fertilizer." A cold glint flashed in Qin Wenru's eyes. Killing was as natural to her as eating or drinking. And thanks to her innate aversion to men, Ye Bai's charm had no effect on her. No matter how handsome a man was, in her eyes, he'd never compare to a Barrett sniper rifle. Ye Bai left Rose Path and checked out a few other underground banks in the city. But without exception, they all gave him a bad vibe. Everyone there had a bloodthirsty, greedy look in their eyes. Ye Bai had no doubt that if he pulled out a gold bar in any of these places, they'd turn on him in an instant. So he didn't bother negotiating with these vultures. Qin Wenru's place might take a huge cut, and that ugly bitch Xiao Hong was annoying, but at least Qin Wenru hadn't shown any greed when she saw the gold. She clearly didn't care about small sums. Her reputation mattered more. Ye Bai called Gong Lifeng and learned that Chan Sini's competition was over, and the mother-daughter pair had already returned to the hotel. Seeing that it was almost dinner time, he asked what they wanted to eat. "We're not going out tonight. We'll cook in the presidential suite." Gong Lifeng had a cleanliness obsession and didn't trust restaurant food. The suite had a fully equipped kitchen, so she planned to show off her cooking skills. "Should I buy any ingredients?" "No need. Sini and I are at the market now. Just head back to the hotel." Ye Bai hung up and took a taxi back to the Zhenghe Grand Hotel. When he opened the door, he saw Gong Lifeng in the kitchen, bent over as she washed fruit, her plump rear on full display. "Back so soon? Where's Sini?" Ye Bai activated his X-ray vision but didn't see Chun Sini in the room. She must have forgotten something and been sent back out to buy it. Watching Gong Lifeng's voluptuous figure, Ye Bai felt a familiar itch. Perfect opportunity. He crept forward silently, ready for a surprise attack. Gong Lifeng was wearing light pink yoga pants that hugged her curves perfectly. As expected of a noblewoman from a wealthy provincial family, truly first class.
Ye Bai stepped closer.
Gong Lifeng reacted violently, thrashing with all her might. 2 fingers aimed straight for Ye Bai's eyes, while a knee shot up toward his groin. Startled, Ye Bai quickly grabbed Auntie Gong's wrist and pinned her leg down. "Auntie Gong, it's me."
Ye Bai.
He hadn't expected her fight-or-flight response to be this intense. What surprised him even more was that she knew self-defense. Judging by her body's reflexive movements, she was no beginner. If it had been an ordinary person, they'd already be writhing on the ground in pain.
Ye Bai.
Hearing his name, Gong Lifeng stopped struggling. She turned her head, met Ye Bai's deep gaze, and froze as if struck by lightning. Seeing she'd calmed down, Ye Bai continued. After a long moment, Gong Lifeng finally snapped out of her daze. Her eyes were misty, not with tender affection, but with a mix of shame and fury. Beep! The keypad of the presidential suite chimed as someone entered the passcode outside. "Sini's back." Ye Bai's voice was laced with regret. "Auntie Gong, when you sneak into my room tonight, wear these yoga pants. I'll grab some scissors and cut a slit in the back." As he spoke, he hurriedly helped Gong Lifeng adjust her yoga pants. The door swung open. Ye Bai turned around, a warm, sunny smile on his face. Just as he was about to greet Chun Sini, his expression stiffened. Chun Sini walked in carrying a bag of groceries. Behind her was a stunning woman in a body-hugging skirt, a blazer tied around her waist. Gong Lifeng. Ye Bai's hair stood on end as if lightning had just coursed through him. The woman at the door was unmistakably Gong Lifeng, dressed exactly as she had been when she left that morning. But if she was Auntie Gong, then who was the woman in yoga pants? Suddenly, Ye Bai remembered the secret Gong Lifeng had revealed on the train. She had an identical twin sister, and Chen Sini was actually her sister's biological daughter. "Auntie, you're already here." Chun Sini's face lit up as she rushed over and hugged the woman in yoga pants. Gong Lifeng gave Ye Bai a strange look. The atmosphere felt off, but she couldn't quite place why. "Sis, you've already met, right? This is Sini's boyfriend, Ye Bai. Handsome, isn't he? Xiao Bai, this is my older sister, Gong Lifei. You can call her Auntie Fei." Ye Bai turned stiffly toward Chun Sini's aunt, her biological mother, Gong Lifei. He swore it wasn't intentional, But only now did he notice the subtle differences between the two women. Though their faces were identical, their hairstyles weren't. Gong Lifeng had voluminous, wavy hair that exuded sensuality. Gong Lifei's hair was a deep wine red, slightly curled, giving off a more reserved vibe. Both had the air of wealthy socialites, but Gong Lifeng was overtly seductive, like a vixen. Gong Lifei, though equally alluring, carried herself with more restraint, like the quiet type with hidden depths. On closer inspection, her face was flawless, but faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes betrayed her age. Meanwhile, Gong Lifeng, having absorbed a full night's worth of beauty-enhancing essence, looked as fresh as an 18-year-old, her skin dewy and radiant. Standing together, the three women looked like copy-pasted versions of each other. 3 wealthy ladies, 6 Mercedes G-Wagons between them. Auntie Faye.
Ye Bai gulped.
Despite having weathered countless storms, he was nervous now. He'd mistaken her for someone else. If Gong Lifei revealed what had just happened, he didn't dare imagine how Chun Sini would react. She must have figured out from my words that I've been involved with Auntie Gong behind Sini's back. One was her sister, the other was her daughter. Whose side would she take? Sis, what do you think of your future son-in-law? Gong Lifeng asked with a smile. Gong Lifei paused, then nodded, her gentle smile sending a chill down Ye Bai's spine. Very handsome. As long as you like him. Gong Lifeng had invited her sister partly to get her approval. After all, as Sini's birth mother, her opinion mattered. The two sisters busied themselves in the kitchen preparing dinner while Ye Bai and Chun Sini sat in the living room sipping tea. Ye Bai, are you okay? You're sweating so much. Chun Sini pulled out a tissue and dabbed his forehead. It's nothing. Just a bit hot outside. I ran back. He forced a smile. Normally, he'd take the chance to tease his girlfriend. But after what had just happened, his mind was too preoccupied. Soon dinner was ready. The 4 of them gathered around the table. The dishes, cooked by the 2 aunties, were as distinct as their personalities, each with its own unique charm. A shameless thought crossed Ye Bai's mind. If Sini ever finds out about my other relationships and breaks up with me, maybe I could take care of these 2 aunties for her. If we're not dating, looking after them wouldn't be against the law or morals, right? Gong Lifeng noticed her sister's silence during the meal. Her occasional glances at Ye Bai filled with unreadable emotions. At first puzzled, she suddenly realized something. Hesitating, she ventured, Sis, have you noticed that Xiao Bai's eyes look a bit like his? Whose? Chun Sini asked curiously. Your aunt's ex-boyfriend from her youth, Gong Lifeng replied vaguely. Chun Sini immediately regretted asking. Her aunt's ex was her biological father, the scumbag who'd abandoned them. They do. When I first saw Ye Bai, I was stunned. For a second, I thought I was looking at him again. Gong Lifei studied Ye Bai, then shook her head slowly, her expression complicated. But Ye Bai is nothing like him. Of course. Xiao Bai is loyal, unlike that trash, Gong Lifeng said with a laugh. Gong Lifei.
Ye Bai.
Ye Bai wanted to dig a hole and disappear. What kind of man am I? Auntie Faye must see right through me. What decent guy would mistake her for Gong Lifeng and then… No, he wasn't trash, Gong Lifei said quietly. Huh. Gong Lifeng blinked. Gong Lifei's eyes dimmed with sorrow. I only found out recently. He didn't leave me for someone else. He was terminally ill. He pretended to fall out of love to force me to move on. Her gaze flicked to Ye Bai, a flush of anger and embarrassment rising as she recalled what had happened earlier. This little rogue. How could he possibly be the same kind of man? Gong Lifei still found it hard to believe. The relationships between Lifeng, Ye Bai, and Sini had become far more complicated than she ever imagined. Sini and Ye Bai were a couple. Yet, Lifeng and Ye Bai were secretly involved in that kind of relationship. From the things Ye Bai had said when he mistook her for Lifeng, it was almost certain that the two had already betrayed Sini behind her back. What's more, it was highly likely that last night, Lifeng had sneaked into Ye Bai's room without Sini knowing. Even though Sini isn't Lifeng's biological daughter, she's always treated her as her own. How could she do something like this? Has she lost her mind? Gong Lifei still couldn't bring herself to believe it. She tentatively asked, Cinny, how did you sleep last night? Was it comfortable being away from home? I slept really well, Chun Cinny nodded. Gong Lifei glanced at her sister and asked casually, What about you, Lifang? Did you sleep well at this hotel? Unaware of any ulterior motive, Gong Lifang replied, I went out singing with Wang Qingjing last night and only came back this morning. That was the excuse she had given Chun Cinny earlier, so she had to stick with it now. But what puzzled Lifang was that her sister usually despised Auntie Wang, considering her promiscuous and immoral. Every time she found out they had met up, she would lecture her endlessly. Yet today, hearing that name, her sister remained completely expressionless. Gong Lifang found it strange but didn't dwell on it. Meanwhile, Ye Bai was sweating bullets. He could tell. Auntie Fei was testing something. Gong Lifei appeared calm, but her mind was in turmoil. She couldn't understand why her sister would do such a thing. If she wanted to cheat, why did it have to be with Cinny's boyfriend of all people? Now she was at a loss. What should she do? Expose the truth? If she did, Lifang's family would fall apart, and Cinny would turn against her. But if she let it slide, she didn't even want to imagine how things would escalate. The meal ended quickly. Originally, Gong Lifei had only planned to visit her sister and Cinny before heading home. But now she changed her mind and decided to stay the night. Chun Cinny was delighted, but Gong Lifang was stunned. Today was the second-to-last day of her 3-day arrangement with Ye Bai. She had been determined to spend the entire night with him, from midnight till dawn. But with her sister staying over, she didn't dare anymore. The 3 women returned to the presidential suite. Cinny, go take a shower first, Gong Lifei instructed. Once Cinny entered the bathroom, she turned to her sister and asked, Lifang, how's your relationship with Zhengbin lately? She had expected her sister to say everything was fine, that they were as close as ever. Then, she could gently remind her to resist temptation, emphasizing that old Chun was a decent man and that she should cherish their marriage. But to her surprise, Gong Lifang didn't hesitate before delivering the classic trifecta of excuses. We lost feelings a long time ago. We sleep in separate rooms now. The only reason we're still married is for the kids. Ha! Gong Lifei's carefully prepared advice died in her throat. So Lifang and Jingbin's marriage had already fallen apart. But even so, cheating wasn't the answer. If the marriage was unsalvageable, they could divorce. Was it right to betray Zhengbin like this? That honest man would be devastated if he found out. Gong Lifang continued, Sis, let me tell you, old Chun is no saint. He's been sneaking around with his first love. Gong Lifei was speechless. Chun Zhengbin, with his honest face, was actually that kind of man. He had betrayed his marriage with Lifang. No wonder Lifang had an affair with a male college student. Wait, even if the marriage is broken, cheating on Zhengbin is one thing, but how could she do the same to Cinny? Lifang, do you like Ye Bai? Of course, Gong Lifang answered without hesitation. Do you think he's reliable? Or is he the unfaithful type? Xiao Bai is dependable. He'll make Cinny happy. Gong Lifang deftly avoided the second question. Gong Lifei gave her a long look but said nothing. When Chun Cinny finished her shower, she sent Lifang in next and pulled Cinny aside for a chat. Cinny, how much do you like Ye Bai? Auntie, why do you ask? Cinny was puzzled but answered earnestly. I like him so much. I want to marry him. I'd give him everything I have. Seeing her so resolute, Gong Lifei's heart ached even more. This silly girl. The more she loved him, the more shattered she'd be when the truth came out. Cinny, why do you like him? I just do. Chun Cinny thought back to all her moments with Ye Bai, her sweet, innocent face glowing with happiness. Auntie, let me tell you. Ye Bai is the destined hero of my life. Why do you say that? Because he always appears at the most critical moments. Sensing her aunt's apparent disapproval of Ye Bai, Cinny decided to explain. Not only did he save Dad's life, but he's also rescued me twice. She recounted the Zhou Kachang assault case and the train incident in detail. If it weren't for Ye Bai, I'd be a cold corpse by now. I wouldn't even be here with you, Auntie. Chun Sini kept praising Ye Bai, hugging Gong Lifei's arm affectionately and nuzzling against her like an affectionate kitten. A certain man, currently using both X-ray vision and super hearing, watched this scene before withdrawing his gaze, satisfied. He turned off his abilities and silently gave Sini a thumbs up, vowing to spoil her rotten in the future. Scratch that. Cherish her beyond measure. This, Gong Lifei was stunned. She had no idea Sini had been through so much. No wonder she loved Ye Bai so much. Even she might have fallen for a man like that. The Ye Bai Sini describes is outstanding. A sincere, upright young man. Could I have misunderstood him? Gong Lifei wondered if her mental illness was acting up again, making her hallucinate. Did I imagine Ye Bai pinning me against the kitchen cabinet and doing those things? In her youth, Gong Lifei had been abandoned by her lover, which left her mentally unstable. She had relied on medication to maintain her sanity. Only recently had she learned the truth. Her lover hadn't betrayed her. He had been terminally ill and forced her to leave before passing away alone. After that, her mental state gradually improved, and she hadn't taken her medication in a while. After some thought, she made a decision. She needed to test whether what happened in the kitchen was real or just her delusion. Gong Lifei first took a small dose of her medication. Then, when Gong Lifeng came out of the shower, she said, "Lifeng, that bodycon dress of yours looks nice. Let me try it on." Upon hearing this, Gong Lifeng didn't think much and handed the bodycon skirt to her sister. Sure, she was about to find a new outfit to change into, but she had already made up her mind during her bath earlier. She would feign having plans with Auntie Wang again tonight and sneak into Ye Bai's room. If she switched outfits now, her clothes would only end up in the same state by morning anyway. That brat, Xiao Bai, had some inexplicable fixation on her wearing clothes. "Sis, since you like this skirt, why don't we just swap? I really like those yoga pants of yours. Let me have them." Gong Lifei's mind was preoccupied with how to test Ye Bai, so she didn't dwell on it and simply nodded. The two switched clothes. As soon as Gong Lifeng put on the yoga pants, her curves became strikingly pronounced. Gong Lifei, meanwhile, slipped into her sister's bodycon skirt, just as alluring, with a figure just as fiery as Lifeng's. The skirt looked ready to burst at the seams. Standing side by side in front of the mirror, Gong Lifei nodded inwardly. This should be convincing enough to pass as a twin. They were practically identical mirror images in figure, indistinguishable from one another. Even their faces. Wait, Lifei's jaw dropped so wide she could have stuffed an egg in it. "Lifeng, what happened to your face? You look like you've gotten younger by over a decade." At a glance, they still resembled sisters, but a closer look at their faces now made them seem like mother and daughter. Fresh from her bath, Gong Lifeng's skin was porcelain smooth, tender and radiant, flushed with a healthy glow. Even more unbelievable was the restored collagen in her cheeks, leaving her complexion even more youthful than that of an 18-year-old. In contrast, Gong Lifei, though well-maintained, bore traces of worry between her brows, her faint crow's feet marking her as a melancholic beauty. "I don't know, it just happened suddenly." Lifeng naturally couldn't tell the truth, but a bold idea flashed through her mind. "Maybe tonight, I'll secretly share some of that rejuvenating essence with Sis. Let her experience what it's like to turn back time." Lifei sighed, a pang of jealousy stirring within her. Though they were twins born mere minutes apart, looking at their faces now, one seemed eternally youthful while the other had begun to age. In a few years, wrinkles would be impossible to hide. Suppressing her thoughts, Lifei slipped into the bathroom to touch up her makeup, carefully concealing the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, lest Ye Bai notice anything unusual. "Lifeng Sini," she said, "there's something I need to discuss privately with Ye Bai. I'll head to his room." Neither mother nor daughter found this odd. After all, Gong Lifei was Sini's birth mother. If she wanted to tell Ye Bai to take good care of Sini, it made perfect sense. With mixed emotions, Lifei knocked on Ye Bai's door. Earlier, Ye Bai had assumed it was Gong Lifei's turn to bathe, so out of respect, he deactivated his ability, meaning he had no idea about the sisters' switcheroo. Even so, when he saw Gong Lifei in the bodycon skirt, he hesitated, still haunted by the kitchen incident that afternoon. Just as he was about to scrutinize her for clues on who stood before him, Lifei stepped inside and promptly turned off the light. They've both gone to bed. Before we returned this afternoon, did you two manage alone without slipping up? Relief flooded Ye Bai. Closing the distance, he pulled Gong Lifei into his arms. Auntie Gong, have you missed me? Of course, he wouldn't dare mention what had transpired earlier. Now holding her again, his hunger reignited instantly. She's just too intoxicating, never enough. In one swift motion, he swept her off her feet and tumbled onto the bed. Then, Gong Lifei froze, her mind short-circuiting. Her plan had been simple: confirm her suspicions and leave. But she'd overlooked one critical thing. 20 years of longing couldn't withstand even the slightest teasing. She went rigid, utterly at Ye Bai's mercy. Moments later, Ye Bai also froze mid-action. Am I seeing things? The woman before him was undeniably a noblewoman from a wealthy family. Yet something felt off. This didn't seem like Auntie Gong at all. Rather, it was more like Auntie Fei, the woman from the kitchen earlier. He hesitated, unable to determine who it really was. The moment he paused, Gong Lifei snapped back to reality. Scrambling up, she hastily adjusted her clothes, struggling back into the bodycon skirt. As soon as her feet touched the floor, her legs buckled, nearly sending her crashing down. You little beast! She slapped Ye Bai hard across the face. So you have been betraying Cinny behind her back. Ye Bai was speechless. Why? And why Li Fong of all people? Tears welled in her eyes, humiliation and anger flooding her expression. Auntie Fei, how could he explain? Tell her that Auntie Gong had seduced him? Li Fei too was at a loss. She'd confirmed her suspicions. Ye Bai and Li Fong were entangled in secrecy. But what now? Should she tell Cinny? Her daughter adored Ye Bai to the bone. Learning the truth might shatter her completely. After a long silence, Li Fei gritted her teeth. If you cut ties with Li Fong, swear you'll never see her privately again. I'll pretend this never happened.
Ye Bai nodded fervently.
Don't worry, Auntie Fei. What happened with Auntie Fong was just an accident. We've already agreed to end it for good once we return to Taohua City. Gong Lifei nodded. That's for the best. If you ever dare to treat Cinny poorly in the future, I won't let you off. Don't worry, Auntie Fei. I've already made up my mind. Cinny is the one for me. I'll marry no one else, and I'll always treat her well.
Ye Bai sure.
Gong Lifei nodded, then walked out with slightly unnatural steps. She took a moment to steady herself in the living room and even went to the shared bathroom to tidy up before returning to the presidential suite. Auntie, did you and Ye Bai finish talking? Chun Cinny asked. Gong Lifei nodded, forcing herself not to reveal anything unusual. Cinny, you two can sleep here tonight. Auntie Wong invited a few old friends I haven't seen in ages. I'll go meet up with them and be back tomorrow morning. Gong Lifei immediately raised her guard. You didn't sleep at all last night. Can your body handle this? Gong Lifong explained. We're going to a private karaoke lounge. They have rooms for resting. We'll just hang out a bit before sleeping. Gong Lifei still wasn't convinced. Call Wang Qingjing on video. I need to speak with her. All right. Without suspicion, Gong Lifong video called Auntie Wang. Hello. A beautiful middle-aged woman appeared on screen. Li Fong, why aren't you here yet? The girls are all waiting. You're the only one missing. The woman raised her phone, showing 5 or 6 well-dressed ladies gathered behind her. They all clamored excitedly, urging Gong Li Fong to hurry over and saying how much they'd missed her after so long. The background confirmed it was indeed a private karaoke lounge. Gong Li Fong nodded inwardly, as expected of Auntie Wang, the legendary 7-portion eater. She's thorough, prepared for inspections with a full performance. She didn't recognize any of the women, but their affectionate enthusiasm made it seem as if they were long-lost friends reuniting after decades. "I'm Gong Li Fei," she said coldly, giving a few instructions before hanging up. On the other end, the private karaoke lounge erupted in chaos after the call disconnected. "Come out, darlings. No need to hide anymore. Big sis can't wait." One after another, strikingly handsome male models emerged from the restroom, each with sculpted physiques and distinct, exotic features representing at least 8 different nationalities. The last to step out was an exceptionally bulky, dark-skinned man. Auntie Wang remained unparalleled in her expertise. Gong Li Fei's doubts had mostly faded. Although she was the elder sister, she was only a few minutes older than Gong Li Feng, and they were both in their 40s now. She couldn't control her sister the way she had when they were children. All she could do was remind Gong Li Feng not to stay out too late, take care of her health, and avoid staying up all night. Gong Li Feng nodded excitedly, grabbed her bag, and hurried out of the presidential suite. After closing the door, she stood in the living room for a moment, making sure Cindy and the others wouldn't come out, then took out her phone and sent a message to Ye Bai. Tiptoeing quietly, she made her way to the mistress's room. Before she could knock, the door silently swung open. Gong Li Feng quickly slipped inside and threw herself into Ye Bai's arms, wrapping her hands around his neck. Ye Bai stared at Gong Li Feng in her yoga pants, stunned. Was this another one of Aunt Fei's tests? Even though the woman before him had flawless, youthful skin, Ye Bai couldn't shake his suspicion. "Aunt Gong, do you know why you've regained your youth? You little rascal. Don't say it." Gong Li Feng's noble face flushed red. "No, answer my question first."
Ye Bai pressed.
"You bad boy, of course it's all thanks to it. What's it?" Instead of answering, Aunt Gong responded with action. The code phrase matched. Ye Bai studied her charming face carefully, confirming she wasn't wearing makeup, and finally relaxed. And that burning feeling, this was definitely Aunt Gong. Aunt Fei was more reserved, a bit too proper, giving off a secretly passionate vibe. "Aunt Gong, why are you wearing Aunt Fei's clothes?" Ye Bai asked. Gong Li Feng turned around, swayed slightly, and asked smugly, "Do you like it?"
Ye Bai nodded.
Honestly, yoga pants and that plump backside were a perfect match. And for some reason, the thought of Aunt Gong wearing Aunt Fei's clothes gave him a strange but thrilling sensation. Pretending to search through a drawer, Ye Bai quietly pulled out a pair of scissors from his personal space and grinned. "Aunt Gong, turn around. Let me cut a little hole in the back of these yoga pants." "Ah, no you can't. You little devil. Aunt Gong, if you really didn't want to, why did you turn your back to me?" Meanwhile, in the presidential suite, Chun Sini was already asleep, her breathing steady, her chest rising and falling gently. Beside her, another figure lay with an even more impressive silhouette. Gong Li Fei lay awake in the darkness, her almond-shaped eyes open, her mind racing without a trace of sleepiness. Countless times, she had wanted to wake Cindy and tell her the truth, but she couldn't bear to hurt the innocent girl. She wanted Cindy to live happily forever, even if it meant staying in a beautiful lie. Why is the man fate chose for Cindy such a scoundrel? Gong Li Fei sighed, though she thought Ye Bai was trash, a man who even wanted to have his cake and eat it too. She had to admit he was Cindy's destined hero. It was heaven's will. Otherwise, how else could she explain how Ye Bai had repeatedly saved Cindy from danger, even rescuing her adoptive father, Chen Jingbin? Gong Li Fei suddenly thought of her first love, the man who had pretended to fall out of love and pushed her away after being diagnosed with a terminal illness. Ye Bai resembled him. Their eyes were almost identical, deep and mesmerizing. But their characters were complete opposites. One was a shameless womanizer, never satisfied with just Cindy, even getting involved with Li Feng. The other was a good man who had willingly shouldered all the blame just to ensure her happiness before quietly passing away. Thinking back to what Ye Bai had done to her earlier, mistaking her for Li Feng, Gong Li Fei cursed under her breath, but an inexplicable heat stirred within her. Her long-neglected body couldn't withstand the temptation of a man as charming as Ye Bai. Even though he had realized something was wrong at the last moment and stopped, what had already happened still left Gong Lifei. No wonder Cindy and Li Fang both fell for him. As she dwelled on the thought, she suddenly,
No.
I can't betray Bai Yi. Even just thinking about Ye Bai like this is a betrayal. But Bai Yi has been gone for 20 years. Wait, Bai Yi. If you reverse the characters, isn't that Ye Bai? How could such a coincidence exist? Suddenly, Gong Lifei's mind blurred. A splitting headache struck, forcing her to scramble for her medication. She swallowed a handful of pills dry. Chan Cindy, awakened by the noise, saw Gong Lifei's pale face and realized her mental state was unstable again. Auntie, are you okay? Cindy quickly got up to fetch her some water. Gong Lifei shook her head, clutching her forehead as she sat on the edge of the bed. Normally, the medicine worked immediately, easing her discomfort. But today was different. The pain only worsened after taking it. After struggling to rest for a while, she suddenly asked, Cindy, when is Ye Bai's birthday? June 18th, 19XX. Why? June 18th, 19XX? Gong Lifei felt as if she had been struck by lightning. That was the day Bai Yi had died. Her mind wavered again. The images of the two men in her memories overlapped.
Ye Bai is Bai Ye. Bai Ye is Ye Bai.
Bai Yi didn't die. His soul was reborn in Ye Bai. He couldn't bear to leave me. He came back for me. Ye Bai is my husband. No, my young husband. On the solid wood table, a medicine bottle lay quietly, the same one Gong Lifei had just taken from. The camera zoomed in, revealing a line of small print at the bottom. Expiration date, April 30th, 2013. Today was June 25th, 2013. The night passed. Dawn arrived. Gong Lifang stepped out of the shower. The yoga pants were beyond repair. Not only was there a large hole in the back, but they looked like they'd just been pulled from a washing machine. She opened her bag and changed into the spare outfit she had prepared. As she did, golden sunlight bathed her voluptuous figure, casting a radiant glow over her, as if she were a goddess of desire from ancient myth. The sight was utterly mesmerizing. Ye Bai's hunger stirred again. He stepped forward and pulled her into his arms. You rascal! Stop it! I just changed. Gong Lifang pushed him away, shooting him a reproachful glare before fleeing like a startled deer. She had only brought one spare outfit and didn't dare linger, or Cindy and her sister would surely notice something was off. Aunt Gong, you forgot something, Ye Bai called out, pointing to two cosmetic bottles on the table. Gong Lifang rushed back and grabbed the nearly full one before leaving again. What on earth is Aunt Gong collecting it for? Ye Bai was utterly speechless. Last night, he had planned to snatch a share from the tiger's mouth, convincing Gong Lifang to spare a bit of the beauty-enhancing essence so he could take it to the underground bank today for Qin Wenru. Who would have thought? Gong Lifang was willing to part with a little, but she hadn't used a single drop of the rest herself. Instead, she carefully collected it all in bottles. Maybe she's worried she won't have any left once we return to Taojiang City? Ye Bai thought this was pure paranoia. He already had Aunt Gong's personality figured out. Once back in Taojiang City, she'd claim they wouldn't meet again. But in reality, she'd secretly seek him out every other day. Picking up the remaining bottles on the table, Ye Bai thought for a moment before walking into the bathroom and pouring everything down the toilet. Then, he grabbed the hotel-provided moisturizing toner and refilled the bottles with it. Since he'd decided to string Qin Wenru along, he couldn't give her the real thing. A bit of residue clung to the bottles, but after diluting it with toner, it should still be enough to help repair a small portion of her scars. In the living room, Gong Lifang held a bottle, her delicate brows furrowed. Sis might recognize what this is. Gong Lifang had always been generous, especially when it came to family. If she had something good, she'd always share it with her twin sister. Yesterday, when Gong Lifei lamented the difference in their appearances, Gong Lifang had immediately sensed her sister's sorrow. How could she forget her own flesh and blood when it came to something as miraculous as restoring youth? After a moment's thought, Gong Lifang quietly returned to the presidential suite. While the other two were still asleep, she slipped into the bathroom, took out a box of whitening cream, and mixed the contents of the bottle into it, stirring thoroughly before nodding in satisfaction. Perfect. Stepping out, she saw Chun Sinny already awake, anxiously pressing a hand to Gong Lifei's forehead. Gong Lifang's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong with your aunt? Auntie seems to be having another episode, Chun Sinny replied. Oh, that's fine. I thought she caught a cold. Gong Lifang sighed in relief. Chun Sinny stared at her. Why are you looking at me like that? It's not the first time your aunt's had an episode. Just give her some medicine and she'll be fine. Cold would be way worse. I heard the flu's been brutal lately. Hospitals are packed. As she rambled, Gong Lifang opened the cream and began applying it to Gong Lifei's face. Mom, what are you doing? Oh, this is a magical beauty cream Aunt Wang gave me. I used it once, and my skin became so soft you could squeeze water out of it. Your aunt was lamenting her lost youth yesterday, so I asked Aunt Wang for another jar. Let's give your aunt a taste of turning back time. With that, she smeared the semi-fluid cream all over Gong Lifei's face. Once evenly applied, she nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. When your aunt wakes up, she'll get the surprise of her life. A long while later, Gong Lifei finally stirred, her eyes dazed and confused. Gong Lifang quickly pulled her into the bathroom to wash her face. Oh my God, this cream is amazing. Chun Sinny was stunned. Before the cream, her aunt had faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Even with good skincare, her face still bore the marks of a woman in her 40s. But now, her skin was fair, firm, and tender like a baby's. Every wrinkle had vanished. She looked at least 10 years younger. Sis, happy? Gong Lifang beamed, completely oblivious to the fact that the two of them, already identical twins, now looked exactly the same in their restored youth. The only difference was in their expressions. One was alluring and bold, every glance and smile like an electric current, a textbook femme fatale. The other was demure and reserved, the picture of a dutiful wife, yet with a hidden, fancha jida de menthal charm. At this point, it was questionable whether Ye Bai could even tell who was the elder and who was the younger just by looking. Gong Lifei, however, was in a daze. Staring at her rejuvenated reflection, her reaction was far from what Gong Lifang had expected. I've gotten younger. Is this a gift from the heavens? Even fate couldn't bear to punish someone as unfortunate as me. Not only did I get my husband back, but I've regained my youth too. Husband. Where's my little husband? Gong Lifang's jaw dropped. She immediately grabbed the medicine bottle from the table, shook out a few pills, and forced them into Gong Lifei's mouth. Your aunt's having another episode. Let her rest in the hotel. We'll go to the finals. Chun Sinny shook her head worriedly. Can Auntie stay alone? Maybe we should skip the finals. I don't feel good leaving her. We've won so many championships already. What's one more?
No.
Gong Lifang glared. We came to the provincial capital for this title. We're at the final step. How can we quit now? Let Xiao Bai take care of her. Chun Sinny lifted her phone. Ye Bai texted me 10 minutes ago saying he had something to handle. He's already left the hotel. Then I'll call the private doctor to come take care of your aunt. Gong Lifang dialed the doctor, confirmed she was available, and gave her the hotel address. By then, Gong Lifei had already fallen back into a deep sleep. The medicine seemed to have a sedative effect. Help your aunt change so she can sleep properly. The doctor will be here soon. The mother-daughter duo undressed Gong Lifei. Suddenly, Gong Lifang's eyes widened. No wonder she woke up screaming for a husband. Who knows what kind of dreams she's having? What husband? Your husband died 20 years ago. I gave you back your youth, and you can't even say thank you? Grumbling, Gong Lifang changed her sister into fresh undergarments. Once everything was settled, the two left for the piano competition finals. Some time later, Gong Lifei's long lashes fluttered as her beautiful eyes slowly opened. She was groggy, her gaze hazy, like someone drunk.
Ye Bai.
Husband. My little husband. Stumbling out of bed, Gong Lifei staggered out of the presidential suite and pushed open the adjacent room. It was empty. Where's my little husband? Her head throbbed again, the world spinning. Gritting her teeth, she collapsed onto the bed. Why does it smell like my sister here? She sniffed the air. And another scent. This is
Ye Bai smell.
my little husband's smell. She buried herself in the blankets, wrapping them tightly around her. Breathing in the comforting scent, she drifted back to sleep. A childlike smile curled at her lips. Husband. Little husband. While Gong Lifei lay unconscious in the madam's room, Ye Bai had already arrived at the path of gentleness. Upon entering Qin Wenru's office, he found Grandpa Nyo, Xiao Hong and 5 or 6 armed gunmen waiting outside, their murderous intent palpable. It seemed that at Qin Wenru's slightest command, they would storm in and riddle Ye Bai with bullets. I thought you wouldn't dare to come, Qin Wenru said with a faint, mocking smile. Today, she was dressed in an adventure-style outfit, standard attire for a foreign female mercenary, reminiscent of Tomb Raider's protagonist. Her arms were covered in cooling sleeves, and she wore half-finger tactical gloves. A snug, grayish-brown tank top hugged her upper body, accentuating her ample curves, while her cargo pants, stitched with numerous pockets, made her legs appear even more slender. Though the pants were loose and casual, they clung tightly at the back, forming a plump, heart-shaped silhouette. Her hair was tied up, highlighting her exquisite, striking features, her mixed-race heritage lending her a uniquely captivating charm. She had the peak beauty of Sophie Marceau combined with the sultry allure of Black Widow. With looks like hers, she could dominate Hollywood even with wooden acting. Just a few wide-eyed stares would guarantee stardom. Ye Bai placed a small bottle on the table, containing a diluted version of the beauty-enhancing essence. This is the miraculous potion passed down through my Yi family. Not only does it heal scars, but with prolonged use, it also enhances beauty and rejuvenates the skin. Qin Wenru picked up the bottle and examined it closely. Inside was a clear, transparent liquid, yet oddly, faint impurities swirled within. She unscrewed the cap and took a whiff, her delicate eyebrows immediately arching in suspicion. As the saying goes, long illness makes a patient their own doctor. Qin Wenru had tried countless cosmetics and medications in her quest to heal her scars, and with just one sniff, she knew something was off. SK2's facial treatment essence? Mixed with something else? Are you joking? Her expression was full of doubt, but seeing Ye Bai's confident demeanor, she wondered if she might be mistaken. She poured a small amount into her palm and sniffed it carefully, like a curious kitten. It was definitely SK2. But the other ingredient, Qin Wenru's eyes suddenly widened. She understood. You're messing with me? This is expired SK2. Clatter. Grandpa Nyo and the others immediately barged in, guns drawn and aimed at Ye Bai. Xiao Hong, especially excited, stared eagerly at Qin Wenru, awaiting her order. Ye Bai quietly opened a spatial barrier behind him. But 2 men, lacking any sense of honor, flanked him and pointed their guns at his front. The spatial barrier was planar, it could only block bullets from one direction. Ye Bai wasn't sure if his current body could withstand bullets head-on. But a wise man doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall. With a thought, whoosh, time froze. Ye Bai stood up, disassembled their bullets one by one, even those already chambered, and then frisked them thoroughly to ensure they had no other firearms. As for cold weapons, he wasn't the least bit worried. Even if he stood still, they probably couldn't break his defenses. And he only needed one move to crush any of them. Ye Bai had no doubt that if he unleashed the full force of his primordial power, a single palm strike could make an ordinary person's head explode like a watermelon, and a punch could pierce straight through a man's abdomen. It was even more exaggerated than the story of Ricky's feats. But when frisking Grandpa Nyo Xiao Hong, Ye Bai stiffened, disgusted. This bastard. No wonder he's got a grudge against me. He's a damn lady boy. Ye Bai quickly stepped away, pulling out disinfectant alcohol from his personal space to sanitize his hands. With a glance from his X-ray vision, he confirmed that Xiao Hong wasn't just a ladyboy, He was a half-finished one, having only undergone breast augmentation without any further modifications. After handling everything, Ye Bai returned to his seat. Whoosh! Time resumed. Pretty boy, do you have a death wish? Daring to trick me? Qin Wenru? Her face was dark with fury. Would I gamble with my own life? Ye Bai remained unshaken, pointing at the bottle. This potion works incredibly fast. In less than 10 minutes, you'll see its effects. Apply it to your scar and see for yourself. If there's no result after 10 minutes, you can order your men to turn me into Swiss cheese. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Qin Wenru hesitated, then decided to give him a chance. With a wave of her hand, one of her subordinates brought over a mirror. Qin Wenru examined herself in the mirror, preparing to apply the potion. This essence is extremely precious. Though it appears colorless, it's brewed from 49 rare herbs. I've only brought this small amount to the provincial capital. I suggest applying it to just one small scar. Spreading it too thin will dilute its potency. After a moment's thought, Qin Wenru tugged at her collar and dabbed the liquid onto a scar near her collarbone. Likely a gunshot wound. All her subordinates, including Xiao Hong, immediately averted their eyes. Ye Bai, however, watched openly. With a thought, he activated his X-ray vision, instantly seeing through Qin Wenru's entire body. To his surprise, she was covered in scars. Knife wounds, bullet wounds, burns. Far more than even his past self had borne. But unlike him, she hadn't concealed them with tattoos. Every scar showed signs of treatment, but Qin Wenru clearly had severe keloid-prone skin. The more she treated them, the worse they became. Like a flawless porcelain doll, now cracked with countless fissures. Ye Bai wasn't horrified. Instead, he saw a golden opportunity. With this beauty essence, he could easily manipulate Qin Wenru. Not only could he launder Xiao Hongyu and Kai Baozi's assets without a trace, he might even recruit Qin Wenru herself, making her his, well, you know. Qin Wenru finished applying the essence to her collarbone. Both sides waited in silence. Qin Wenru's expression was unreadable. Her men poised for action, Xiao Hong practically vibrating with anticipation. Ye Bai, however, was utterly relaxed, even taking out a nail clipper to trim his nails. Xiao Hong had already started a timer on his phone. The moment 10 minutes passed, he eagerly alerted Qin Wenru. Boss, time's up. His finger hovered over the trigger, ready to pull at any second. Qin Wenru waved, and a subordinate brought in a steaming basin of water and a towel. She dampened the towel and gently wiped her collarbone. What happened next left Ye Bai utterly stunned. Qin Wenru's collarbone, which had just been marred by a gruesome gunshot wound, now bore flawless, renewed skin, pale and delicate, like that of a newborn baby. Ye Bai was stunned. He had poured nearly all of the beauty-enhancing essence from the bottle down the toilet, leaving only a trace clinging to the glass. Yet, that tiny amount had not only healed Qin Wenru's gunshot wound, but had also brightened the surrounding skin. Was the effect really this absurd? Ye Bai had expected, at most, to slightly fade the scar. He never imagined his abilities had reached such a level. Then again, upon reflection, Aunt Qin Yu and Aunt Gong had both undergone complete transformations after ingesting the essence. Their faces and figures rejuvenated. Given that, healing a single gunshot wound on Qin Wenru with just a drop wasn't so far-fetched. Good thing I held back. If I'd cured her completely in one go, there'd be nothing left to play with later. Whoosh! Qin Wenru's eyes widened. She leapt from her chair, rushed to the window, and tilted her collarbone into the sunlight, scrutinizing it closely. Gradually, the corners of her lips curled upward, and she began to chuckle. Good, 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 incredible, absolutely incredible. She turned back, her gaze burning into Ye Bai as if he were some rare treasure. Dr. Yi, I was blind not to recognize your greatness earlier. Please forgive my rudeness. Don't take it to heart. As she spoke, she poured tea for Ye Bai and brought the cup to his lips. Without lifting a finger, Ye Bai sipped like an emperor being served. Unfazed, Qin Wenru then lit a cigarette for him. Click. The sound of a trigger being pulled came from behind. Both turned to see Xiao Hong grinning awkwardly. This medicine is so miraculous it scared me stiff. My finger slipped, but luckily the gun wasn't loaded. Perfect. Ye Bai mentally stamped Xiao Hong with a dead man label. This damn crossdresser won't live to see tomorrow. Clatter. Ye Bai reached into his pocket, pulled out a handful of bullets, and let them scatter across the table. Was it really an accident? Or was the gun just empty? Xiao Hong's face paled. He ejected the magazine, only to find it completely devoid of bullets. How did you? He had loaded the gun himself that morning and was certain he had chambered a round earlier. Yet now every bullet was gone. Somehow now in this pretty boy's hands. The other henchmen checked their own guns, then exchanged stunned looks. Qin Wenru clapped. Marvelous. So you're not just a miracle doctor, but also a master magician. Then her expression darkened. Useless fools. Get out. Xiao Hong and the others hastily retreated. Dr. Yi, Qin Wenru said with a smile, as I mentioned before, if you could heal my scars, I'd buy everything you have at market price. Good. Let's proceed with our first deal. I've brought the gold. It's downstairs. Ye Bai stood and the two descended. Pressing a key fob, Ye Bai triggered the rear door of a parked truck to open, revealing 5 neatly stacked wooden crates. Each crate holds 100 gold bars. 5 crates total 500 bars, each weighing 1 kilogram. At current market rates, that's roughly 120 million yuan. Qin Wenru's eye twitched. Even using her overseas channels to launder the gold would cost her tens of millions in losses, meaning she'd essentially be paying out of pocket to do Ye Bai's dirty work. But Qin Wenru always kept her word. A promise made was a promise kept. Besides, Ye Bai would supply her with the miraculous scar-healing elixir. This money is worth every penny. She summoned a team of subordinates to inspect the gold with specialized equipment. After a thorough examination, they confirmed the gold's purity and quantity matched Ye Bai's claims. Qin Wenru then handed Ye Bai a jade tablet. Dr. Yi, I've appraised this piece. It's a white-glazed, gold-inlaid ceremonial tablet, Huban, once used by Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin. Its value exceeds 100 million. Shall I connect you with an antique collector to sell it? Ye Bai agreed readily. Glancing at the tablet, he noted the inscription. Supposedly Emperor Taizong's was still fresh, the ink barely dry. Soon, a Bentley pulled up outside Resido. A well-dressed, portly middle-aged man stepped out, fiddling with a bracelet as his entourage followed him inside. Mr. Tang, you're finally here. Take a look at this jade tablet. Emperor Taizong's personal white-glazed, gold-inlaid Huban. Qin Wenru gestured for Ye Bai to hand it over. Mr. Tang produced a magnifying glass and studied it intently. Despite the tablet being an obvious fake, he treated it like a priceless relic. Indeed, a treasure of Emperor Taizong. He turned to Ye Bai. Young man, I'm quite taken with this piece. What price would make you part with it? Qin Wenru waved a hand. A similar tablet sold at auction last year for 150 million. But since we're all friends here, Dr. Yi and I have agreed on a fixed price. 120 million. You cover the taxes. Deal. Boss Tang agreed immediately and contacted the bank on the spot to transfer the money. Once Ye Bai received the confirmation message, Boss Tang promptly produced an antique sales agreement and signed it with him. Thank you, Dr. Yi, for your generosity. And thank you, Sister Ro, for the introduction. If you come across any more antiques of this quality in the future, be sure to contact me. Boss Tang cradled the jade tablet lovingly, as if genuinely enamored with it. I must take my leave now. I need to return and store this jade tablet properly with the rest of my collection. With that, the ever-generous Boss Tang departed. Qin Wenru had her subordinates carry the gold into the dojo, then led Ye Bai back to her office. Smiling, she said, Dr. Yi, you've seen my sincerity. Now, about that medicine? Don't worry. I'll take care of all your scars. Ye Bai thumped his chest confidently before adding, However, as you know, a potion with such miraculous effects isn't easy to produce. It requires 49 rare herbs and a lengthy refining process. Qin Wenru tensed. Even that small half bottle just now takes at least a week to make. She exhaled in relief. She had feared it would take months, but only a week? That meant she could fully heal her scars in just a few years. The thought made Qin Wenru practically giddy. She waved a hand and called out to one of her subordinates at the door. "Bring Xiaohong in." Soon, Grandpa Nyo Xiaohong arrived. "Sister Ro, what do you need?" "Oh, just a little something." Qin Wenru smiled warmly, casually raising her hand. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A bloom of blood erupted from Xiaohong's chest, his eyes wide with shock before he collapsed to the floor. Qin Wenru stepped closer, raised her gun again, and fired. Bang! 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 Crimson petals of blood unfurled across the ground. She turned back to Ye Bai, her fair face speckled with red. A twisted smile played on her lips. "Dr. Yi, this is my sincerity to you. I hope you won't disappoint me." Ye Bai was speechless. This woman is insane. Qin Wenru waved her hand, and several burly men in black immediately entered. They skillfully carried Xiaohong's body away, then brought out buckets and brushes to clean the floor. Given how practiced they were, it was clear this wasn't the first time they'd done something like this. Ye Bai didn't quite understand why Qin Wenru had suddenly killed Xiaohong. Was he a police informant? He asked. Qin Wenru picked up a damp towel and wiped the blood from her cheek, shaking her head.
No.
Then was he a spy sent by another faction?
No.
Up until today, he was completely loyal to me. Then why did you kill him? Qin Wenru smiled gently. Dr. Yi, I told you. This is Wenru's sincerity, and my gift to you. A chill ran down Ye Bai's spine. This woman, a mercenary who thrived on bloodshed, had actually sensed his murderous intent toward Xiaohong. Qin Wenru continued. Besides, he knew you could heal my scars, yet he still tried to kill you. Doesn't that count as a betrayal? And betrayers deserve death. What could Ye Bai even say? In both his past and present life, he had lost count of how many lives he'd taken, at least several billion conservatively. He'd encountered ruthless criminals and deranged serial killers. But this was the first time he'd met such a beautiful lunatic. Originally, Ye Bai had planned to lure Qin Wenru in with his beauty-enhancing serum, turning her into an eager catch. But now, he wasn't so sure he wanted to provoke this madwoman. His current pond was full of docile little fish, while Qin Wenru was a living great white shark. If he provoked her, who knew what kind of insane things she might do to his precious treasures? The fate of a certain Brother Chung was a cautionary tale. Still, he had to admit, this kind of crazy beauty stirred a strong desire to conquer her. And Qin Wenru wasn't just stunningly beautiful with a bombshell figure. She also had one other crucial trait. Ye Bai swore he hadn't intentionally used his X-ray vision to see through her clothes. It had just happened while he was examining her scars. Though her body was covered in scars like shattered porcelain, there was a strange beauty to it, and that mythical beast attribute made his heart itch, making him want to train her into his own personal fill in the blank. Qin Wenru poured Ye Bai a cup of tea, her dewy eyes gazing at him pleadingly. Dr. Yi, what about the next batch of serum? Ye Bai replied, I'll mail it to you in a week.
No.
Qin Wenru's expression turned serious. Such a precious serum can't be mailed. What if the courier drops it? In a week, Wenru will personally visit your residence to receive your blessing. Ye Bai didn't dare imagine how she'd react if she found out that the so-called herbal serum he'd smeared on her face was actually, would she fly into a rage and try to kill him? Or would she go wild, demanding more? He also didn't dare give her the addresses of Auntie's place or Taojiang Mansion, so he told her to meet him at Rainbow Bridge in a week to collect the serum. Miss Qin, I'll take my leave now, Ye Bai said, standing up. Let me see you out. Qin Wenru insisted on escorting him. She personally walked him downstairs, then returned to her office and picked up the empty bottle, sniffing it. What exactly is this miraculous scar-healing serum made of? Something feels off, but I can't put my finger on it. After a moment's thought, she called in a subordinate and ordered him to send the bottle to a lab for analysis. If they could identify all the ingredients and replicate the serum, she wouldn't have to rely on others or flatter some disgusting man, just to heal her scars. Ye Bai drove the truck, humming a tune. This trip had been a success. He'd laundered Xiao Hongyu's gold stash without a hitch, instantly making him filthy rich. His bank balance had finally surpassed 100 million. Xiao Hongyu's gold is nothing. That old fox Kai Baozi has stashed away way more. According to Kai Baozi's confession, his hidden treasures included antiques, gold, jade, and more, totaling over 1 billion in value. And those locations were known only to him. Even though Xiao Hongyu and Kai Baozi were both major players in Taojiang's underworld, their wealth was worlds apart. Real estate tycoons are all swimming in money. Ye Bai returned the truck to the rental company, then took a taxi back to the hotel. By the time he arrived at Zhenghu Holiday Hotel, it was already past 3 p.m. The presidential suite was eerily quiet. Chun Sinny's piano competition probably wasn't over yet. Ye Bai entered the master bedroom and saw a figure curled up under the blankets. Judging by the shape under the covers, it wasn't Chun Sinny, but one of the aunties. He activated his X-ray vision and scanned her thoroughly, then let out a sigh of relief. Though the two aunties were twin sisters, Gong Lifeng had taken the beauty serum and regained her youthful glow. Gong Lifei, while similarly voluptuous, still had faint crow's feet, betraying her true age. The woman under the covers wore no makeup, her skin so tender it looked like it could be pinched and squeezed like fresh fruit. Definitely Gong Lifeng. Ye Bai walked over, pulled back the covers and raised his hand. Smack! Landing a firm slap. Auntie Gong, you've got some nerve. Daring to sleep in my room in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid Sinny will find out? The woman's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. Are you alone in the hotel? Where are Sinny and Auntie Fei? Ye Bai pressed, but the woman just stared blankly, dazed and silent. No wonder Auntie Gong had the guts to strip naked and sleep in his bed. She was drunk and completely out of it.
Ye Bai touched her forehead.
Felt warm. His heart skipped a beat. A feverish Auntie He. He grinned. When a delicious meal served itself up, who was he to refuse? A moment later, Ye Bai froze. Though the two aunties were identical twins, there were subtle differences down there. But this one looked more like Gong Lifei? No way. His heart pounded.
Ye Bai.
The woman blinked at him, her gaze clearing slightly. She struggled to sit up, then looped her arms around his neck. Auntie, which one are you? Auntie Fong or Auntie Fei? Ye Bai quickly held her back. Don't call me Auntie. Call me baby. Little baby, the woman murmured, her eyes welling with tears as she buried her face in his chest. Husband, little husband, you're finally back. Baby missed you so much, she sobbed, looking utterly heartbroken.